现在就让我们一起宣布第22届印顺导师、思想师理论与实践国际学术研讨会正式开始。一个研讨会的成就需要大家的同心协力，在这里让我们感谢主办单位佛教慈济慈善基金会、玄奘大学台湾佛教研究中心、玄奘大学宗教与文化学系、弘誓文教基金会以及协办单位印证教育基金会、玄奘文教基金会、联康护文教基金会以及慈济大学。那今天很高兴有很多的贵宾啊，莅临现场，这个满。首先让我们欢迎慈济慈善基金会袁国文执行长，跟大家挥挥手。再来是慈济医疗财团法人林俊龙执行长，欢迎执行长。再来是净思精舍德禅法师以及其他的法师代表，所有的法师。再来是佛教弘誓学院的住持星浩法师，再来是佛教弘誓学院的院长圆茂法师，再来是延宽护文教基金会创办人张丽珠女士，张女士您好。延宽护文教基金会叶瑞琪董事长，哎呀，董事长怎么坐这么后面？再来是前立法委员陈曼丽女士，陈女士您好。再来是 Dr. James Robson, Professor of East Asian Languages and Civilizations, Director, Harvard 燕京 Institute。那他是哈佛大学东亚语文及文明的教授，也是哈佛燕京学院的院长。再来是 Dr. Monica Sayford, Assistant Dean, Harvard Divinity School, 哈佛大学宗教学院。再来是 Dr. William McGraw.
And next is Professor William McGraw.
New York University. 再来是纽约大学
He's the
的佛学教授。
from New York University. Next is Dr. Nathan Jin Shin Mikon, who's currently serving as Director, Japan Inward Journeys. And next is the Dean of Yuanguang Buddhist College, Venerable Ji Shen, and Dr. Zhongzhen Huang of the Lotus Foundation, and Professor Guo Fan Zhen, Professor Guo Fan Zhen from Tzu Chi University, Professor Hai Yan Ye from Chengkong University, Professor Yu Guang Liu from Zhenji University, Professor Chao Shun Guo from Boguang University, and he is also the Dean of Buddhist College at Boguang University, and Professor Chiu from Tainan University, from Professor Minjie Chiu from Tainan University, and Professor Kun Hong Ho from Shenzhen University, Professor Wen Shu Huang from Suzhou Technology of Science and Technology, Professor Wei Hong Yan from Chengkong University, Professor Pei Yin Lin from Chengchi University, Professor Venerable Zhao Liang, who is also currently serving as professor at Shenzhen University, Venerable Guang Chi, who is also a professor from Shenzhen University, and Professor Kai Mingguo from Tongkang University, and Professor Yong Chuan Do from Malaysia. Thank you for traveling afar from Malaysia. And Venerable De Yu from Tsinghua University, and Venerable De Shao, who is currently studying towards his PhD at Tzu Chi University, and also Venerable De Chen, and Venerable Jie Xing,
玄奘大学宗教与文化学系的赖文老师，
and Professor Lai Wen from Xinjiang University, and Mr. Geng Dao Li, the PhD student from Jiangxing University, and then Le from Xinjiang University, and Chen Wei Zhang from Taipei University of Education, and Zhang Rong Ran from Tsinghua University. We are thankful for your participation, and now please put your hands to welcome the convener of this conference, Venerable Zhao Hui. Good morning to Venerable Zhao Hui and Deputy CEO of Zhi Foundation, Dr. Risheng He. And we would also like to welcome all of you who are joining us online. Thank you for participating in this year's conference. Now, we would like to invite Venerable De Chan to give us the opening remarks on behalf of the founder, Master Zheng Yan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I am truly thankful to all of you for your participation in this conference. On behalf of the founder, Master Zheng Yan, I'd like to express our gratitude for you. Thank you for supporting Master Zheng Yan and the foundation. I have to admit, I'm a little bit uptight. My master's name is Master Zheng Yan, not Master Sheng Yan, since they sound very similar. So hopefully I pronounce it clearly to avoid confusion. And early on this year, Hualien was hit by an earthquake, a major earthquake. Back then, Hualien was devastated. And as you can see, we are still undertaking a lot of effort to help reconstruct. And luckily, as you can see, the buildings on the campus are well built. And so there was no damage done to the buildings during the earthquake. Since 1999, we started to organize the conference, and currently we are celebrating the 22nd anniversary. I think it's not easy to organize this conference. It's indeed a great feat for this conference to have come a long way. And I would like to thank you all. This is a collective effort. And I would also like to thank our associate co-organizer, Xinjiang University. Thank you for making the event possible. And we know that the Medicine Buddha has 12 great aspirations. And one of the aspirations is to be able to attain Buddhahood one day. How can we become enlightened? How can we attain Buddhahood? These will be of great importance. Only until one becomes enlightened? Can he realizes his other aspirations? Under the guidance of Master Zheng Yan, we are trying to realize the vision of humanistic Buddhism, and it takes collective effort. And a question was once raised to Master Zheng Yan, and the question was about the lineage. In fact, Master Zheng Yan had this lineage trace back all the way to Master Tai Shi. And so, as told by Master Zheng Yan, she's very grateful to Master Tai Shi and Master Yin Shun. And Venerable Yin Shun visited us in 1979. And however, it was a pity that Master Venerable Yin Shun couldn't reside at our abode for a long time. And Master Zheng Yan told Master Yin Shun, Venerable Yin Shun, that she really would like to commit herself to Buddhism. She would like to devote her life to Buddha's teachings, the spreading of Buddha's teachings. And Venerable Yin Shun said that it was not easy to ensure that Buddha's teachings thrive on earth. Master Zheng Yan in 1986 built this hospital. The construction of the hospital was completed back then. And Master Zheng Yan were thankful to the donations that poured in from all directions. And she was thankful that a lot of people made the donations to build the hospital. And Master Zheng Yan was asked, how can we embody the spirit of humanistic Buddhism? And Master Zheng Yan said that we should aim to bodhisattvas. And so I would like to welcome you all to learn more about the efforts of Tzu Chi. Hopefully, we can engage more into the practice of Tzu Chi lineage. And we also hope that by reading the books we publish, people can get to know more about our ambitions, the ambitions and aspirations of Tzu Chi Foundation. And our main mission is to safeguard lives and to safeguard love. We know that it is not easy to be a teacher. Some of our teachers have been well acknowledged for their contribution to education. And at this conference, we'll learn more about Venerable Yin Shun's system of thinking. his philosophy. And last but not least, I would like to wish all of you participating in this conference health and prosperity. And I also wish you all, I also wish this conference every success.
那接下来，让我们邀请慈济慈善基金会严伯文执行长为我们致辞。严执行长，欢迎，请。那我们非常感谢慈善基金会是我们
Thank you.
单位。
I would like to thank our organizing committees, the distinguished guests here, and we also have academic scholars from 4 countries, and also our fellow disciples here. On behalf of Tzu Chi Foundation, I would like to sincerely welcome you to participate in today's symposium. And today we have experts from medical, psychological, mental, academic fields to share with us their opinions and expertise. And also we know that Tzu Chi have charity, medicine, humanities, and education, the 4 business field. We are happy to see you gather here. We have a lot of volunteers here and also deans, our CEOs, to put in efforts in organizing this symposium. On behalf of our charity foundations, we would like to express our appreciation. And I read the papers and I realized that the contents are really in need. I mean, the world is in need of this. And I have been in West City for 7 years, and people talked about climate change. But what I saw for the last 2 years, more severely than climate change, is the conflict change. I will term it as conflict change. And since the 2022, the beginning of Ukraine-Russian war, and the war actually caused higher casualties than the casualties caused by climate change. Therefore, we need our religious leaders, education leaders to inspire us. And also Yin Shun, Master Yin Shun have taught us that we need to have peace of mind and also to benefit others. And then we need the 4 fields, medicine, education, charity, to educate us. And also I solicit your teaching and also make the world a better place. We need to purify people's minds and create a harmonious society. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO Yan, for your opening remarks. Now we would like to invite CEO Lin Shun from Tzu Chi Medical Foundation to give us his opening remarks. Now let's welcome Mr. Lin Jun. Good morning. Sir, CEO Yan, and also our masters here, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor and pleasure to attend this symposium. You probably ask why? Why I'm here? Why a doctor, medical doctor is here at a Buddhist symposium? Let me tell you. Since primary school, high school, university, particularly the medical college. Okay, let me introduce you. Medicine is it is going to be a patients. In our classroom, we are not talking about deep knowledge like just to explore knowledge. No, we're talking about how to apply them on patients. So practical application is very important, not just talk. It's not that, we don't just talk the talk, we need to walk the walk. After I graduated from the medical school, I went to the United States and started my practicing as a doctor. People say that, our life, you need to have money, your career, your house, your cars, that represents your success materially. But what else I do? I actually worked at the Catholic hospital for 7 years. And somehow, I talked to priests. Somehow I would like to try another religion. I went to the Buddhist gatherings. Then I have a question. How come every day I went to the Catholic hospital and the Christian hospital, and they have Presbyterian and Methodist and different kinds of hospitals under the religion. And I found that for Catholics, during my many years in the USA, they went to provide rescue assistance to people in need. So I was wondering, we talked about companions in Buddhism. Then 30 years ago, my father was ill, and I came back to Taiwan to see my father. At that moment, I saw a booklet written by Master Yin. That was the chance that I visited Hualien, and that visit actually changed the second half of my life. Yes, people are doing these kind of services to people. So at that time, we saw here we have the nurse colleges here, and also the charity, humanities, and medicine, education. Actually, I realized that these were done here in Taiwan. Then I decided that after my retirement, I would like to come to Taiwan and join Tzu Ji. So that is the start of how I encountered Tzu Ji. Most of the Buddhism is about the out of worldly world. But here in Yin Shun's teachings, it's humanistic Buddhism. It's not in the sky, it's not in the mountain. It is very practical, engaged Buddhism. It is the humanistic Buddhism. Just like when we learn medical knowledge or skills, that is to be used on patients to provide better health to patients. So right now here in Taiwan, we have Tzu Ji has 8 hospitals in different places, different cities in Taiwan. And this afternoon, we're here sharing in different areas, like in the east, in the south, in the central, in the north part of Taiwan. Tzu Ji's medical business influence people's life. And Master taught us to protect the health, life of people and to protect the love. And also we need to pass love to people. And in terms of medicine, we have two perspectives. One is the professional side. With new treatments, new therapies, new tools of treatments, new treatments. Those are professional side of medicine. However, for the ancient value is on the humanistic side of medicine. That is how you treat patients, how you care for them, provide them caring service, and in the process, pass your love or express your love to patients. And this is this is the humanistic medicine. And then we are in many places around the world. Right now we are at 60 countries and also different branches. We provide services to 4 million people. Every day we put in efforts to try to think about what we can do. As a doctor, we treat patients. And we don't like to see the people in the remote areas or underprivileged the people, they won't be able to get access to medical services. Master Yin told us that those people in suffering, if they cannot get out of the place they were in, then we need to enter, we need to go to the places they are in. So my best wishes to the symposium today. So I hope you find the symposium a fruitful one, and also my best wishes to your health and endeavors. So thank you very much. Thank you for your opening remarks. Dr. Lin Chunrong, Tzu Ji Medical Foundation. And lastly, we would like to invite our convener, Master Zhao Hui, convener of the symposium, Master Zhao Hui, to give us her opening remarks. Now let's welcome Master Zhao Hui. Good morning. CEO Yuan, CEO Lin, Deputy CEO He, and all our participants and our speakers today. Good morning. This time, I am the convener of the symposium. Actually, I would say that we have a very good relationship with Tzu Ji. We started cooperation 2 years ago, and that was the 20th International Symposium on the Theory and Practical Teachings of Dharma Master Yin Shun. So we decided that alternately 1 year, the symposium will be held in Tzu Ji, and the second year it will be in our school, Xuanzang University. So this is the second time that I was invited in a retreat as well here at Tzu Ji. So because we have the common value and also the Dharma, and also we have Dharma Yin Shun and also Master Zheng Yan, and also we know that Master Zheng Yan is a disciple of Master Yin Shun, and also have done a lot of things. And also we are very proud of having Tzu Ji in Taiwan. And also, it's quite meaningful to have the symposium here in Tzu. You know, Master Yin Shun promoted humanistic Buddhism. In theory, he established the thinking systems of the engaged or humanistic Buddhism. And for us to realize in the Sutra teachings, it actually can be applied in the world instead of just on the books, on the sutras. That's quite meaningful to put Buddhism into people's lives. And this symposium has another meaning. You know, we combine the medicine Buddha and Taiwan's medical experiences together. So again, from sutras, and we turn into again the humanistic Buddhism. We knew that City started as a charity foundation. However, there's a turning point. That was when City entered into the field of medicine. So now we know that the City hospitals and the medical services are known in the whole world. We have professional doctors and services, and also the teachings and determination of Master Zheng Yan and also the followers. Our brothers and sisters, you know, to feel the companions and put them into our practice. In terms of medical professionalism, we know that this medical system, we have the excellent doctors practicing medicine, and also they make excellent presentations, speeches in international medical symposiums. However, in addition to practicing medicine, doctors at City also let us know that actually practice come from Buddhism, and to exert our compassions, and also then working together with our brothers and sisters and to provide medical services at the same time to promote the teachings of Buddhism. And also, today's presentations, book publications, roundtable discussions will be very excellent. I'm sure that we will find them very fruitful. And I would like to sincerely express my appreciation for Master for putting together this symposium, and also CEO Yan, Deputy CEO He. Thank you for your hard works for putting up this symposium, and also all the staff. Thank you very much for your hard work. And also we have our systems here and how important this symposium is to us. And we are blessed. We are blessed to have the opportunity to join this symposium and come together to exchange our views on Buddhism.
All the participants are doing their study at the campus. We thank our host for making such arrangements for the speakers participating at the conference. So once again, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you to the outbreak for your opening remarks. So before we continue with the agenda, we'd like to have a group photo taking. So please remain seated in your seats. And for some of you in the back, probably you have to move a little bit forward, and please follow our staff's instructions. And as pointed out early on, we have this conference was well attended, and so 285 staff members organized this conference together. We'd like to thank them for this event possible. And there will be six keynote addresses and more than a dozen papers, and there will also be conferences for books, the release of the books. And please, for those of you here with us, look at the camera. We're having a group photo taken. Look at the camera, please. Thank you. Thank you all. So you may now return to your seats. Next, we'll begin with the keynote address. We'll begin with the keynote addresses. And please return to your seats. And there will be 3 keynote speeches at this session. Once again, we'd like to thank our staff for assisting. Thank you for facilitating this conference. And for those of you in the audience, feel free to chat with our staff during the break. And without further ado, we'll begin the first session this morning. And the first session will be moderated by the Deputy CEO of Tzu Chi Charity Foundation, Dr. Yu Shen He. Master Chen Yan and all the venerables present with us, please allow me to introduce our speakers to all of you. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Chen. I will introduce him in Mandarin. Professor Chen is currently serving as Professor of Anatomy at Tzu Chi University, and he used to serve as Vice President at Tzu Chi University. And he's also the Director of Medical Simulation Center. And in fact, since 2006, and he was serving as the chairman of the Taiwan's Dissection Association, an anatomy association, and he's been committed to the education of anatomy. And Professor Chen was urged by Master Chen Yan to take on the current post. He gave up his teaching position at National Taiwan University, and he's an expert at anatomy. He also played an instrumental role in the body donation in Taiwan. And the bodies have been donated for medical education, for the training of future doctors. And in September 2008, the Medical Simulation Center was, the construction was completed for the medical center. And Professor Chen describes the Medical Simulation Center as a sanctuary for the ultimate expression of altruism. And more than 30,000 bodies have been donated since the Medical Simulation Center was established. And Professor Chen believed that body donation is a practice of altruistic Buddhism. And he believes that the donor's family will be able to see the respect paid by these aspiring doctors. And in the end, after these students graduate and become doctors, they will become very empathetic in their practices. And Professor
in body preservation. In 2000, under the encouragement of Master Zheng Yan, Professor Zheng proposed a bold and compassionate idea to use an embryon human body donated for clinical training. This initiative was a profound step toward fulfilling the donor's wish to contribute the medical education beyond their lifetime. With this vision, leadership, the Medical Simulation Center was meticulously planned and officially opened in September 2008, marking a new era in medical education. Professor Zheng described the Medical Simulation Center as a sanctuary for the ultimate expression of altruism, a place where the spirit of giving that defines Tzu Chi member continue even after life. Now the donor register over 30,000, 80% of them are Tzu Chi members. Professor Zheng also, his center is far more than just an
可是他
educational
是做翻译的老师，对，所以我们想说他要记名的有没有？如果有的话，我们可以请人回金社去拿这样子的。我就是进去。他在你有在用吗？可是你很重要哎，你很重要。我们需要很清楚的知道说，这个是中文，英文。现在对，英文是哪里？哎，这今天几号？这是英文，这是也是英文。对，要电竞笔电那种，就是我直接插网路线的那种。这个中文是英文，应该是英文。那好，谢谢，不好意思，不认识他。
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like
Good morning, everyone.
and the kind introduction brought along. Okay. I would like to set the point. 我用中文讲好了啊，我要从一个第三者的角度，就是从一个医学教育的工作者的角度来。
So as a teacher in medical education, we realize engaged Buddhism plays a very important role. Why do I say that? Because thanks to my previous experience, whether training to be a doctor or serving as a professor of medical education, a lot of people would say that religion should not interfere with education. However, Tzu Chi has done a great job. We have convinced the general public that religion to play a vital role, an instrumental role in the success of medical education. So next, I would like to introduce to you how engaged Buddhism may contribute to the advancement of medical education. So as you can see, please allow me to provide you with some background information. On this map, you see the upper half. You can see that Taiwan is located in East Asia. And as you can see that Taiwan is situated between two major tectonic plates. And this is where Taiwan is. And if you zoom in on Taiwan, you see this is the map of Taiwan. And due to these tectonic faults, that's why we have very towering mountains in Taiwan. As you can see, Hualien is like a valley between two major mountain ranges, the coastal mountain range. And so this valley is called Hualien Taichung Valley. From the map, you can see that we are surrounded by beautiful landscapes.
So you will see the central mountains, and also we have in the eastern areas of Taiwan, the Qingshuan Yuan'ai. And here, if we look north, and also on this photo, you will see the mountains in the central part of Taiwan, and then also on the right-hand corner, you will see that's this valley, and also I remember that it was in the 1980s that we have the railroad connecting the north part, connecting other cities of Taiwan to Hualien. And actually, just like a recent earthquake, when earthquake hit, and it's possible that there will be a stoppage of the rail transportation. And because Hualien is located in the east side of Taiwan, in terms of resources, actually is less than in other cities in Taiwan. And not until Tzu Chi established the foundations here and provide services here that the Hualien will be able to receive better resources, particularly medical services, and also then we have some Buddhist followers that can come into this area, and also now in the north part of Hualien, then we have a gathering there. And in the year 1966, Master was invited to chair in a Buddhist gatherings there, and that's a small gatherings there. In the year 1966, Master Zheng Yan made her decisions to stay and would like to contribute to this piece of land. So that was in 1966. And then we have a Compassion Relief Foundation established in the year 1972 with the support of other Buddhists and also doctors. Then they provided a free medical service that at the clinics and to treat minor diseases. And Master started to think that he would like to build big hospitals that were quite pioneering thoughts at that time. Particularly, those religious leaders at that time never thought about building hospitals. But from my point of view, I was thinking that the followers of Master, they said, oh, that's not possible. That's not possible. Mission impossible. However, Master Yin Yan insisted on her idea. And in 1986, Hualian Tzu Chi Hospital was established. And then problems follows, Even though we have the hardware, the building of a hospital, we need personnel, we need doctors and nurses. At that time, in Taiwan society, Taiwan trained 1,300 doctors per year, as stipulated by governments, and less than 1% of the graduates from medical schools were willing to come to Hualien. So that was a huge, a severe shortage of doctors here in Hualien. Therefore, Master Zheng Yun had another idea. And actually, we established a school to train nurseries here in Hualien. And now we have 50 medical school students annually from Tzu Chi Medical College. So 50 per year. So we're training doctors here. And because Tzu Chi Hospital or the medical school was founded by religious leaders, therefore, we could say that the Tzu Chi was the first medical school established by a religious group. So that's a pioneering endeavor here in Taiwan. And also Tzu Chi University teamed up with the hospital to support the medical infrastructures and personnel to build the basic infrastructure, particularly to people in the eastern part of Taiwan. So under this condition, then the aim of this medical school is to train caring doctors, and to respond to the needs of the society, to help those in need. So we often ask our trainees of doctors, and which course impressed you the most? They often say that anatomy. So if we look back the history of anatomy, so on history, it is like 400 years ago, 450 years ago, it was developed in Europe. So you can see here, and actually hundreds of years ago, then the body, the sources of the body for the anatomy classes was actually the hanged prisoners, the criminals. Now, after they were hanged, and their body was provided to be the cadaver for anatomy classes for the medical schools. And at a later stage, they didn't have enough supply of bodies. Then that led to the stealing of bodies from the tomb. So a period of time in the history, there was this kind of a behavior to steal the bodies from the tomb. And then the next stage will be the unclaimed body. That is, the bodies were not claimed by anyone. No family members to claim the body home. So those unclaimed bodies. Here in Taiwan, similarly, the unclaimed bodies were used for anatomy training. Many of them were from psychiatric clinics. And anyway, coming back to the teachings of Tzu Chi, we would like to cultivate compassionate and caring doctors. However, I think there is a paradox in anatomy education because we hope that our doctors are caring and compassionate, but in the anatomy class, the cadaver, they're just cadavers like a specimens. So that's quite a paradox, So we would like to de-ritualize this anatomy class. We know that for the general public to accept the idea of body donation, that also has been a long way. For the trainees, for the medical school students, you learn the anatomy and to put those learnings into practice in the future when you are a doctor. Then actually you are having this body on the table of anatomy, the feelings, the thing. If you just treat this cadaver as a cadaver, the hospitals in Tzu Chi, we would like to do it in a different way. And also that will influence the relations between the patient and the doctors. If this is the way we train the doctors, doctor is just a profession, then that will influence the relationship between the patients and doctors in the future. And then in a later time, when there was a doctor in Norway conducting a study about the empathy cultivation in medical education. So not just to cultivate intelligent knowledge, we also need to have humanistic trainings on doctors. This is very important. So you know that during the past 30 years, the science has advanced quickly. And we have this kind of advances in science and technology. And actually learning this is knowledge and skills occupied most of the time of the medical school students. So that comes the problem. Then, we put less time on humanistic training. Therefore, this is one of the issues that we need to face in terms of giving medical education. And also, Tzu Chi would like to change this situation. So we decided that we will use our own way. Even though at that time, Taiwan's medical schools still used unclaimed bodies for training of anatomy, but Tzu Chi insisted on using donated bodies. So this body lying on the table of dissection or anatomy, it's not just a cadaver, it is a person, a deceased person. We would like the students to feel this is the person providing me, training me, and then they are sacrificing themselves. So we call them silent mentor. We have the name here, silent mentor, because they are silent, but actually they are teachers to the medical students. And also they sacrifice their body without expecting anything. So there are the examples of altruism. So altruistic teacher and the silent teachers, and then we call them silent mentors. And then we say that Tzu Chi internally started to promote body donation, and just like our previous speaker said that we
the deputy
many
CEO
Tzu
pointed
Chi
out, many of our volunteers, many
partners,
in
they
our community,
thought
actually
about that they would like
donated
to donate their
their
body
beloved
after
families'
they
bodies
pass away.
for medical research, for medical education. And our students, medical students, interacted with the donor's family, and they gained that understanding of why they decided to donate their own bodies. And many of the families found it hard to see their families' bodies being used for medical education. However, after interacting with these medical students, they felt touched. And so there was very good interaction between the medical students and the donors' families. And these students learn much better why the donation was made, and they respected the bodies very much. And when the anatomy course was completed, there will be a ceremony. And this ceremony is held in honor of the donor. And as pointed out by Master Zheng Yan, she is not a medical expert. However, she hopes that medical education, or to be more specific, the anatomy education can console the spirit of the donor. And also the donor's families can rest assured that their beloved ones' bodies will be well treated, will be well respected. And so we believe that Master Zheng Yan has honored her master to ensure that our practice here at Tzu Chi is altruistic. And so body donation is an excellent act of altruistic practice. And these donors make their bodies useful for those of us in the world. And in fact, many people in our community, many volunteers, they are happy, more than happy, to donate their bodies because they want to be altruistic. And in fact, now we have received more that, about body donation actually outstrips the demand. And in fact, we have to say no to those who would like to donate their beloved family's bodies. They want to give. However, we can't take more than we need. And so in conclusion, as you can see, our students at Tzu Chi University, in fact, their anatomy course begins in September. And before the course begins during the summer, they interact with donors' families. They learned about the donor, what he or she was like when they were alive. And these students would chronicle the donor's life briefly, and they even made posters. And these posters would be on display outside the classroom. And when the course begins, these students share with what they learned about the donors. And later there would be a ceremony. We call it an initiation ceremony. And we initiate this, that's how we initiate the anatomy course. And before students start dissecting the body, and these beloved, the donors' families would have a chance to say final goodbye to their beloved ones. And this is a feature of the anatomy course. In fact, our students are well inspired by the anatomy course, and they complete the course by the end of the semester. And as a matter of fact, the anatomy course usually leaves a mess behind by the end of the course. However, at our university, the last week of the course, our students actually restore the organs and they suture the skin of the donors, who they refer to as silent teachers, silent mentors. And so they ensure that the dead body is clean and tidy, and they even put the dead body in the coffin respectfully. And in the end, the dead bodies will be cremated, and the ashes will be put in an urn, and they will also be held at the memorial hall on campus. And they will, so at the end of the course, there's also a ceremony, a memorial ceremony dedicated to the donors. And so, as I said, these donors' ashes, some of their ashes are placed in the urns, and the urns are kept in the memorial hall, and their spirits will be remembered. I'm going to show you a video from which you will learn how we conduct these ceremonies, how our students learn about how they learn anatomy. Thank you.
听你的笑声，如菩萨化身，无言无畏，付出只为众生，无忧无求，拓宽价值人生。你数落的举身，坚定的眼神，走遍天涯，留下爱的见证，欢喜感人，写下亮丽的人生。平庸大慈大悲，精神富足，宁用大喜，精神温暖人间，宁用大舍，精神来圆满这一生。人间菩萨送灵去，福缘欢喜，见我。因为我们明天要大体就是仪式老师要火化，所以先帮老师准备一个比较干净舒适的环境，让他走完最后一程。有很多事情是大体老师为我们做的，可是我们没有办法还给老师那样子的感谢的，这只是一个方式而已。
应该这么做，如果全国的大学都像这样禁止教育的话，哦，社会就不会那么的乱。希望你心愿古来，来打拼咱的未来。
放弃日，咱的故乡到底，搁一遍，搁一遍，唱出心内的话。唱出心内。
缘起说，人往生以后，无论火化或者土葬，到后来都没有了。我年纪还小，对社会还没有做出什么贡献。如果有一天我走了，我要将我的大体捐赠出来，让医学生做研究，看能不能对以后生这种病的人有所帮助。亲爱的孩子，从没离开，我活在心中。
其实刚刚有一位14岁的大体老师，他的家属，他分享了他的部分。因为我昨天刚好是过21岁生日，对，那我那时候听的时候，我就想，当7年前如果我是14岁的时候，我可能也是一个国2生，那我的生活比较单纯，就纯粹就是念书，然后顶多参加一些活动。可是，林老师他14岁往生，可是他却能够用很成熟的态度、很成熟的想法，他愿意追求他的大体。那我觉得这真的很伟大。
那今天有这样子，有5位学生，还有师姑师婆陪同我送爸爸的话，我觉得他当初可能是设想到说，他不愿意让我一个人孤单去面对他的人生最后的毕业典礼，所以他今天才设下这样一个布局给我，让我觉得说我走得很安心，我走得并不孤独，我一直很感恩爸爸，还有这5位同学，还有师姑师婆一直陪在我的身边。那有时候也会打电话或是 call in 他们，问他们最近的状况好不好，还有问他他相对的学生们会回馈给我说，迪姐最近天气冷了记得要多加一些暖阴在身上。人间菩萨生命去，不愿欢喜。
好，那这个就是大概影片的内容。那从这个影片的内容，您大概可以也看到这种 companionship 这种陪伴啊，事实上是一个
companionship we created for the donor's family, and it's somehow similar to chaplaincy. And so there's not much verbal communication, but this is how we show we care. And in the interest of time, I'm going to introduce to you how we promoted, how we advocated the system of body donation. And in fact, we received a lot of donations. And so we try to work out a system, and we set up the simulation medicine center. And we also developed a lot of technologies. And this is these are the photos of our simulation medical center. And it's been more than 20 years since the center started running. And you could see the medical center is well equipped, very similar to the operation rooms. And we have 8 sets of equipment. And there's also life supports. There's also some supporting facilities. And so we have the state-of-the-art equipment. We also have these X-ray machines. And this is our students, the photo of our students undertaking the training. And this is, we simulate how surgery is undertaken at the real hospital. And this is the advanced course. And this is for specialty doctors, for urologists. And we also, in the past couple of years, we also worked on pain intervention. We know that the final stage of one's life some patients have to endure a lot of pains. And so we have to develop technologies to alleviate the pains of our patients. And so we use advanced technology, very high-tech X-ray machines to facilitate the surgery. And so far, we've had launched 9 simulation of surgeries. And so the bodies donated to Tzu Chi University were actually make good use of. And so we can guarantee the donors' families that their families' dead bodies are well treated, well respected, and they can feel assured that we will not abuse the bodies. And you can see Tzu Chi University has been well acknowledged by the general public in Taiwan, and that's how we can succeed in the donation.
So at the beginning and the end of a class, we will express our appreciation to the mentor. And also we will ask them to express their feelings, their feedbacks, and also their interactions with the family members. So actually there's a linkage, mental linkage with this diseased and the students and the family members. So they were talked about on their reflections and transformation. This is about altruism. And lastly, a last point I would like to share was a very special point about Tzu Chi. You know, only Tzu Chi, we have this preservation and also, and we have this, the different areas. These are the names of the donor and the time they were sent to Tzu Chi. Actually, the day they, usually it's a disease, the day they were sent to Tzu Chi. And then we have the wooden window here, and then here we have the quilt, and this is more scientific. Then you will not be able to see the body lying on the bed because we have the curtain here. And also for the family members, they will see the names. And then also they will remember the days when the mentor, the silent mentor was still alive. So we have this glass of glass windows for them to see. So, and also they had a very transparent and very trust relationship with us. Every time I will be able to go back to see, and even though they will not be able to touch, but they can see. So this is what I say, that in terms of medical education, traditional, this is not the way they did it. And because Tzu Chi was established by religious leaders, therefore we did it this way. And usually we heard a round of applause from the floor when they knew what we are doing this here. And we have a reporter in Johnson, international newspaper, and on Wall Street Journal, April 22nd, 2009. He wrote an article here. Even the Wall Street Journal is an economic or finance report newspapers, but actually their readers, many of them are doctors. And Peter Cross and the professor of psychology came here to our university to see what we do here. They, you know, evidence-based medicine came from the Western and then came to the East. And now what we did here, and then it was spread to the Western. So for Tzu Chi to practice humanistic medicine, to present this way, and then this is being confirmed by many people in around the world, from around the world. Thank you very much for listening. And I know that I exceeded a couple of minutes. Sorry about that. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much, Professor Zheng Guofan, in terms of the body donation. And so I didn't own my body, and I put my body. Actually, I let my love remain in the society, in the world. And now we would like to invite our second presenter, Dr. Monica Sanford. He joined the Divinity School of Harvard University and also was assistant dean. And before that, she worked in Rochester Tech College. These were also the two leading universities. And professor is one of the first full-trained Buddhist practical theologians in the United States. She has earned her PhD in practical theologies from Clemens School of Theology, and also she is an ordained Buddhist lay minister in the Chan lineage and trained as a Buddhist chaplain. Her recent book, The Buddhist Model of Spiritual Care, was published in January 2021, which is the first textbook of Buddhist chaplains. And also, now I switch to English introduction.
Where she became one of the only two Buddhists in North America to lead the multi-religious life department at the college or university. Dr. Sanford is one of the first full-trained Buddhist practical theologian in the United States. Having earned her PhD in practical theology from Clemens College, Stanford also holds master's degree from University of West. Dr. Sanford is an ordained Buddhist lay minister in the Chan lineage and trained as a Buddhist chaplain. Her recent book, Kalinaya Mitra, a Buddhist model for spiritual care, is the first textbook for Buddhist chaplains. And today, her topic about endless Dharma gate, Buddhist healthcare chaplaincy in the United States. There's a warm welcome, Dr. Monica Sanford.
Good morning. So before I begin, I'd like to thank the organizers of the Yin Shun conference and our hosts at Tzu Chi, particularly Dharma Master Yin, Dr. He, and all of the volunteers who've helped organize these events. Thank you all for listening to my presentation, and I welcome your questions and your thoughts during our tea breaks and lunch. So to begin, please join me in imagining yourself as a hospital chaplain, even if you don't know quite what that is yet. Imagine yourself entering a patient's room in an intensive care unit in a large urban hospital. There is an elderly woman on the bed. According to the medical team, she suffered a severe stroke, is now on life support, and is expected to pass soon. There is no medical treatment that can change this. Her adult children, a son and daughter, along with their spouses and children, are there with her. And when you arrive, they greet you with a mixture of frantic anxiety and relief. They ask you to pray with them. You do, and then you stay to talk. The daughter says they are praying for a miracle, that her mom is going to get through this and recover, which you know will not happen. Tell me about your mom, you ask them. Who was she? The daughter shares stories about her mother from when she was younger. The son chimes in occasionally and speaks more about their mother in her recent years. You notice that church was very important to the mother, and the children agree. You then ask, what did she believe would happen after death? Oh, she had a very strong faith, the daughter shares. She never worried or was afraid of death, even after Dad died. She said she missed him, but she wasn't really sad. The daughter sounds a little puzzled as she says this, and the son nods again. She knew she would be reunited with him in heaven. She has a strong faith in God. You talk to them about how they understand God, heaven, the role of faith, and what their mother might want at the end of her life. The daughter insists they are praying for a miracle for their mother to recover and asks you to pray with them. You agree to pray with them, but suggest that even though we want mom to get better, sometimes the miracle is mom being with God. The son and daughter are quiet after you say that, so you begin the prayer, and when the prayer is done, you say goodbye. The next day, the daughter suddenly calls out to you in the hallway. She seems much calmer than she had been the day before. She says that the miracle of her being with God. She's lived a good life, give her to God. Will you come pray with us again? You gladly agree to come pray with them. Thank you for imagining this situation with me, but it is not an imaginary scenario at all. This case was shared with me by a chaplain I interviewed in 2017. It happened to them during their day at the hospital. You may never know by what I have shared that the chaplain in this situation is a Buddhist, and the patient and her family are evangelical Christians. Nevertheless, the Buddhist chaplain prayed with them, discussed their religious faith with them, and helped them make sense of their situation in light of that faith. That included helping them make medical decisions congruent with their most deeply held values. This is a brief glimpse into the work that chaplains do in healthcare settings all across America. This paper has three particular goals: to briefly but persuasively make the case for the inclusion of chaplains as members of the medical team and the provision of spiritual care in healthcare settings, to describe the growing role of Buddhist healthcare chaplains in the United States, and to discuss how chaplaincy as a vocation is congruent with Buddhist practice and doctrine as one more among the endless Dharma gates referenced in the title of this paper. If you'd like to know more about who I am and what I do, I refer you to my website listed on the slide here. In brief, I'm a Buddhist chaplain myself and serve as the Assistant Dean for Multi-Religious Ministry and an instructor in ministry studies, and the chair of the Buddhist Ministry Initiative at Harvard Divinity School. I conduct qualitative research with Buddhist chaplains working in North America via interviews, surveys, and written submissions, and I write and teach on these topics. Much of what I'll present today is based on that firsthand research. Recent studies provide strong evidence for the importance of chaplains as integral members of the medical team. Perhaps the most comprehensive and persuasive evidence is a 2022 article entitled "Spirituality in Serious Illness and Health," published in the Journal of the American Medical Association by colleagues at Harvard. This meta-analysis exhaustively reviewed the evidence from over 8,000 published studies on the role of spirituality for those facing serious illness, and found that there was strong evidence to support the following recommendations. 1, incorporate spiritual care for patients with serious illness. 2, incorporate spiritual care education into training interdisciplinary teams caring for persons with serious illness. And 3, include specialty practitioners of spiritual care in care of patients with serious illness. In other words, chaplains, as specialty practitioners of spiritual care, support patients facing serious illness and injury in unique and essential ways. They also support and educate the interdisciplinary care team, and according to the authors, these recommendations are, quote, based on the highest quality evidence available and expert consensus, end quote. Spiritual care supports patients with serious illness as well as their families. A 2010 paper examined the role of spiritual care in over 300 patients with advanced terminal cancer to see if it affected their medical care and their quality of life in the dying process. Spiritual care improved quality of life and increased the likelihood that patients would receive hospice care at the end of their life, rather than pursuing aggressive, painful, and ultimately futile medical treatments. At the end of life, patients ranked religious or spiritual concerns as the second most important issue after their oncologist's prognosis in their treatment choices. The team noted that a patient's choice to pursue aggressive medical care can be linked to unresolved spiritual issues. Assisting patients in resolving those issues through the provision of spiritual care can lead to medical decisions more likely to ensure better quality of life through the end of life. Chaplains also provide spiritual care to the patient's family, both during and after medical treatment. In 2014, a team studied the effects of chaplains on the families of almost 500 patients who died in the intensive care unit. Chaplains assisted with discussions of the patient's wishes at the end of life, reminisced about the patient, discussed family member feelings, facilitated family conferences for decision-making, and provided spiritual interventions such as prayer and ritual. These activities increased family satisfaction with ICU care in general and decision-making in the ICU specifically. Chaplains, of course, support patients and families dealing with many issues, from a broken leg to diabetes to mental health concerns, not only at the end of life. But these articles are particularly salient because they demonstrate the efficacy of spiritual care at the most stressful circumstances. As a result, medical practitioners reached a consensus through a series of conferences from 2009 to 2013 on, quote, a set of standards and recommended strategies for integrating spiritual care across the entire healthcare spectrum, not just in palliative care. They concluded that spiritual care is a fundamental component of high-quality, compassionate healthcare. These standards strongly emphasize the need for spiritual care professionals, such as trained chaplains, as part of the interprofessional team. Chaplains are necessary because American physicians, nurses, and other medical staff reported numerous barriers in providing spiritual care themselves, including lack of time, lack of private space, power inequity with the patient, and the perception that providing spiritual care was not my professional role. Inadequate training in spiritual care was the third most recognized barrier. Nor is it realistic to expect American medical staff to receive the years of training necessary to become spiritual care professionals on top of their medical expertise. I want to note that after visiting several wards in 2 of the Tsuchi hospitals over the last few days, I suspect that Tsuchi medical staff are not experiencing the same barriers to the same levels as American medical staff in this paper.
的这些医师在报告当中所提到的这些医师所面临的挑战是不一样的。那我们如果进一步的去比较美国和台湾，我觉得美国的这些医院其实可以从台湾的慈济的做法呢学习到非常的很多。我们这里可以看得到，目前有许多的证据可以显示，其实宗教师对即使说就算是身体的治疗没有产生效果，至少对心理的效果其实是非常的重要的。
In the United States, chaplaincy has existed since at least the mid-18th century and been embedded in healthcare institutions since the early 20th century. Initially, chaplaincy was a Christian vocation taken up by ordained Protestant ministers and Catholic priests. However, by the end of the 20th century, in response to increasing religious diversity, chaplaincy has become a fully multi-religious and inter-religious profession, employing both ordained clergy and specially trained lay people. Reverend Madeline Coe Bastis, a Zen priest, was the first Buddhist to receive board certification from the Association of Professional Chaplains in 1997. Board certification, the highest credential of chaplains in the U.S., means that Reverend Bastis received an advanced education in spiritual care and practiced thousands of hours of spiritual care during clinical work with patients experiencing cancer, AIDS, and Alzheimer's disease. There is a spectrum of professionalization amongst Buddhists serving as chaplains in various healthcare settings. Hospitals tend to be the most professionalized, so I'm going to describe the standards of education and training expected of a full-time staff chaplain. What follows is the complete training that professional chaplains, myself included, receive. Chaplaincy training in the United States typically involves an accredited 3-year Master of Divinity degree or its equivalent. The MDiv degree covers study in 4 areas: religious heritage, cultural context, personal and spiritual formation, and religious and public leadership. For chaplains, this typically involves multiple courses in spiritual care, which is not only a professional practice, but also an academic specialization of faculty experts. The first MDiv degree specifically for Buddhists was offered in 2001 And there are now more than a dozen institutions offering this training for Buddhists, including several high-quality non-accredited degree and certificate programs. You can see a full listing in the footnotes of my paper, which I hope will be published. About a third of the chaplains in healthcare complete the accredited MDiv, and another third complete a non-accredited program. Chaplains also complete clinical pastoral education, or CPE, which is a supervised field internship, usually in a hospital, which is every bit as rigorous, maybe more so, than the academic programs, and often far more emotionally and spiritually demanding. Most, close to 80% of Buddhist chaplains complete at least one CPE unit, which requires 300 hours of clinical work directly serving patients, families, and medical staff, and 100 hours of education in the form of clinical case presentations, didactics, interpersonal process groups, and one-on-one consultations with their educator. Board certification requires a completion of a minimum of 4 units of CPE, usually over the course of a year. After completing their academic studies and clinical training, chaplains seeking board certification through the Association for Professional Chaplains must complete a series of essays documenting their mastery of 29 competencies in 4 areas listed on the slide, and abide by the Common Code of Ethics, which includes 52 principles in 7 areas. And examples of the competencies and principles can be found in the footnotes of my paper, or just they can be found online. They're easy to locate. Chaplains truly are experts in spiritual care, and this level of expertise is not easily replicated by one or even several courses added to an already packed medical curriculum. This description does not fully capture the extent to which the chaplain's ability to provide spiritual care is predicated on a deep, long-term, and ongoing spiritual practice of their own, rooted in an altruistic motivation to serve others. I'll say more about this in my next section. But for now, let us turn to what these chaplains do on a daily basis. Every day, chaplains may be found in any or all of the hospital departments, from the emergency room to the oncology clinics to the morgue. This includes on-call overnights and weekend shifts, when a chaplain may sleep at the hospital so they can be paged for urgent visits, usually involving a birth or a death. They may be assigned to a particular floor or a unit for a day, where they will make rounds, starting with the patients and families who've requested a chaplain visit, then on to those who the medical staff has referred, and then going room to see everyone. They also care for the medical staff, providing spiritual care to a nurse crying in a corridor or a doctor who feels overwhelmed. Visits rely on spiritual care skills, including listening, witnessing, and offering ministry of presence, discussion of religious, spiritual, ethical, existential, and philosophic concerns based on their interreligious training and multi-religious literacy, helping patients and families discern their values and make decisions congruent with those values, and consulting with the medical team when religious prescriptions and proscriptions, such as diet or gender contact, affect their medical care. To illustrate this kind of work, let me provide another case example. Imagine yourself again as a chaplain, this time working in a long-term rehabilitation hospital, where patients receive weeks of healing and physical therapy after severe accidents. You're caring for a young man in his early 20s who has been in a horrific vehicle accident caused by drunk driving. He suffered many broken bones and internal organ damage. The young man is caught in a cycle of fear and hope regarding his life once he leaves the hospital. His mother is disabled and his father is in prison. He joined a gang at an early age. He realizes that his life needs to change, or he will die like many of his friends or end up in prison like his father. But he's uncertain how this can happen given what his life is like and who he is surrounded by outside of the hospital. He considers himself nominally religious, mostly due to his deceased grandparents' religious practices when he was a child. He keeps saying things like, man, something's got to change, but then follows it with, but I don't know how. This is the 3rd time you visited this young man and the 3rd time he said this. But this is the first time he's talked to you about what he personally thinks about religion, spirituality, or ethics. You ask the young man what he wants his life to be like. By imagining it, the man becomes excited about a better future and more determined to make changes. While his religious beliefs don't play much role in this future life, he does see how people with a deep ethical intention, religious or otherwise, keep themselves away from trouble. Together, you begin to explore his ethical intentions, help him develop hope in a different kind of future, identify role models, and brainstorm strategies he can use when he is released. Later, you hear from the medical team that he's putting more effort into his physical therapy, and he's asked a social worker to help him connect with supportive resources in the community. Spiritual care encounters like this take up most of the hospital chaplain's time. They also have other duties, some of which are listed on this slide with very small font. Chaplains take part in rounds to discuss specific immediate patient care needs and grand rounds to review cases with the entire medical staff for educational purposes. From this description, it may be difficult to discern how exactly spiritual care takes place and by what mechanism it facilitates healing. Reverend Trudy Jinpu Hurst was the third Buddhist chaplain to be board certified by the APC in the year 2000 and the first Buddhist ACPE certified educator. Hurst describes how, quote, patients will ask each of us to see them, to hear them, and if possible, to step into their suffering so that we might be able to feel them. Chaplains describe how the act of witnessing a patient in their full humanity and full suffering can be profoundly healing. Dharma teacher Willem Miller goes on to share that to witness is very different from simply teaching the Dharma. To witness in this way involves unconditional compassion and loving kindness for those in our care. In a conversation with a group of Buddhist CPE educators in July of this year, I asked them what they felt was the greatest benefit they provided to those in their care. Many chaplains expressed the benefit of being present in a way that calmly witnessed the suffering and distress of the care seeker without compounding it with their own distress, judgment, or agenda. By not being afraid to face the patient's suffering, they help patients and families be present to their own needs and craft meaningful lives in the face of that suffering. To learn more about who these chaplains are, I refer you to a survey my colleagues and I conducted in 2020 and 2021 that identified 425 Buddhist chaplains practicing in North America and asked them about their Buddhist identity, education, credentials, employment, and demographics. Healthcare is the largest employment sector for Buddhist chaplains, with at least 194 Buddhist chaplains, likely there are many more, working in hospitals, nursing facilities, treatment clinics, hospices, and mental health centers. In healthcare, 70% are employed by the institution, meaning the hospital or the hospice, and the remainder work as volunteers. 2/3 of those who are employed work full-time, including on-call, nights and weekends, and the remainder work part-time or per diem. I recommend reading the full report or watching the associated webinar for more information. I share these statistics to demonstrate that in the US, a country where Buddhists make up less than 1% of the population, there are at least 200 professional Buddhist healthcare chaplains currently serving a religiously plural population. Indeed, many Buddhist chaplains anecdotally report that they are in demand, not only because they bring a new perspective to the spiritual care team, but because their colleagues and supervisors report that they seem to have a superior quality of presence and a knack for supporting the quarter of the US population that now reports itself as having no religion. We can see them as a proof of concept that Buddhist chaplaincy is effective in healthcare settings. Buddhism has in its global expansion continuously adapted to the contexts and cultures where it is planted. We can see this illustrated quite clearly by looking around the room, including this one, of any global gathering of Buddhists at the rainbow colors of monastic robes. Social structures in ancient northern India supported the lifestyle of itinerant ascetics even before the Buddha founded his Sangha. Buddhism has subsequently adapted to various social structures as it has traveled throughout Asia and now reached every corner of the globe. Chaplaincy is another example of this continuous adaptation. Modern chaplains see their spiritual care work as a natural extension of the Buddhist practice. While professional chaplaincy originated in Christian nations, Buddhists have also been providing spiritual care to one another for thousands of years. Hirsch cites Shakyamuni Buddha himself as the first example of a Buddhist chaplain, noting how his encounters with illness and death catalyzed his spiritual quest and how, after his enlightenment, he cared for sick monks and instructed his followers to do likewise. This work is both very old and very new at the same time. Buddhists in the US, motivated by compassion and wisdom, see chaplaincy as a natural path to practice. First, chaplains address the suffering of the world. Chaplain Mark Powers writes about how the death of his Buddhist teacher inspired him to pursue a vocation of existential honesty that would integrate my own spiritual training with his work. Through chaplaincy, Buddhists learn how to pay attention to suffering, notice its qualities, stay with suffering even in extreme circumstances, work to compassionately alleviate suffering even when we can't fix its causes, balance suffering with experiences of joy and love, and finally practice non-attachment and letting go of suffering. One chaplain told me that my Buddhist path of practice and education was borne out within the walls of the hospital, where suffering, death, interdependence, and compassion are obvious and urgent. My Buddhist training helped me be within the crucible of suffering, enabling me to sit with families and staff to meet sorrow with tender-hearted openness. Moreover, chaplaincy is a limitless Dharma gate, wherein we encounter the Buddhist principles of suffering, impermanence, and non-self in the patients, families, and medical staff they serve. Sorry. Chaplaincy, when practiced at its best, is part of the spiritual path because it helps transcend one's preoccupation with oneself and pursue liberation from suffering for all beings. One chaplain told me that with a Buddhist chaplaincy training, I was able to understand the Dharma principles more deeply. By walking with care seekers, chaplains gain far more experience in the specificity and complexity of human suffering than they ever could from their singular experience. When accompanying care seekers, Buddhist chaplains both experience a sense of selflessness and also observe the non-self nature of the care seekers they accompany, experiencing their own Buddha nature and seeing the Buddha nature of others, thus progressing on their path while doing good work in the world. In conclusion, my limited understanding of the Tsuchi Dharma path leads me to believe that what these chaplains tell me about their practices of spiritual care is consistent with Venerable Master Ching Yen's teachings. And if it's not, I trust you to instruct me. In the opening chapter of the Buddhist Renaissance, based on the talk Master Ching Yen delivered in 2016, she described how infinite Dharma methods readily appear in front of her Tsuchi followers, just as chaplains understand spiritual care as one among many endless Dharma gates. Master Ching Yen exhorts those on the Tsuchi Dharma path to go among the people and for the sake of suffering sentient beings, not only to benefit others, but also to accomplish one's own wisdom. Chaplaincy as a profession is founded on the principle of going where people are suffering, rather than waiting for suffering people to find them. This is why chaplains work in places where stress and suffering is the greatest, including hospitals, hospices, and other healthcare centers. Master Ching Yen instructs followers to become a safe, stable, and joyful refuge to all sentient beings, and chaplains serve as just such a refuge for those in their care. Many chaplains take the Bodhisattva as their role model and strive to be the living Bodhisattvas that Master Ching Yen describes. Though my knowledge of the Tsuchi Dharma path is only beginning to grow, I believe the work of chaplaincy is congruent with this path. I thank the conference organizers. I welcome your thoughts and questions. You can contact me, my email's on the screen, or you can come see me during the breaks with your thoughts and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanford. Dr. Sanford 昨天跟上人的
Yesterday, in her sharing with Master, chaplain is working in the sufferings instead of in temple, in hospitals, actually many places, including prisons. Actually, this speech spirits is the same as Tzu Ji partners, the same spirit that we go to the places with people suffering. And that during the COVID-19, we know that when people are trying to escape from death, actually during that time, that only chaplains try to run to death instead of escape from death. So once again, we would like to thank Doctor for your excellent presentation. Our next speaker, Professor William McGraw. He is the Robert Ho Family Foundation Assistant Professor of Buddhist Studies at the NYU. His research interests include Buddhism in East and Central Asia, Tibetan and the Chinese medical tradition. He recently published a book. I actually co-edited the volume History of Tibet, Essays in Honor of Leonard van der Kujib. This book was published in 2023.
W.J. van der Kuyp. So his presentation today is about once and the future plague, widespread disease and healthcare in the Buddhist mainstream of Imperial Tibet and Central Asia. Let's welcome Professor William McGraw.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Dr. He for inviting me.
Coming to Hualien and coming to Tzu Ji, so I'm really just honored to be here. I'd also like to thank Dr. Tseng and Dr. Sanford for getting us started. I really found the previous presentations very inspiring, and it's a nice way to connect to my perhaps somewhat more boring and academic presentation. I'd also like to thank Andrew for taking care of me. I was going over a Chengyu with him, Hao Zhuan Yinyu. So I'd like to offer my very humble presentation and perhaps attract some wisdom. I already have attracted some wisdom from all of you, some jade, as the Chengyu says. So I've already learned a lot, and I look forward to learning more. I'd like to start with just a memory of the not so distant past. COVID-19, I think many of us perhaps have already returned to our normal lives and forgotten really the very difficult several years, starting in 2020, at least for many of us. My colleague Pierre Salguero wrote a kind of a popular article about Buddhist responses to the coronavirus. This was relatively early on. And it's a nice overview of different Buddhist communities and the way that they responded to this disaster in Thailand, in Japan, in Tibet, in the Himalayas. Across all of these traditions, there are different ways that people, we could say Buddhist specialist members of the Buddhist Sangha, protected themselves and protected their communities. I also wanted to share this picture. This is from New York, which is where I am from. And Tzu Ji members were donating PPE at a time when protective equipment was really quite difficult to get. Tzu Chi found a way to donate PPE, as you can see, in April 2020, very early on in the pandemic. And this is when Queens was, as we say, the epicenter of the epicenter, when things were really quite dire. I was in New York at this time, and it was scary. You could hear the ambulances going by. Even simple things like flour to make bread was hard to get. And of course, all the shops were closed. So to have Tzu Chi volunteers coming and helping everybody was really quite remarkable. You might also see in Salguero's title here, the answer is not just meditation. I think this speaks to a tension within the relationship between Buddhism and medicine that I would like to speak to today. On the one side, within Buddhist teachings, again, as you all know, impermanence is a very important Buddhist idea, right? Meditating on the impermanence of one's own life, on even the impermanence of one's own community. These are central Buddhist teachings that the Buddha taught, we could say, from the very beginning, whenever that might have been. On the other hand, as these examples show, meditating on impermanence is not the only way to respond to disasters and widespread diseases like COVID-19. So many Buddhist communities, Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana, act to protect themselves, act to heal the sick. And so again, there's something of a, at least at first glance, something of a contradiction here between learning to accept impermanence, we could say, and learning to preserve health and prolong life. So again, my talk is rather academic. I will try to keep it as interesting as I can, really just by telling some stories. These stories are focusing on old books that were found in the deserts of Central Asia, present day Xinjiang and Gansu. A lot of the stories actually take place in the Taklamakan Desert in present day Xinjiang. But perhaps, you know, Dunhuang is where a lot of these texts were found. I'll be focusing on Tibetan language texts, and because that's what the language I do most of my research in. But most of these also exist in Chinese too. So I'll try my best to make it clear the relationship between all of these sources. Again, the main point is the story. There's a story that I'm calling the Kaushambi story, which begins during the life of the Buddha. There's one of his disciples called Chandragarbha Yuezang, who asks the Buddha about the end of the Buddhist doctrine. And so this is a very famous idea. I'm sure most of you already know, there's this idea of the 3 times, the Zheng Fa, so the true doctrine, and then there's the Xiang Fa, which is the semblance of the true doctrine, followed by the Mo Fa, right, which is this end of the true doctrine. And so the Buddha in this scripture, this Chandragarbha Sutra, predicts that 2,000 years after his passing, there will be this, for 2,000 years after his passing, there will be this semblance of the true Dharma, period. And then after 2,000 years, Buddhism will disappear. Something in this paper I'm calling the Buddhist order will disappear. So that's the Buddhist community, many members of which are here today, as well as the Buddhist teachings that they hold. So it's really quite a dire prediction. For the final 500 years, there are many diseases that will spread. There will be political disorder. There will be violence in kind of a cyclical fashion as well. So the more violence that comes means the more persecution of the Buddhist order, which will result in more misfortune, and catastrophes just build upon catastrophes until, again, Buddhism finally disappears from the world. We might think, what practices are associated with these stories? What is the point, we might ask? And this is my suggestion here. It's not totally obvious from the stories themselves. One idea is quite simple, is to practice morality. There's a sense that widespread diseases result from immorality. And perhaps you heard similar such ideas during COVID, that it's our misbehaviors, maybe our greed, our exploitation of the earth, the way we treat animals. That is why we are all getting sick. That's one idea. The other also maybe is quite clear, is that especially kings and powerful people should continue to support the Buddhist order, right? Support monks and nuns. And again, coming to Taiwan, we find really quite a wonderful model for this type of support. So it's very interesting to give this talk here. But finally, there is a sense of impermanence, right? This is a story where the Buddha is predicting the end of Buddhism. It is a meditation on impermanence, and I think that's also unavoidable. So there's some sense of what we can do to continue the presence of Buddhism in this world, to allow Buddhism to continue to be present in this world. However, there's also a sense that this cannot go on forever. Okay, how are we doing so far? I know the break is coming. You're probably all very tired. I only have a few more ancient texts for you, don't worry. So this one is a retelling of this Kaushambi story, also written in Tibetan. The first one was translated into Tibetan. This one was probably composed in Tibetan. It's talking about Khotan. Perhaps the translators who are translating right now might not even know where this is. This is Hetian in southern Xinjiang, or in the old days it'd be called Yutian. It's not a particularly well-known place. There are not Buddhists there anymore, as far as I know. But it used to be a very important place for the history of Buddhism, for Buddhism in China, for the greater vehicle Buddhism that, people like Xuanzang risked his life to go retrieve. It's a very interesting place in Chinese Buddhist history and in Tibetan Buddhist history as well. And so here's a Tibetan text, again, written in Tibetan, but written about Khotan. It's also in Chinese as well. And so I can give you these equivalents of place names and people names. It's a very interesting text for that reason too. I'll get to the sort of new parts of the story. Here's that same text in Chinese. The Buddhists are being persecuted, just like the Chandragarbha Sutra said. They all eventually go to this place, the land of the red-faced ones, which most people just equate with Tibet. There's a little more nuance to that, but I won't get into it today. Chimian, it's a very interesting name as well. There's a Chinese queen in this land of the red-faced ones who has a large pustule on her chest. That's what the Tibetan says. Chinese, it says something more like a chuang. And so she dies with this pustule on her chest, and all of the aristocracy in this land of the red-faced ones blame the foreign monks. They say it's their fault. It's because they are here. That's why everybody's dying. We need to kick them out. And of course, the king agrees, and all of the monks and nuns are banished from this land of the red-faced ones. And it ends the same way that the previous version of the Kaushambi story ends, with the disappearance of Buddhism from this world. Now there's one, here's the Chinese telling. This was translated by Fa Cheng in the 9th century, toward the end of the Tibetan Empire. It's actually, we can date it very precisely to around the year 850 or so. And anyways, I'll allow you to look it over if you can read Chinese, and you can see what this sort of ancient translation, how they tell the same story that I'm telling you here. As you can see, Shimian Guo Wang, and the story of the princess and everything else. But let's keep going. We only have a few minutes left. So one more story for you. This one, rather than being a prediction of the future disappearance of Buddhism, is a history. That's the way it presents itself. This only exists in Tibetan. It only exists in this one manuscript. It's very precious because of that. It was never put into the Tibetan canons, the what's it called in Chinese? Dazangjing. So the Tibetan canons do not have this text. It's quite rare. And it's signed by a Khotanese master, Master Morgudeshi, and which is perhaps a Tibetan rendering of a Sanskrit word, basically describing him as this teacher. It's a common title in Khotan from this period. Now, rather than the red-faced ones, we have Tibet. It's called Pe. There's references to China. There's references to Uyghurs. But the story is quite similar. The Chinese queen dies now with a black pustule at her heart, Drumna. The monks and nuns are blamed once again. They're forced to leave Tibet. And there even is a description of the disappearance of the true doctrine at Kaushambi. However, this text has instructions for protecting Buddhism, even though, just like the others, it is predicting the end of Buddhism. We find some references to the Lotus Sutra. In the image here, you can see an old Tibetan translation of the Lotus Sutra that was made from Khotanese. And so, as I said a moment ago, Khotan has been an important place for the early history of Buddhism in Asia more in general, but especially Central Asia. Here's direct evidence of that. There are pictures of lotuses. I love these sort of drawings on the side, as well as in the corner, you can see an image of a stupa, right? A reliquary, Chinese, what it would be called ta, right? And so within the Lotus Sutra, there are even instructions for protecting communities and protecting the Buddhist community by reciting either the name of the Lotus Sutra or the text itself. And we find similar instructions in the religious history of Khotan as well. So places where there's illness and disease and famines and strife and violence and all of these things, people should recite the Lotus Sutra. And indeed, Avalokiteshvara in chapter 24 is a very famous chapter, and there's evidence that this was also a very popular chapter at Dunhuang. There are, we could say, incantations for protection and many other techniques as well. And so here in this religious history of Khotan, there are instructions for protecting communities, for building stupas, and for finding ways to preserve Buddhism in this world. So by way of conclusion, we find across these Kaushambi stories this same tension, right? The same tension that I mentioned toward the beginning of the talk, a recognition that the Buddhist order must come to an end, that I hate to put it this way, but that life must come to an end at some point. Within this prophecy of the Khotanese Arhat, this is in the language of the Xiangfa, right? The semblance of the true doctrine and the end of the Buddhist order at Kaushambi. In the religious history of Khotan, that same recognition comes, but then along with it are also methods to preserve Buddhism. And so this is something I would like to offer to all of us, to the group, that this is a central tension within Buddhist medicine, or engagements between Buddhism and medicine, is recognizing impermanence on the one hand, by seeing death. Again, Dr. Tsung's presentation, the video he showed us was very moving. This looking at death with very open eyes, however, at the same time, finding ways, in this case, to preserve life in the face of death, to see that the Buddhist order will inevitably disappear one day, but perhaps not today, and learning to act to preserve the Buddhist order now. So this is all I have for you. I think we're right on time. So I look forward to discussing these ideas with you in the future. If you're interested in any of the texts that I mentioned, here's a list of them above. And thank you for your attention. I look forward to hearing more.
Join for a group photo. So Dr. Monica Sanford, please step forward. 现在我们有请禅师父，我们净思金舍的德禅法师来替我们颁发结缘品。同时呢，我们请我们这次研讨会的召集人昭慧法师以及共同召。
We also like to welcome convener Venerable Zhao Hui and also the moderator, the Deputy CEO of Tzu Chi Foundation, Dr. Rui Shen He. Please come forward to the stage. And Venerable De Zhao is presenting the token of gratitude to our keynote speakers. We'd like to thank them for the great presentations. Now, our keynote speakers, please look at the camera. I'd like to express our thanks to our keynote speakers again. You may now return to your seats. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations. And in addition, please put your hands together to welcome the President, Dr. Minzhe Li, who traveled from New Taipei City. Thank you for attending today's conference. He also served at Tzu Chi previously. So we have prepared refreshments, and please help yourselves to the refreshments on the hallway. And do remember to come back for the next session that starts at 11. And we'll remind you later on. Now you may help yourself to the refreshments on the hallway. Thank you. We'll see you at 11.
happy to see 3 new books. Now we have 2 books being launched in our next session. First, we'd like to invite our host, as well as the convener for this conference, Venerable welcome Venerable Jalpa. Let's give her a round of applause. The little short I tried to stand forward. I'm very happy to be the host for 2 very old friends. First, I'd like to introduce the first presenter, which is Professor Lawrence Lau. He has a very rich academic background from the UK and from Canada. He has studied Tibetan by himself and compared the text in Tibetan and Chinese to study Buddhist epistemology. Not only is he an expert in this area, he's also well-versed in Yogacara and in Theravada Buddhism. He has a large circle of concern, and he harbors a lot as an intellectual. So I'm very honored to host the launch of his new book. This book is in his area of expertise, Pranavada and Vichanavada. This is not an area that a lot of Buddhists care about, but if you have listened to his lectures, you will know that Buddhist epistemology is something that has been developing since the Buddha's time. And I believe this book will be very helpful to many people. Next, I'd like to pass the microphone to Professor Lawrence Lau. Let's welcome Professor Lau. Thank you for the introduction. Everyone here today, all Dharma Masters and friends from academia, good morning. Today, I'd like to report everyone on this book. How shall I say it? It is primarily a reference book, or a reference book that tries not to look like a reference book. I hesitate to write it as a traditional reference book, but I also bring in my past philosophical background to string together different topics of research. It is titled Commemorate and Vichanavada. It is a literature review on Buddhist scholarship, on scholarship of Buddhist philosophy. I hope that this book can help younger scholars as they enter into these 2 areas of study. They can have a broad overview and understanding of these 2 areas. And they can use the information in this book to connect to existing literature in these areas. So using this as a reference book in this way, and not just as an introductory book.
So these are my goals in writing this book. The original manuscript is I started working on it quite a long time ago, between 2009 and 2010, when I was still at Fudan University in Shanghai. I completed the first draft of the book, and then I continued revising it. So I'm treating these two areas. First is the Pramana, which is epistemology in Buddhism. This, according as Venerable Chao Hui just said, this is quite something that is of only concern to scholars, and it does not have a very clear connection to Mahayana Buddhism. I want to say that since Buddha's time, the path of cultivation, they are all founded on a correct understanding of what reality is and what we ourselves are. So in a broad sense, epistemology is a foundation in Buddhism. And this subject has been developed into quite a specialized area. To go deeper, we need to go into the details in Indian Buddhism, in Tibetan Buddhism. And nevertheless, in this book, it treats these two areas, epistemology and consciousness-only theory. Now, to Chinese Buddhism, these two topics are not very well developed. So in my book, I compiled the existing research from Western Buddhist studies. So for example, what academic traditions there are, which publishers there are, and whether there are groups of scholars studying this area. So with this background, we then move into treat how these topics are being researched in contemporary times. So I focused my sources on English and German books, publications. So I hope that these will help students of Buddhism in the Chinese-speaking world to connect to the Buddhist research in the Western world. I think that Buddhist philosophy in contemporary times, that when we think about traditional Chinese Buddhism or the study of, we have now the opportunity to have a conversation with other traditions of Buddhism, with Vajrayana, with Theravada. And we want to bring contemporary research in different diverse fields into research in Chinese Buddhism, and also hope to emphasize that this will bring us a new angle as we discuss Buddhism and think about Buddhism, whether this creates additional spaces. So it is with these considerations that I try to connect the study of Buddhist epistemology and consciousness-only theory to the Chinese-speaking world. I got my sources from books, from academic journals, but I was not able to include all the papers published in academic journals because of the overwhelming number of them. Now, we have tried treating this, me and my colleagues, and we found that it was so difficult to accomplish in a short period of time. So with this limitation, we decided to first separate these two endeavors. First, we want to publish the book. So this is how this book came about. And I try to introduce the existing Western scholarship on Buddhist epistemology. Now I will describe the differences that I saw in my research, how this research was done in North America. And I hope that this introduction will be a good segue into using this book as a useful reference. And in terms of consciousness-only theory, in 2012, in the Sanskrit department of Harvard University, they were trying to publish. There was Professor Smith Olson, who was 70 years old at that time. I was invited to write how, after 1949, the study of Yogacara has developed, and I write quite a bit. I'm grateful to the editor at that time for work. And here my primary work was from a different aspect, and that is to introduce the research in Yogacara from Eastern scholars to the Western academia. There are several schools of Yogacara or Vijnana Vada, and we are trying to compare these different traditions. And I think this is something that is special, that is unique to the way that research is done in Eastern academic circles, whereas Western academic circles base their research on Sanskrit, Tibetan, and in Chinese Buddhist research, we base our research more on Chinese text. And of course, Japanese scholars look at Japanese sources. There's quite a bit of research in Chinese and Japanese circles. And so I wanted to review these developments in the past 70 years. On one hand, for our graduate students to quickly come into the field, and another purpose is to facilitate the staff working in Buddhist organizations. I hope that this review can help our younger staff as well as young researchers quickly catch up with the progress that has been made in the past 70 years in China, in Taiwan, and in Hong Kong. So this, in addition to students and staff from Chinese-speaking world, we're also benefiting researchers from the likes of Korea. And for our colleagues not from East Asia, this material may be they may be unfamiliar with this material. I hope this will be useful to them too. In terms of consciousness-only theory, in 2009 and 2010, I participated research project run by Professor Lin Zhenguo at National Chengchi University, and I received feedback in this project. And this is how I found some of the mistakes in my work and made corrections. And in 2015, I made amendments and additions. And in 2022, I made another round of amendments. So can we say that this book includes all of the existing research? Well, I don't think that is necessarily true, but we do try to minimize what we miss out on in this review. So the review of these two areas I start with discussing basic issues. And with these issues, I structure the existing research, and hopefully this facilitates everyone's usage of the book. I think I should call it more like a handbook than a book. So this is how this handbook, guidebook is organized. And this is a literature review that is fairly long. This is one part of the work, and the other part is what I'm just starting to embark on. That is in regards to the international academic community. I want to review what the output has been in recent years. This is a continuation of the work in epistemology and consciousness-only theory. Recently, we see a lot of epistemology work based on Tibetan Buddhist tradition. And I think that in Western academia, they are making better headway than we are here. So in terms of format, I think this book shares similarities in that we use problems as our leads. This is the way that we organize the research that has been produced. And of course, I think when we talk about epistemology and consciousness-only theory, why do I pick these two fields? Unquestionably, this is not random, but this is a personal. And the reason is in 2006, when I was working in China, until my departure in 2021, through this process, I believe that the first 7 or 8 or 9 years, I primarily taught philosophy because I study Yogacara, and this is the background with which I did the research for this book. Now, to some extent, I needed to also process material from the Abhidharma. So these are from my research areas. And when I was teaching, I was also focused in these two areas. Through that process, I started writing this literature review because in Chinese mainland, I noticed that the Buddhist studies was concentrated on Chinese Buddhism. And the review of Chinese Buddhist texts that was their focus, and they did not pay much attention to research from other communities. And I found that they were either unaware of research coming out from the international community, or they were resistant to these works. That's why I decided that I should write these two literature reviews. At that time, I was not thinking about publishing them. It was purely for facilitating my own teaching so that my students, especially graduate students in China, could catch up, could come up to speed. And then in 2012, with the invitation from the Sanskrit department at Harvard, they hoped that I would release this work in English. So this book in Chinese, actually part of it was translated from my English manuscript. So I started working on this to facilitate my teaching. And later on, I systematized the structure. So this is my thinking process. I hope that this reference book, without being formatted as a reference book, can help younger scholars can to some level. I did not write this as a typical reference book because I come from a background in philosophy. So what concerns me more are the philosophical questions. So I structured the literature review using philosophical problems. So this is unlike the authors of other reference books who may have their own system for processing literature reviews. But I have my own way, and I do not want to call it a reference book, even though it may function like one, because I want to do this work to facilitate my own teaching for this very practical reason. So even picking these two topics is very related to what I was teaching. And people may ask me why you write about Buddhist research in East Asia. Why not also include research in Yogacara from Western colleagues? And I think that in the future I will also do this part. But in the current situation for me, at that time, that was meant to help me facilitate my own teaching. These were very pragmatic considerations, and I could not include everything. And I know there's a lot of Yogacara research in Western academia that I did not include in this book. And when I was in China, the students that I was teaching, they cared most about the history in East Asia. And when we talk to them about Sanskrit, about Tibetan, they seem to be less connected. So it certainly took a process, but within this context, we connected these. We used Buddhism in East Asia as the focus. I also felt like I needed to talk about Buddhist epistemology, and these for my Chinese students were very foreign. Why? Because Buddhist studies in China focused on Buddhism as it was fixed in the Tang Dynasty. Epistemology was very unfamiliar to the students, especially with Yinming Lianglun in the Tang Dynasty. Epistemology was not brought into China. What came in was the system of Buddhist debate. We feel that they feel that Buddhist epistemology is based on how the debates were done, and they felt that the connection of the Pranamvada was not very, very important for them. So this is why I felt like I needed to write this book. And even though I mentioned the Western research, I should also distinguish research between the research differences between Europe and North America. The Buddhist epistemology in current academic research, there is another group of scholars that are very important and operating at quite a high level. And these are scholars from South Asia, primarily in India, but not just India, but also Sri Lanka, and also countries with Indian influence now. And scholars from these areas research Buddhism with Indian influence. Their epistemology is a very important entry point for them. and they have done a lot. They have written a lot of books, and they have processed also the later Mahayana Buddhism. So I included that part as well. I believe that this handbook, this is how it is arranged. I hope that this handbook can be helpful. And in this process, I don't mind sharing with you something that may sound a little cheesy. And that is the cover for the book. Let's see. I didn't bring a photo of the book cover. The cover of the book is an oil painting of Nalanda. This painting was done by my wife. I brought 10 copies of the book, and I think our colleagues have put them outside, selling them for fundraising. And this book for scholars who study epistemology and consciousness-only theory can be quite useful, I believe. So I brought 10 copies. If you need this in your research, you're welcome to purchase one. I think that's about all. I don't have much else to share, but this is a rough overview of the book. And this book, if I have time later, in comparison to Professor Guo, I can say that there's a lot of material in here, but there is not a whole lot of my own personal thinking in there. So it is mostly a compilation of information as a handbook for everyone's reference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to Professor Lau. And he has said that it is only just a reference book, but I'm sure it's still very interesting for us to read. Next, we have another book, and we'll invite Venerable Zhao Hui to introduce the next book. So the next book that we'll be introducing is The Philosophy of Huayan Mirror Image. The author is Professor Guo Caoshun. I've known Professor Guo for a very long time now. So we've been studying together for many years. And during our studies, I would occasionally see his writings and his research, and I was very surprised. Many people write about the Huayan philosophy, but most of the current day researchers and scholars are not quite the same as Professor Cao. So he studies the Huayan school and the philosophy and the thinking behind it as well, which is very detailed. And after when I learned about that he would be writing this book and publishing it, I said, you must do a book launch during our symposium. So it took 2 years, and today we can finally see the book. So let's invite Professor Guo to join. Thank you, Venerable Master Zhao Hui, and my classmate as well for your introduction. And I'm very grateful for her invitation as well. However, publishing research books, it's not easy. It took 2 years before I could actually get it published with all the reviews and the processes.
So most publishers aren't very interested in publishing these types of books. However, I realized that my book is actually a little more expensive than Professor Liu's. I'm sorry I couldn't bring the books with me today because I gave them all away already. So I purchased a few books and had some extras, but most of them have been given away already. So these were published in October last year. So it's kind of slightly old now. So I'd like to introduce this book. So the images here are drawn by AI, actually. So I told AI what I wanted to represent and to have that mirror image as well. So this can show kind of what I would like to present. So we have 10 chapters within the book. So when we're talking about Huayan, everything's in 10. So we have 10 chapters here. We can't have only 9 because that would not be right. So the first chapter is an introduction between the Avatamsaka Sutra and the Huayan school. So I can share with you why I wanted to write this book. There are 2 things that I wasn't happy with. So I felt like the Huayan school often didn't differentiate between the school and the sutra. And it fails to distinguish between the Avatamsaka Sutra and the Huayan school, conflating the scriptures with the school's teachings. And furthermore, there were other definitions that I did not feel were correctly defined. And I could not find any books that were more detailed in this type of analysis and writing. So the first chapter is about separating the difference between the school and the sutra. And the second chapter is the archetype and compilation of the Atamsaka Sutra, the mirror reflection of the Bodhisattva path and the realm of the Tathagata. So we often say that it was words from the Buddha, but based on our research now, we know that it was written by a specific author. And so we need to look into how these writings came about. And then chapter 3, we are looking at the writing of the awakening experience in the Avatamsaka Sutra. So we're looking at how the Buddha attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, and to present that and how he experienced it. And so there are specific ways into writing this and how we present the experience. And in chapter 4, we have the mirror reflection of Manjusri and Samantabhadra. So what's interesting is that when we're looking at the Huayan school, there is the Du Shun's iconic construction. So there are several descriptions of Du Shun, and they are quite different. So why are there 2 different descriptions? So I believe that the final description of Du Shun was actually presented in later years and compiled together afterwards. And then we have chapter 5, the superimposed reflections in the commentaries on the Avatamsaka Sutra. So we have these commentaries by Ziyan, Bazan, and Chen Guan. So there are 3 people who have these reflections and commentaries. And within these 3 books, we see that there are interesting bits about these books. The later person would copy the person in front, but then when they're copying it over, they would actually change it as well. So nowadays we would call it copying, which isn't right. But in the past, it would be a way for them to respect the previous person. And then we're looking at chapter 3, which is a curved reflection of the Huayan thought on mind nature, tracing the interactions between Tai Tian and Tian Tai and Huayan. So there are considerations, and sometimes there is a distortion of the Huayan thought. So there's actually a very complicated interaction between Tian Tai and Huayan. So in Tian Tai, they often make use of the content from Huayan, and the thoughts between them can also be affected by one another as well. So there is a very complex interaction between these commentaries. And in chapter 3, we look at the true and transformed reflections of the Huayan thought on Dharma realm.
I think there's another way of looking at it, that is to look at the Bodhisattva path as we think about the different Dharma realms. So first is from ontology, and the other one from practice theory. So if we start from the angle of practice theory, that is taking the Bodhisattva path as the core, I think this is the core principle in the organization of the Avatamsaka Sutra. If we look at the most of chapters of the Avatamsaka Sutra, it talks about the Bodhisattva practices, and so they talk about Buddhahood as something that's very high and hard to attain. But then we talk about the 10 bhumis, the 10 practices. It all talks about how we achieve Buddhahood. So these are two angles of looking at the thought of the Dharma realms. The other problem we want to process is the sudden realization, which is more akin to the Zen tradition. The other one, okay, we see that Zhongmi's Chan teachings and thought actually correspond quite well with Zen Buddhism. So these two then become quite entangled, and this affected scholars from then on, such as what we see from the Song Dynasty to current day. And in chapter 9, we come back to the Bodhisattva path. This in the Avatamsaka Sutra, we talk about intersecting reflections of sequential practice and of complete harmony. So as we perfect our practices, then we get closer to Buddhahood. Well, so these are the stages through which one practices on one's way to attaining Buddhahood. So through this sequence of cultivation, because it's so long, people think, wow, this is so long. It takes like three kalpas, and this may scare people away, and when we look at the ultimate goal, the Buddhahood, it seems so far away. So people tend to go to Zen Buddhism, which talks about attaining that realization suddenly. Then so people shift from different schools of teachings to different schools of teaching, and that in an attempt to find a more expedient way. But of course, these all have their own approaches. So in chapter 10, I come to the conclusion. I think the Avatamsaka Sutra describes Buddhahood as the ideal state for all beings to achieve. Now, the Avatamsaka Sutra also talks about how all beings have the potential to become a Buddha. So this is the ideal that all life should aspire toward. So the Huayan school is an interpretation of this ideal. So I bring this back to what we want to talk about in chapter 1. And there's a lead that we may be able to see in the book, and this is the mirror reflection. Of course, I'm not the first person to propose this. If you look at scholarly works in the Huayan school, we see something like something as early as when the Dharma Master was teaching to Empress Wu Zetian, and they talk about the mirror reflections reflecting of each other. So this, when I wrote about this, I was criticized for my wording, and I was rejected by the first publisher. So here I want to encourage everyone that getting rejected is not a big deal. If a publisher rejects you, just go to the next one. But of course, there are some feedback that we should take and modify our work. But because the reviewer, we do not need to listen to the reviewer 100% because we still have our own motivations for writing what we write. I talk a lot about reflection in the book, and this has to do with my own experience and my own thinking. This, of course, is also influenced by previous scholars' work, and also the twisted influence between the Tiantai school and the Huayan school, and the true and transformed reflections of the two paths of the Huayan Dharma realm school of thinking. And so this is my interpretation of the study of Buddhism. I think that Avatamsaka Sutra and the Huayan school are still talking about practice. And so this is a parallel between the scriptures and our interpretations. So what is the mirror reflection philosophy? I think we can talk about it from 4 different angles. First is an ontological perspective. So we are not saying that Buddhism does not have an ontology, but Buddhist ontology is about the arising of phenomena. This is phenomena that do not have intrinsic existence. So we also have the other angles of awakening experience of the hermeneutical perspective and from a practical perspective. So from an ontological perspective, we talk about all phenomena arise through infinite independent origination. And all phenomena mutually reflect each other through their interdependence. So we're not just talking about cause and effect in one link, but through all links, and all phenomena and interpenetrate and are identical with each other. And as one enters, all enter each other, and one is identical to the whole, and the whole is identical with the one. I think there's an assumption that there, in other philosophical traditions, that there is an intrinsic existence, but Buddhism puts this into question. Buddhism describes how these phenomena come into being, and it does not presume an ontological basis, but rather describes the interdependence of the phenomena. So as we try to describe the world, understand the world, we should understand that I is not independent from the world. We are part of the world as part of the independent origination of the world. In other words, in Buddhist studies, when we talk about independent arising, we have a hint that if we see ourselves as separate from the world and see ourselves like God, we can look at the grand design of the universe, and there is a world external to me. That is not correct. We are part of the world. So how we perceive the world, how we understand the world also affects our own being. So this is why I talk about the experience of awakening. In the Avatamsaka Sutra, say that we talk about Vajrayana. This means there's light everywhere. So the Vajrayana Buddha, this is a hint that awakening is light, and through the light of awakening can we penetrate this infinite independent arising. So in the sutra, it has a very interesting analogy. You can also think of it as perhaps as a myth, but it talks about the Tathagata does not leave his original seed, yet is present in all. We've also heard the Buddha does not leave from the Bodhi tree, but there are devas from different realms that invite the Buddha to go teach in their realm. So this is something we see a lot in the Avatamsaka Sutra. So not leaving yet being present everywhere is the experience of suchness, unchanging yet responsive to conditions. And what we talk about a lot in Chinese tradition of Buddhism is the experience of true emptiness and wondrous existence. And this wondrous existence, I believe, is a value system. That is to say, the light of awakening turns around the infinite amount of ignorance. So let's think, if me and my family are at odds with each other, and other people are also at odds with other people, then we have a huge, a world full of conflict. So what would this lead to? But if we shine a light of awakening on this, then we can see that the connection among people can be positive. That is, the connection between us may have arisen from negative karma, but we can turn it into conditions that are conducive to our own awakening, that helps us to change our perspective on this negativity, so that it helps us, it serves as a food for thought toward our awakening. And we hope to turn this world of samsara into a world of liberation. So as we perceive, when we're more awakened, we perceive the change of the world in sanas, in minute slivers of time, then we can perhaps also recognize that there is negative karma that led us to our conditions today, and turn it around to facilitate our path to our effort toward awakening. Now, I also want to talk about the hermeneutical perspective. The Avatamsaka Sutra and the Huayan school, which is the interpretation of the text of awakening experience. That is to say, all the patriarchs in the Huayan school of Buddhism, they are reinterpretations of the interpretations of their forerunners. Here, as the author, I became involved in this lineage of interpretations, So I want to present the relationship among these different interpretations. And then as I reflect on this, I found that of course, they are all trying to explain what awakening is. Now, all different interpretations may have their similarities and their differences, their different transformations. Why do some people say that awakening is the experience cannot be altered? Just like when we enter a house of mirrors, we see different images. Some are from the front, some are from the back, some are distorted, some are fragmented. But everyone, when we go in, we can take just one sliver and use that for our interpretation. In this process, we find that this process of interpretation is an exploration into what truth is. And in Buddhist traditions, if we do not engage in this interpretation, then the truth that the Buddha taught cannot be truthfully passed on. I mean, it cannot be passed as is to us 2,600 years later. So it is through the scholars, the teachers throughout the ages that share their understanding through their experience, through their intellect, to reinterpret the teachings. There is no one who can claim to say that what he says is equivalent to what the Buddha said, but everyone's talking about what the Buddha said. So as we come to the last angle, the perspective of the practical perspective, the awakening experience is not limited to the cognitive aspect. And awakening is gradually achieved through the thorough practice of the Bodhisattva path. That's the Avatamsaka Sutra talks about how all is one and one is the equivalent to the whole. As we distinguish now, if we start from the experience of we look at another being, say, for example, I look at Venerable Zhao Hui and see something that is similar that I also have in common. That is, we are both passionate about research and scholarship. Now, when I see other sentient beings, can I also see, say, a common insufficiency that we all have? So I can, in this way, I can see that this world is a world for living beings, and these living beings are also part of the world. Now, if we see ourselves as part of living beings and as part of world, then I do not exist as an independent entity. I see that myself is a product of independent arising, and this helps us to lessen our discrimination. So this is my report, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Guo. Please stay. Okay, let's welcome Venerable Zhao Hui. Because we're running out of time, but I'd like to give a feedback as well. But I think it's noon already, so it's more important to eat. But we see that both the authors have quickly presented their books as well, and their books are also available outside, but I'm sure there's not enough for everyone. So if you're interested, please make sure you do make a purchase elsewhere. They are in hard copy as well, and the publishers are very brave for being willing to publish these books for us. So especially we want to make use of all the knowledge and information that both authors have produced. These are extremely valuable and possibly even invaluable. So I'd like to make sure everyone makes a purchase. We're extremely grateful to both our authors for the 2 books and also for our moderator for giving her feedback. So next we'd like to invite our Jingsi Abode Masters to present the gifts to our book authors. So let us invite both our book authors back on stage. Thank you so much for their very interesting, intriguing sharing. Please stay and we'll take a photo. So please look towards the camera. Thank you so much. Please watch your step. Next is lunchtime, and our next session will begin at 1 p.m. And the first symposium will be held in 2 locations. So the first location is here in the conference hall, and the other location is in the lecture hall 220, which is downstairs. So that is a youth symposium forum, and we hope everyone can also attend that and give our youth some support. So now we invite everyone to go to lunch. Thank you. And
Welcome back to the afternoon session. This session will be moderated by Professor Yan from Chang'an University. Please put your hands together for Professor Yan. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests and venerables. Good afternoon to you all. It is an honor to be moderating the afternoon session. And as you know, this is the 22nd International Symposium on the Theory and Practice of the Teachings of Dharma Master Yin Shun. And the 20th Symposium was also held in Hualien. And in fact, Venerable Zhao Hui and also Deputy CEO of Zhi Ji Foundation put a lot of effort into organizing the conference, and the conference has been successful, quite successful, and we have listened to 3 keynote addresses in the morning, and in the afternoon, we will, the afternoon session is the presentations of 5 papers, and in my session, there will be 3 speakers, and these 3 speakers are well recognized for their academic achievements, and they are quite outstanding scholars. And so in the order of their presentations, I'll give you a very brief introduction of these speakers to you. And the first speaker is Venerable Zhao Hui. And I'm sure the audience know her very well. And even though you might know her very well, still, please allow me to introduce her. Professor Venerable Zhao Hui is currently serving at Shenzhen University. And however, Venerable Zhao Hui is more than just a university professor. She has actually participated in a lot of work, and she is the embodiment of compassion and wisdom. It is a great honor. I serve as the moderator to introduce Venerable Zhao Hui to you all. And in fact, I think Venerable Zhao Hui is quite impressive. She actually takes time out of her very tight schedule to give her presentations here. And she's involved in a lot of social movements. And she's also a very diligent Buddhist practitioner. And so I have so much admiration for her. And the topic of our presentation is true observation and meditation subject selection of the 11 sense objects. And of course, this paper is actually her research results, and the research is sponsored by National Science Council. So without further ado, please put your hands together for Venerable Zhao Hui. I'd like to thank Professor Yan for your very kind words. And it is indeed a great honor a privilege to give a presentation here at this conference. As pointed out by Professor Yan, I am deeply involved in academic life, in academic work. I have to admit that I'm not a diligent meditator, or I might be able to talk about meditation, but I have to admit that I should be more diligent. However, it is a great joy that I have this opportunity to share with you my research into meditation, Buddhist presentation. In fact, when I study the classics, I come into contact with a lot of teachings on the methodology of meditation. However, I have to admit that when it comes to practice, actual practice, I'm not a diligent practitioner. However, I heard from my colleague, a colleague of mine, he actually learned and practiced meditation for a long time. And in fact, after doing some research into these classics, I learned different systems of meditation. And so I'm glad it is a great delight to share with you my research results. You might find the title of the presentation kind of impenetrable, hard to understand. It's true observation and meditation, subject selection of 11 sense objects. So instead of sticking to the terminology of my paper, I want to explain, I want to extract the essence out of my paper and share it with you. And to be honest with you, this paper could be too dull for you, since I compare the languages. I actually compare the texts of Bali tradition with some texts of Chinese language. And so it could be a little bit way too technical for you. So I'll try to talk in a more understandable manner. And in fact, I would like to draw on the levels of yogic practice. And in fact, I did a comparative study of the levels of yogic practice, with similar treatises. And in fact, you could analyze these treatises in a more theoretical and systematic manner. I'm not going into the details of my paper. What I'd like to focus on is like the 4 different types of objects. And so I'll try to analyze which type of object these 11 meditation subjects belong to. And so this paper itself is quite academic, but what I'm about to share with you today is, hopefully I can make it more understandable, easy to understand. Now I'd like to refer to you to the conference proceedings, the conference handbook on page 47. And as you could see that the first type of meditation is dependent arising. And you know that when it comes to dependent arising, and of course, when we talk about dependence, there's a cause and effect, and there's also relative speaking, there's relativity. And so when we analyze discourses, this is more towards it's more about relativity. We also want to understand how conventional wisdom affects us. And when it comes to studies of Buddha Dharma, you have to be very articulate. You have to be very peculiar. You have to be very clear. And so we have to understand the effects of different meditation. We also have to know that how conventional wisdom affects us in general. For example, like when you conduct a logical analysis, you have to prove that how such logic analysis my influences. And the last type is we will also, the last type of the last type of subject of meditation subject is, like the nature of things, or what we call suchness. So under the theoretical framework, I'll explain to you why I undertake this research. When I study agama, I realized that these 4 types of meditation subjects actually recur in the sutra, in this sutra. And so we know that across all these 4 different types of meditation subjects, you will learn that there's repetitive patterns. And these repetitive sentence patterns are instructions on meditation. And I take interest in these repetitive sentence patterns. However, there's not much literature that can help me understand more about these 4 different types of meditation subjects. And of course, the treatise on the levels of Ilja practice do mention these 4 types of meditation subjects. And of course, some are conceptual thinking and some are non-conceptual thinking and meditation. When we use the word object is what we meditate on when we practice. For example, if you try to cultivate concentration, if you try to practice, try to cultivate stability, you don't really use much conceptual thinking. Because when you use conceptual thinking, you will hinder your concentration. So basically, when you try to cultivate concentration, stability, you don't use conceptual thinking. And the other type of meditation is conceptual thinking. You have to use your mental faculty very diligently. For example, I can scan, survey around the room. And so in a way, you have to be attentive. However, you still have to survey, you have to analyze the object very thoroughly. This is what we call conceptual thinking. You need to use your conceptual thinking to meditate, to undertake insightful meditation. So I want to find out, in the Agama scripture, whether it focuses on vipassana, that is insightful meditation, or it focuses more on shamatha, that is stabilizing meditation. So to narrow down the scope of my research, I've decided to focus on the 11 meditation subjects. Since these 11 meditation subjects recur in the Agama scripture, I take great interest. Some of you might have heard of these terminology all the time, like 5 skandhas, or what we call 5 aggregates. Why is it 5? Have you ever wondered? So, like, for example, now when we talk about the 11 meditation subjects, why is there a fixed number? Why is it there 11? So the 11, they are 11. There must be a reason behind it. So I try to analyze the substances of these 11 meditation subjects. And in fact, they are well distributed. They are scattered around throughout the Agama. And I comb through the scripture and I try to sort it out, try to make it more systematic. And I actually conduct some classification. And of course, such classifications might be a bit academic. And, academic stuff, people might find it kind of boring. But I'll try to be brief when it comes to these 11. These 11 are as you can see, for these 11 meditation subjects, you can put them in the first group that is more about time. So this is more temporal. So we focus on temporal dimension. And the second one is more about physical distance. And the third part, the third type of meditation subject is about whether it's coarse or fine. And the next one is about quality, inferior and superior. And as I mentioned earlier, you've heard that some of these meditation subjects about physical distance, like far and near. So now I have put them into different groups. We should understand why these 11 meditation subjects are mentioned repeatedly. And the Buddha reminds us that we can identify impermanence and selflessness in these 11 meditation subjects.
So what we are talking about now, we have the past, the present, and the future. Then you might be curious, okay, so I just focus on right now, or maybe my body situation or the objects that I'm observing in right now. Then why I observe the past? That's coming from my memory, right? So it's different. It's from my memory. The other is from my current observation. And then in the future, that's kind of the imagination. It depends on my imagination. It's not what I see right now. So is it possible we can observe the past and the future? So usually we will say we observe right now, not the past, not the future. However, if we increase our stability, then it's possible that we will be able to, kind of like retrieving data from your storage, then it's possible that you will be able to see a snapshot of the past. Then that will be observing the past. And observing the future, that will be more advanced level. Usually, we were told that you have to observe different kind of laws or orders, for example, our bodily. Then I would like to observe the bodily materials, but not a pile of garbage. And because we would like to protect our body, so we would like to meditate on our bodily object first. And if you are sensitive enough, then you will be able to observe further on your the psychological side, according to those perceptions or your names, the feelings. You will be able to, on the higher level, to meditate on these. So you have to be stable because they flash very quickly. Sometimes, just in a milliseconds, when you realize that you have that thoughts, you have that concept or ideas, it's gone. So we have to meditate on that, and then we will move on to the next stage. That will be to meditate on the form, on the name, and so we will have a flow. And then when you can observe in details about all these levels, then you will be able to link that to your mentality. And then that's, again, to observe from the flash of times, and then you will find out the causes and conditions, kind of like what I said, that you retrieve the snapshots from the past, then you will be able to observe the past. So it's not by your memory, it's not by your imagination either. So we have to meditate the current situation first, and then on the names, on the forms, and then you will be able to meditate on the past and the future. So that's the sequence. And then the Buddha will told us about this to meditate on the past, the present, and the future. But mainly, we will start from meditation on the present. And then interior and the exterior. So if you have studied the sutras, and of course, we will start from ourselves to observe your body first. You will not pay attention to those you don't cares, right? So, and then you will say that, yes, I can give up on that. So when you say that, oh, I can do garbage recycling because, I meditate on that. That's not it. That's something you don't need, you don't like. Of course, it will be easy for you to get rid of them, but it's not that. So we have to meditate deeply, internally, and then secondly, externally, then inside your body and then outside of your body. What are they? And I realized that in the sutras and the treatises on page 47, page 44 and page 45, I lay down the different definitions. What is inside of our body and outside of our body, or interior versus exterior. So when we are teaching Zen, we would like to put them into practice. Then we have different theories from different people. Therefore, we listed them here for your reference. So in terms of this outside and inside of the body, then, and I actually put more here, I have a comparison about different Buddhism. For example, for the 5 aggregates, again, this is about inner meditation. And if it's other people's 5 aggregates, then it's external. So again, starting from internally and then externally. So this is a kind of like a penetration. It's a very powerful penetrating power on meditation. So the definitions here, it's actually the number 6, then it's about yourself and then other people. That's item number 6. So on this Southern Buddhism, and then it's similar here. And then on course to find from bad, ugly and bad, then here we will see that we know the textures. Textures, we have coarse texture and the fine textures, right? When our meditation abilities is not that good, then we started to meditate on coarse things. Just like what they say, from the bigger objects and then smaller or finer. It's not that you can begin or start from the fine objects. It's not possible. And also when you meditate on the Buddha, again, it told us that to look at the profile first, and then you will see the big picture of it, and then later you will see the fine parts. So this coarse and the fine, actually it's about the quality, and good versus ugly, it's about your appearance. We have beautiful things, good to look, and some ugly things, not so good to your eyes, right? And the Buddha let us feel good when we see it. So when you are doing meditation, it's not about who's first or who comes later. Unlike what I said previously, it depends on your conditions right now, what you need right now. When you are in fear, when you feel helpless and anxiety, then you need to see a very happy icon or something very pleasing to your eyes. But if you are excited, irritated right now, then you probably will see something that will be increasing your peace of mind. So usually we say far versus the near. We usually say far means future, near means present. No, that's not that simple. Simply divided. So the 11 objects, the 11 items here. So further, when we want to make decisions, for starters, you need to be led by a Zen master, and then the master would ask you your situations, and then you will know where to start. Because of time limit, I won't be able to cover the details. I was interested in good versus ugly when I applied for the fundings from the National Science Council, but actually I'm interested in more. So thank you very much. I will conclude the presentation now. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was given 5 minutes to introduce our 3 presenters, but actually 5 minutes for 3 of them, but actually 5 minutes isn't enough just for introduction of Master Zhao Hui. Now we would like to thank her then for sharing with of the 11 objects of meditations. Then that will help us to make choices or make decision. And in addition to that, we saw Master Zhao Hui's efforts in studying the Buddhism academically and also in practice. This is a very good presentation. Thank you very much for sharing. Now we would like to move on to the second presenter, Professor Hunhong Ho from Xuanzang University, Department of Religions and Cultures. And also we are very familiar with his studies. If you want to study the history of Buddhism in Taiwan, you won't miss his studies. And also interviewing the important figures of the Buddhist communities, Professor Ho was always there. So today he would like to talk to us on a scholarly monk from Hong Kong, Master Yin Shun's early years in Taiwan between 1952 to 1960. Now let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Ho. Thank you, Professor Weirong. I would like to talk about the monk from Hong Kong, the Master Yin Shun's early years in Taiwan. He came from Hong Kong to Taiwan, and I say he is a scholarly monk because he studied Buddhist sutras and studies and theses. Here, to me, I was all call you Reverend Masters. I don't know the details of different levels of the names to call you, so I will just call a lot of you masters. And also I would like to thank Deputy CEO He and also Master Zheng Yan for allowing me to talk on this topic. And also I published a relevant book here, and I saw the books outside of this conference room, and very soon after it was published, it sold out, but I saw copies here. So if you are interested in my book, you can purchase them outside later. And today I'm going to talk about the period that Master being the abbot of Sandao Temple. And then I will talk about the event of introduction of Buddhism. Actually, this is the book. This is the book, Introduction to Buddhism. And then this is a political issue, like so-called the White Terror event. And then I will talk about scholarly achievements of Yin Shun masters and his publications. So these are the contents of my presentation today. In 1952, by the arrangement of Li Zikuan, Master Yin Shun went to Japan for the second conference of World Friendship of Buddhism, and he planned to go back to Hong Kong after the conference in Japan. However, he was not arranged the tickets back to Hong Kong, and then he stayed in Taiwan since.
And if you have read some of my books, you'll find that I actually did quite a thorough research on what Venerable Yin Shun did from 1952 through 1960. And so I put together a timeline, and I also tried to identify the places or the temples that Venerable Yin Shun interacted with. So my presentation will be focused on these 8 years, starting from 1952 all the way until 1960. And Professor Khan is a researcher. He also specializes in the history of religion. And he published an article much early on. He actually did a research on Venerable Yin Shun from 1952 to 1957. My research is different from his. He focused on Shandao Temple. However, my scope of research actually focuses on more than just the introduction to Buddhism incident. And I want to show you some photos first. And so this is the conference I was telling you about. Venerable Yin Shun attended this conference in Japan. And by having a look at these photos, you got to know people back then at that time. These were the delegates of the conference. Sitting in the middle is the Master Zhang Jia, and next to him is Venerable Yin Shun. And I mentioned Li Zikuan Li a while ago, and he was a very important politician in the early 20th century. And he also was a sponsor. He was a patron of Venerable Taishu. And so Li Zikuan was an important politician at the KMT. And this, on the right, is a biography of Li Zikuan. And in fact, Venerable Yin Shun also had a look. He also read this autobiography. However, Venerable Yin Shun said that Li Zikuan wasn't very detailed about his life experiences in the autobiography. And so, as mentioned earlier, Venerable Yin Shun traveled to Taiwan so that he could take part in the conference held in Japan. And however, when he returned from the conference, he did not go back to Hong Kong. And that's why he started to that's how he started to establish himself in the circle of Buddhism in Taiwan. And he also mentioned that this was actually a fateful arrangement. He did not intend to stay, but then he ended up living in Taiwan for the rest of his life. And he also mentioned that when he departed to Taiwan, when he left for Taiwan from Hong Kong, it was a very important experience. And this departure from Hong Kong to Taiwan was almost important as him becoming a monk. This is where Venerable Yin Shun lived at the age of 25. He was married and he had children and he became a monk. This was where Venerable Yin Shun used to live. So as you could see, this lot of land was where Venerable Yin Shun used to live. His house used to occupy. And next to his former residence, was a big pond. I had this photo taken with his grandson. The pond is still there. And for me, doing a research on this scholarly monk, I want to know more about his backgrounds, his birthplace, his hometown, the temples he used to reside in. That's why I visited his previous residence. And as I mentioned earlier, thanks to Li Zikuan, Venerable Yin Shun was hired as the resident monk at Shandao Temple. Later, he became the abbot. And he also became the editor, the publisher of the Sound of the Sea Tide. And the magazine is still issues monthlies. And so as you see that Venerable Yin Shun probably doesn't like to get involved in a lot of social activities, but he had to since he served as an abbot. And sometimes he even had to interact with, on behalf of Taiwan government, with religious people from different countries. So he interacted with monks from Myanmar or from other Southeast Asian countries. And these religious leaders actually would visit Shandao Temple when they visited Taiwan, and Venerable Yin Shun would play host to them. And this was an old photo. This is the photo of the old Shandao Temple. And on the right is, the new buildings after it was rebuilt. As you can see, the one on the left, this looks ancient, but it's good to look at. And because this actually has its own historic significance. And in front of the temple of Shandao Temple, this group photo was taken. And back then, a Dharma assembly was in session. And in fact, this Dharma assembly was supported by the government, and a lot of important political figures, politicians actually attended. So you could see that back then in the 1960s, 70s, there was a close interaction. There was a lot of interaction between the government and Buddhism. And next, I would like to talk about the introduction to Buddha Dharma incident. This is somehow more like a white terror persecution. And you might have heard about the persecutions about some Buddhists. The first one is about Venerable Cihang. Venerable Cihang was actually imprisoned, and he was wrongfully convicted. And he was accused of committing espionage for Chinese communists. And he was actually imprisoned for about a month or so. And of course, this was all part of white terror back then. Even religious people could not run away from political persecution. And you might be wondering, how would that happen? I will explain later. And the next, there's another incident, and this is Venerable Zheng Guan. Zheng Guan, he resided in Taiyuan Temple in Tainan, and he was also wrongfully accused, and they were faced with threats of death penalties or lifelong imprisonment. And so we were wondering, what about these incidents that I mentioned earlier that implicated that Venerable Yin Shun was involved? In fact, this book authored by Venerable Yin Shun, the title is Introduction to Buddha Dharma. And actually, back then, censorship was very strict. And it was published, it was censored, and it was published. The government gave a go-ahead. Then why would Venerable Yin Shun get involved? Why would he be persecuted in this white terror? Why was he involved in this white terror incident? And in fact, it happened because some people asked Venerable Yin Shun what he thought of another monk, Venerable Yuan Ming. And Venerable Yuan Ming actually, he studied Buddhism in Japan. And Venerable Yin Shun had no idea that this question itself was quite tricky. And he gave a dissatisfactory answer to that question. And so his conversant was not pleased with Venerable Yin Shun's answer. And he accused him of, speaking on behalf of communists, or even trying to talk out for the communists. And so this book, the Introduction to Buddha Dharma, was censored or was banned by KMT back then because they accused Venerable Yin Shun of being a communist spy. And a lot of rumors arose. Some people said that Venerable Yin Shun was arrested, he was imprisoned, and some said that Venerable Yin Shun was in hiding. And Venerable Yin Shun asked Li Zikuan, he told Li Zikuan that he had to come out and to clear his own name. And so he told Li Zikuan that he would clear his own name by giving talks on Buddha Dharma, on Buddha teachings. And in fact, these the talks he gave were about, how to he gave a very basic introduction to Buddha Dharma, and also we have our own willpower. We can determine our own fate if we exercise our own willpower. And so you could see that Venerable Yin Shun tried to get himself out of this difficulty by confronting with it. And in fact, like in his book, in his introduction to Buddha Dharma, he mentioned about, Buddhist worldview. And according to traditional Buddhist view, the world is made of 4 parts, and there are people in the north, and these people live as if they are in paradise. And so some people simply accuse Venerable Yin Shun of he's implying that communism could create a society like heaven. So this was a wrongful accusation. And somehow this incident did have a huge impact on Venerable Yin Shun. And this was the second year, his second year in Taiwan since he left Hong Kong. This had an immense impact on Venerable Yin Shun. And according to Venerable Yin Shun, he believed that he shouldn't have traveled to Japan to take part in this international conference, and because he was being very humble. He believed that some other Dharma masters were even more qualified to attend that conference. So he said that some people might get upset with him attending that conference. And he also associated with a lot of important Buddha Dharma masters back then. These Dharma masters were in the pictures. Venerable Yuanming was also in right here. Next to Venerable Cihang is Venerable Yuanming.
This is Wu Zhongxing, the one saying that Master Yin Shun was paving the way for communism or Communist Party. That's him. Okay, now I would like to talk about the next part. So for Earth scholarly monk, then here I will care about this more. So here he went to Hong Kong, went to Philippines, and also in Taiwan. So these are actually 3 parts. Here I would like to talk about Yang Shouhe, a overseas Chinese lived in Malaysia. So here, so he actually can translate Master Yin Shun's speeches while he was in Malaysia. So here, every time Master went there, stay there for about 4 months, 5 months, and then we have these abbots of temples joining him. So here I would like to talk about the publications, writing and the publications, what books, and also the preface and his views on the current societal situations, for example. So here, particularly on the books, and this one is Introduction to the Buddha Dharma. So here, and also we have another one is a textbook of Buddhism, and totally 12 books. And also another important one, that's how to become a Buddha. So here, the conclusion of my Yin Shun, Master Yin Shun, I just talked about his journey from Hong Kong to Taiwan, and also the activities that he attended during that period of time. And also he stayed in Fuyuan Temple, and that was also in Hong Kong, and moved to Hsinchu, Taiwan. And then during that period of time, Master went back and forth between Taipei City and Hsinchu. And these are the activities that the big ceremonies of Buddhism in Thailand. So we have masters Dao An, Dao Yuan, etc. joined him there. And we have some photos taken during that period of time. And also he went to the Philippines 2 times. During that period of time, many Buddhists went to Southeast Asia. And this one on this page, and on the way to the Philippines, he would visit Hong Kong. And then according to him, he said that another master said that actually Sandao Temple is a place of a lot of quarrels. But it's not easy to leave this place. And Master was the abbot of that temple, so he had to stay there until he passed away. Thank you very much, Professor Ho. Professor Ho compiled the 8 years period of time of Master's events and activities between 1952 and 1960. And also, he reminds us about the importance of the events and also the importance of the books that he published and also some of the books are textbooks, and we studied these books like Becoming a Buddha and Sandao Temple, and also the role of Sandao Temple played a very important role during his time in Taiwan. So now we have a clearer picture of this period of time. Now we would like to introduce the third presenter, Professor Du Zhongquan. Professor Du Zhongquan is a chairperson of the Department of the Chinese Language in Malaysia, the University of Raman campus. And when we are talking about the history or contemporary history of Buddhism, from a sociology point of view, we often talked about secularization of the Buddhism. And it's very interesting that Professor Du talked about the theory of secularization and the humanistic Buddhism in Master Yin Shun. And also Professor Du from Master's books and the writings, he actually categorized the different words: popularization, secularization, become worldly, or trivialization or vulgarization. So this is quite a great distinctions and a very good scholarly view. So now let's welcome Professor Du for your presentation. Thank you very much. And our two speakers, I actually have read your books for decades. I would like to show my admiration before I begin my presentation. So here, this is the first time I came here for this symposium. But actually, I paid attention to this symposium for a long time because I have been studying the master's thinkings for a long time. Actually, he said it very clearly about his thoughts. And why I have written a lot of articles about his thinking, you might say it's already clearly said and written in his books. But actually, during the COVID period of time, we sat in front of the computer all the time. We were locked at home, work from home. So then, in addition to working in front of a computer, I actually surfing the internet and then to see what's new in terms of studies of Buddhism. And then I saw a lot of criticisms on the secularization of the humanistic Buddhism. And then I was thinking about why this criticism. Therefore, I put this in mind. Last year, I visited the Dean Chiu, and I discussed with him, and I decided to write on this. And it's quite in a short time. And actually, I finished my PowerPoint last night. So if there might be some typos, please tolerate with these typos. And now I would like to talk about Master Yin Shun. I particularly would like to thank the foundation of Yin Shun. Recently, I use the internet, their website, to do my research. And in 2 weeks, I will publish another paper called Buddhism, the distance between Buddhism and the Buddhist community in 2 weeks of time. I also refer to a lot of material on the website, so that's why I would like to thank them. And then here is my structure of my presentation here for your reference. I will talk about them one by one. This is the chapter structure. And actually, I think my key points are at the latter part. Okay, so now let's talk about secularization. Here, during the 2 years of the pandemic of COVID-19, that was the time I studied the most. As I mentioned, we sat in front of the computer a lot, computer screen. And I really would like to go back to the paper form or written form of documents. So that's why I studied to research on these topics. So coming back to my topic, secularization, many people use this point as a point of criticism. So Master Yin Shun talking about secular, actually the concepts of Master Yin Shun and those spoken by others are totally different. So here I would like to tell you the differences. So this is different. So humanistic Buddhism doesn't equal to secular Buddhism. And also Master Yin Shun has long used the concept. And then there are also other Chinese terms used in different writings of Master Yin Shun. And I would like to tell you the differences between them. And also, last year when I would like to write on this, after I wrote the background, it's already 60,000 characters in Chinese. And then I added another event, but it's too long. So I would like to focus on the current topic. And I would like to talk about this one, particularly, the criticism on humanistic Buddhism actually is not what Master Yin Shun said. So here, I would like to tell you about this. On this thinking thread, I would like to quote Master Yin Shun's writings for clarification and why people criticize the secular Buddhism. It's not the same as humanistic Buddhism. And then the responses from Master Yin Shun on the criticism and his clarification on humanistic Buddhism. And here, in the past 2 decades or 3 decades, when we say humanistic Buddhism, people would think it's about secularization of Buddhism, but actually, Master Yin Shun responded that it's different. So I would like to quote in his writings. Actually, there are several terms very similar in Chinese, but actually different. The first one is 世俗, and the second is 通俗, and the next one is 俗. The fourth one is 庸俗. And here, actually, in terms of secularization, it's not often said or written in his writings, but majority will be popularization. And also to become worldly, also not very often seen, but caught a lot of attention. And trivialization or vulgarization, very few, but also that's the sharpest term being criticized. And also here, when we talked about secularization, here, he said that secularization or secular Buddhism is not the real Buddhism. Actually, it's following the trend. It's following the trend. And also here, the popularization, then here, we have all the Chinese terms, 俗, different terms, but with the same character, 俗. And here, popularization will lead to superficiality of Buddhism, make Buddhism become superficial. And of course, it will make it more popular, and also it will make it more emotional. So this is the emotionalization of Buddhism. And also it will lead to the true self of Buddhism, and also the different results of making Buddhism secularized. But here, from this point of view, when we talked about this secular, then why it is said that it will make Buddhism superficial. So here we talked about, we can see from the origin of it, it's difficult to talk about why they say this way. We need to have a thorough understanding of it. And we will say that it originated from non-self. But people talked about this from a different perspective view.
That Venerable Yin Shun, Mahayana Buddhism should not be reduced into other mundane religious belief. And in fact, popularization also may mislead people. Popularization of Buddha Dharma might also lead to the belief that Buddhist teachings is also take on the view of Atma, or the existence of an Atma, a real self, a substantial self. And also Venerable Yin Shun believes that people should not practice Buddhism and treat Buddhas as regular deities. And Venerable Yin Shun believes that a lot of Buddhists have regard Buddhas or Bodhisattvas as no different from deities. So here I would like to draw a conclusion. According to Venerable Yin Shun, popularization might be, like a skillful means of introducing Buddhism to the general public. However, Venerable Yin Shun believes that popularization of Buddha Dharma should not stop the general public from learning the truth in Buddha Dharma. So Buddha Shakyamuni has very distinctive perspective, and this view is quite unique. It's not seen in other religions. And when Buddhism becomes popularized, Buddha's view of the world may be diluted or may be distorted. That should not have happened. Next, I would like to explain how Venerable Yin Shun used the word Buddhism becoming worldly. And Venerable Yin Shun believes that people should learn about no self or selfless in Buddhism. However, a lot of Buddhist followers do not learn about this very unique point of view, and they even worship Buddhas like they do with regular deities. As you can see, this is an article, this is the article published in the Sound of the Sea Tide magazine. And so it was published in 1941 on March 4th of in 1941. So this article basically, this was published before Venerable Yin Shun left China, retreated from China to Taiwan. And however, he was opposed of Buddhism becoming worldly, becoming a worldly religion. You might want to have a closer look at this essay. It's very long. There's more than 1,000 characters. And why does Venerable Yin Shun stress that Buddhism should not become a worldly religion? And he believes that Buddhists should learn about the scripture, Buddhist scriptures. And Venerable Yin Shun even used very strong wording, trivialization of Buddhism. In Chinese, we refer to it as 庸俗化. It can be translated a trivialization of Buddhism. And he was opposed of selling, he was strongly opposed to trivialization of Buddhism. So from these examples I mentioned, he believes that secularization is not humanistic Buddhism. This is more about, like catering, adapting to the mainstream society. And there's a risk of trivialization if Buddhists simply focus solely on activities, social activities, without a deep understanding of Buddha's teachings. So, as you can see, there should be a clear distinction between deities and Buddhas. So you could see Venerable Yin Shun believes that trivialization is, or what we call banalization, is the worst. So this is a very harsh criticism that Venerable Yin Shun used. And we should learn how, when we study about Venerable Yin Shun's thoughts, we should also have a look at how he criticized the so-called secularization of Buddhism and what he advocated. He believed that Buddhists should study hard the unique views of Buddha Sakyamuni. And Buddhas or Bodhisattvas should not be considered as deities. So we have to ask ourselves, what is so-called secularized Buddhism? What kind of activities would be considered secularized Buddhism? If an activity neglects Buddha's unique perspective, such as selflessness, And instead, if such activities or thoughts emphasize the existence of a real self, a substantial self, that is against Buddha's teachings. That is secularized Buddhism. And also, if Buddhists no longer, if Buddhists worship Bodhisattvas or Buddhas as regular deities, or even when Buddhism becomes shamanistic, that's secularized Buddhism. And Venerable Yin Shun believes that we should go back to the origin of Buddhism, or we should establish a very thorough understanding of Buddha's teachings and practice based on his teachings. So secularized Buddhism is a very important issue in contemporarism Buddhist studies. This is a very popular issue. And in the past, when people study secularization of Buddhism, they try to analyze it from Western perspective. However, as early as post-Second World War, Venerable Yin Shun started to criticize, started to take interest in secularization of Buddhism. He was against secularization of Buddhism. He believed that real understanding should be developed for Buddhists. And so humanistic Buddhism should be in accordance with Buddha's teachings. Buddha's teachings can be provided, can be passed on to the general public, but it has to be in accordance with Buddha's principles. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Would like to thank Professor Doe for introducing to us the topic on secularization of Buddhism and how Venerable Yin Shun criticized this phenomenon. And it is important that we learn how Venerable Yin Shun criticized secularization of Buddhism. And this paper by Professor Doe, we could see that Venerable Yin Shun's texts, his works, defined humanistic Buddhism in a very precise manner. And we should be very careful when we practice so-called humanistic Buddhism. And next, we still have 17 minutes or so left for this session. So should any of you in the audience have questions about these three papers, you're more than welcome to raise them, or you're welcome to provide feedback as well. We still have 17 minutes left for Q&A. And should you have any questions, simply put up your hands. And you may please identify yourself, your affiliations, before you raise the questions or express your opinions so that we get to know you better. So now the floor is open to the audience. So should you have any questions or feedback, raise your hand, please. Please wait. We are passing on the microphone to you. Thank you. My name is Mali Chen. I was a former legislator. It's a delight for me to attend this conference. I have a question for Professor Ho. You told us about the 8 years of Venerable Yin Shun the first 8 years in Taiwan. Venerable Yin Shun lived in Taiwan for 53 years. So from 1960 until 2005, this spanned across 45 years. And do you think that his later life was influenced by his early years in Taiwan? We know that he's a prolific Buddhist monk, and I was wondering whether his early years had any influence on his later life and whether he changed his directions of research or practice. Professor Ho might want to take this question first.
Concerning the 8 years of Master Yin Shun, and also before he passed away, there were decades of years. And actually he became a monk and he started to study monks and Buddhism and continuously writing at different stages. He had publications, many of them are classics. And I particularly introduced this period of time. And the book of Becoming a Buddha was written during the period of time. And of course, previously, before than that, he had other publications right after he became a monk. But that was World War II period of time and different stages of moving, from the west of China to the southern part of China to Hong Kong to Taiwan. At different stages, he had representative publications of writings or books. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ho. And also, do we have other questions from the floor? This is a precious opportunity. We have 3 presenters here. Professor Hai Yan, please pass the microphone to Professor. Thank you very much. I would like to ask Mr. Zhao Hui, because of the time limit, actually, I think there was a very important. I would like to say that when you talked about this 11 objects and to the normal way, and from its sources, from the objects, or from other perspectives. So is it linked to the next stage of your study? It's a deeper meditation. Yep, that's right. You said it very well. You talked about meditation, different kinds of meditation. And I know, you won't be able to sit on the floor and demonstrate meditation to us, but we have what we know, we have what we don't know. The line between these two, is delicate. And I would like to ask you why it's a good versus bad or ugly. It's not going to even deeper part of our mind. So here, I would like to know about, please elaborate on that. Thank you very much, Professor Han. Actually, interior, exterior, I actually can write another separate paper on this, just on these 2 objects or items. Of course, I will be able to talk about this further on the Zen tradition. And also this description here, actually, when they go into different lineages, then they will have a different development. So here we talked about the meditation. It got that different ways. I think that in terms of Zen traditions, who your masters are might differ, what you think about them, and different terms, different definitions. So why I put these at the last? I think I say that because this is a study project, research project of the National Science Council. And I previously mentioned that I was studying the good versus ugly. And here on this paper, you know, overall, we were talking about ugly, that means those superficial color, or if it's more advanced level, higher level, then you will be good in terms of integrity, your characteristics of goodness. And also when we are comparing the two, again, when we are talking about these, and I mentioned previously about pollution, but pollution doesn't equals to it is evil or what. But here, when we have the different layers, and here we say it's not the morally neutral or no obscuration. These means not bad, not good. But all these examples are talking about those ugly versus goods. And we have different examples, you know, polluted, not so nice, not so good, versus the higher level of qualities. The reason why I chose these as the topic of my further analysis or research, because I think this good or bad or good and versus ugly. Yeah, that's right. That's the differences between, there are differences between these two. And particularly, you know, when we are meditate, you know, we don't like ugly colors, we like good colors. So it's also emotionally involved. So in the Zen tradition, it has been widely applied. And also we have seen different treatises and then talked about these objects of senses. There was one year I had a dialogue with Master Gulun in Germany. At that time, he asked me about meditation. They then also talked about meditation. So he asked me my analysis. You know, Buddhism emphasis on your personal experience of meditation or observation. You know, for those that we cannot experience, then it's not meditation or observation. Actually, it's imagination. So you cannot see it, you cannot experience, you cannot feel it. So in Buddhism, when we talked about cultivation, two materials, then I say this is the form and the mind. And different sutras and then have different contents about form versus mind, and talking about the different, for example, in the ancient time, the meditation objects will be form and the mind. So meditation on yourself, on the general public, and on Buddha. So the dialogue was interesting because he asked me, in terms of meditation, for our partners, because if we were in a low spirits, we will introduce them to enter into meditation. So that triggered my interest. So I responded to him, yes, that's right, we have that too. You know, Zen masters will provide suggestions according to this person's situations right now. So whether this person is cold, cool, or too anxious or too agitated, in different situations, we will provide them to do different meditations or read different scriptures. And also that led to my own meditation. So then that particularly interests me. I mean, good versus ugly, because that's related to emotions. So that interests me a lot. We still have 5 minutes. So do we have further questions here? We have any questions from our scholars here? The microphone is off. Okay, thank you. Yep. I would like to ask Professor Du. You know, I am studying in psychology, and psychology talked about the spiritual realization, and also we have other similar theories, you know, like to regain what you have got written off, you know, in terms of the secularization of humanistic Buddhism. Maybe that's the reason why it was criticized. You know, Reverend Yin Shun was against to deified Buddhism, not talking about some special experiences of other religions. And also I would like to raise the question to Master also. So we haven't seen this in the literature when we say that the special religious experiences, for example, when we talked about these religions, there will be some mysterious experiences. What do you think about these, whether it's Abhidharma or other theories? So these two questions are very related, secularization and deification. If you turn Buddhism to be discussed as a religion, but you say it's not a deity religion, you know, Western religions are related to God. So what is Buddhism in this regard? Master Yin Shun's understanding of Buddhism, can we claim saying that it is? Maybe it's in the spirit of the inspiration, the philosophical Buddhism, and then again, it will be the disappearance of the theistic property or the deity part of the religion. 2 questions.
Thank you, Professor Guo, for the question. I'll explain with an example. More than 10 years ago, Professor Bai, he actually conducted a research about Buddhists in Malaysia. You know that Malaysia is a country where diverse religions interacted with each other. So we are an inclusive society, and it's believed that Buddhists of Sanskrit lineage sort of treat Buddhas as deities, and Buddhists of Pali tradition do not have that sort of view. I think my understanding towards Buddhism began with the Bali tradition. So when I give a course in college, I would tell them that Buddhism does not believe in deities. You may even call Buddha an atheist. So according to Buddha's scripture, you know that Buddhists should not worship deities. And Buddha taught his followers that attention should be paid to the truth, to the exploration of truth, rather than worshiping deities. So when I learned Buddhism, I also looked at it, tried to analyze it from a historical perspective. When you study Buddhism, especially through the Bali tradition, you will realize that Buddhism does not emphasize worshiping of deities as all. And maybe Venerable Yin Shun, according to his observation, a lot of Buddhists didn't really understand the distinction of between deity and Buddhas. And so Buddha Shakyamuni was opposed to the idea of worshiping deities. Otherwise, Buddhism would never have emerged. So I do not think that Venerable Yin Shun was opposed to secularized Buddhism from a Western perspective, but from his own observation, based on his own observation. I think the existence or worshiping of deities has been a controversial issue, even in Western religion. And the Catholic Church also want to draw a distinction between, good kind of mysterious experience and negative kind of mysterious experience. So Catholicism also is quite wary of what we call mysterious experiences. And in fact, Venerable Yin Shun did not avoid mysterious experiences altogether. Venerable Yin Shun also believed that, where these Buddhists also dream, and when they meditate, they might have different experiences. Dreams are easy to understand. And, when it comes to dreams, some people can talk a lot. And some people might even have hallucinations. And however, according to Venerable Yin Shun, meditators, practitioners also experience something different on their meditations. It's not their fantasy, but through working on mental concentration, they might be able to experience the side of a Buddha, and it could be real. That experience could be real. It's not a fantasy. It's not a hallucination. And of course, Buddhism believes in dependent arising, cause and effects. So mysterious experience should be based on truth. So as you can see, there's a distinction between fantasy and the result of meditate and practice. So when we talk about Venerable Yin Shun thoughts, when we talk about secularization or deification, we have to be very careful. In the West, some religious leaders are also against the secularization of religious belief. They believe that sometimes civilization might get really far-fetched and they will distract religious followers from the core of faith. So some Western religious people also criticize civilization. And when it comes to Buddhism, Buddhist practitioners, according to Venerable Yin Shun, we should develop wisdom by having a thorough understanding of worldly phenomena. So basically, some criticism against Venerable Yin Shun is unfounded. It's not that Venerable Yin Shun doesn't address mysterious experiences at all. And so what Venerable Yin Shun stresses is that Mahayana practitioners have to be altruistic, from Master Tai Shi all the way down to Venerable Yin Shun. They believe that Mahayana should be more than just a name. You have to be altruistic. Would like to thank Venerable Liu Chan. Thank you. Thank you to all the presenters. Now we'll take a tea break. And please return. The next session will begin at 5 to 3. Please return to the conference room by 5 to 3. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your cooperation. Due to in the interest of time, we should begin this session right away. This session will be moderated by Professor Huang, Zhongzhen Huang from National Taiwan University. It is an honor to moderate this session. There will be two presentations in this session. Our first speaker is Venerable Nathan Yin Shun. He flew to Taiwan from Japan. And the second presenter is Venerable Ji Shen, who's currently the Dean of a Buddhist college. Please allow me to introduce to you Venerable Ji Shen. Venerable Ji Shen is, in fact, a chaplain, a Buddhist chaplain. And he also had a master's degree in theology. And he has a PhD in history and religious culture. And he also serves as the director at Vipassana Center in Japan. Dr. 没办法切换频道，我换不过去。
ambiguous loss， 中文就是在迷雾中找到明朗之道，模糊性失落的佛教智慧。那它特别这里面就是讲的是，我们有时候丧失亲人是一种 loss， 可是有的是 loss without goodbye， 有的是 goodbye without loss， 这是个很特别的状况。那像在战争的时候，有些人就不见了，那就是一直没有办法机会说再见。那像失智症的人是他还在，可是他已经跟我们仿佛是
ambiguous state. They don't know for sure whether their loved ones still exist, are still alive. And so without further ado, please join me in welcoming Venerable
Hello. So I apologize, I can't speak very much Chinese, so I'll be just speaking English with the translation. And I want to say first that it's really, truly a deep honor to be with you all here today. I've followed the work of Tzu Chi for almost 20 years now, so to be here in its home and among many of you doing so much great, wonderful work in the world, it's truly an honor, so thank you. As the doctor was saying it during their introduction, I'll be talking mostly about this topic of ambiguous loss. So just a little bit about what it is, some of the basics of care, and a little bit about some Buddhist contributions to that care as well. So basically, ambiguous loss refers to the feeling of loss that occurs, especially in cases of missing victims after large disasters, and also with cases of severe dementia in which the feeling of loss is confusing due to the lack of closure or the certainty about the loss that occurred. This term was created by an American named Pauline Boss in the 1970s, especially through her work with victims and families of military in the Vietnam War. But I actually rarely heard the term while studying in the US, and much more when I was in Japan. It has become a very large topic of research and discussion there. Just as one example of the books. It's called Aimai na Soshitsu. I learned the word in Japanese before I learned the word in English, actually. But partly because in Japan, there are so many natural disasters and big issues with the aging population. Just as a little example, one of the types of cases in which ambiguous loss often occur, there was the big disaster, which I'm sure many of you have heard about in northeastern Japan. And the earthquake was the fourth largest recorded in world history, but it was the tsunami that really caused the most destruction because it reached all the way across 3 different provinces, prefectures, reaching as high as about 35 meters, over 100 feet, and inward up to 3 miles, around 5 kilometers. And because of this, there were many, many people lost, sometimes for not just days, but weeks and months or beyond. And so, of course, this, we can think of grieving and grief care, but with this type of missing a loved one, it creates a very special, different kind of grief, and thus also different needs for the grief care. Another type of example could be when a loved one, maybe a parent, has a case of serious dementia. Maybe they have started to forget who you are even, forget your name, and maybe they seem like a very different type of person even. So this also can create a very different and special type of grief, and along with that, the needs for a different and special type of grief care. So as I was starting to say, there are 2 nicknames for these 2 different styles of ambiguous loss. Loss without goodbye and goodbye without loss. In this first one, the loss without goodbye, there's no physical presence of the lost person, but there's still this psychological connection and a hope that remains of returning to that original state. Again, natural disasters are a common case where this occurs, but it could also be crimes or cases of war, sometimes even imprisonment, especially in cases if a loved one was imprisoned in a foreign country, you don't know for sure if you'll see them again. So these cases where the physical presence of a person is lost and so much uncertainty remains. On the other side, the goodbye without loss refers to when the loved one is still physically present, but feels psychologically lost. And so again, dementia is a very common example of this case, but it could also be cases of coma, psychosis, or even some severe cases of alcoholism or addiction. So whatever the cases might be, a couple of the uniting factors of ambiguous loss are that this loss cannot be fully confirmed, that there's still some hope that the original state might return. And also that because of this ambiguity, there's also a lack of closure. And so Pauline Boss states that the greater the ambiguity surrounding one's loss, the more difficult it is to master it. And thus, the greater one's depression, anxiety, and even family conflict. So of course, cases depend on the individual, the family, but in general, the greater the ambiguity that occurs, then the greater the issues or the problems that also result. So what are some factors in dealing with ambiguous loss? For one, denial. We're denying that the person is truly lost. Often, especially from a psychological angle, we think about denial as a more negative thing. But in this case, it can sometimes provide hope and optimism that can actually be truly healthy. So we have to also be kind of careful if we're caring for or with others going through this. And what's most important actually is that the individual going through this can differentiate and start to learn and observe in themselves. Is that denial healthy and hopeful, or is it destructive? And by learning to differentiate that, then hopefully be on the more healthy end of that denial. But also balancing realistic understandings along with the hope. This can be a careful and difficult thing to balance, but important. Learning to cope with the state of ambiguity itself, and then getting connections that provide understanding and support. A lot of people and families can end up losing a lot of their support networks when going through this. Even because many people and many families, if a loved one passes away, many people are more familiar with that state and know how to care a little bit more regularly. But in this case, even those who you're close with often don't know how to respond. And so this can result sometimes in losing some of that support network. So making sure also that people keep and have that support network is really important. Then that they can transition into new understandings and boundaries with the state of relationships as they are. A number of other strategies and ways for helping those with going through this state of ambiguous loss. Boss has also created this first half, essentially, a response that she calls the family stress perspective, because she recognized that often people going through this, it's not a very individual thing, that it affects a whole family unit. And so being aware of these 4 points can be really important. The first one being that stress is caused by either change or the threat of change. And that she assumes that persistent distress is unhealthy for individuals or a family unit, yet there is potential for recovery or even thriving by learning how to manage stress while existing in that state of ambiguity. She also assumes that information should be shared freely, even when difficult. Sometimes, especially depends on the culture and the country and different rules and the situation, but sometimes people withhold a lot of important information in these difficult cases. But ultimately, even if it's challenging, sharing that and facing those challenges to get through it can be really important. But also this ambiguous loss can be very traumatizing. Trauma, we often think of as one particular moment or a thing, but it can be especially difficult in these ambiguous situations that continue out for long extended periods of time. These can leave deep trauma, but acknowledging that and facing it can be the first step to recovery. So then a few other important factors. The capacity to accept a situation without having to master it. Many people want to have some level of control over a situation. It's very natural, but in these situations when we really can't control, to have that level and capacity of letting go can also really help us get through it. Being optimistic rather than pessimistic is also extremely healthy and extremely important, and monitoring our minds when they go from one to the other, because it can be very much a roller coaster. Also, this skillful use of humor. And I have one quote from a friend and colleague and Buddhist priest, a Zen Chan priest in Japan, who founded an organization for caring for many of the disaster victims. And I volunteered alongside him up in the Tohoku area of Japan. But he had, I think, this beautiful quote along these lines about humor in care. He says, "Making little jokes while playing with words in the conversations helped to lighten the mood and loosen people's tension. Of course, you have to be careful with humor. If you are perceived as making light of another person's suffering, you can make their wounds cut even deeper than they already are. We have to also be careful not to assume that a joke that works in one situation will work in another. By reading the room and the atmosphere, it can be a great tool to loosen the tension in the air. Viktor Frankl once said, humor is another of the soul's weapons in the fight for self-preservation. A good joke can actually connect to and sympathize with a person's pain. I think that humor done with deep listening is born in and for the present moment in an art of improvised love. And one other issue or one other strategy or way is to help people tell stories about that individual, but also creating rituals and kind of little ceremonies, because the world over, many religious traditions and cultures have a lot of ceremonies to deal with full loss, but there's very, very little to deal with this sort of ambiguous loss. And so to try to help people create ceremony around that can also be very helpful. Allowing for ambiguity in worldviews as well. Sometimes people have a worldview that is not, it stresses a lack of ambiguity, more certainty. Trying to see those and to help people allow for more ambiguity in their worldviews can help. But ultimately, making new sense of one's state and status is a level that is critically important for everyone to get to. But also, I want to add in a few things on further Buddhist contributions to this ambiguous loss. And I want to especially focus on this group often called something like the three signs, but very foundational set of teachings across most of the Buddhist world. And this non-self, anatta, and impermanence, they're fairly ambiguous, right? So these teachings, these fundamental teachings in Buddhism as well, they rely on a rather deep level of ambiguity. And so working with some of these teachings, and even not being directly Buddhist, if, especially if a person isn't Buddhist, but some of these teachings and some of these even practices associated with these teachings can also be helpful. Breathing and understanding, just watching the flow of emotions in one's body, how the flow of emotions affects one's body from moment to moment, how that changes, and seeing how impermanent and changing that is. So a variety of these types of practices can be really, really valuable for learning to process and accept the state of ambiguity itself. And a lot of studies showed that the more a person or individual can accept a state or a process or an idea of ambiguity, the better they can deal with and process also ambiguous loss. On the Four Noble Truths itself, to of course a complex and deep teaching, but just to take basic process of it, we have, of course, the first one, suffering itself, but according to some of the sutras, there's a process to each of these Four Noble Truths. In English, we call it Four Noble Truths, but the more direct translation would be Four Ennobling Truths, which speaks to the action that can come with it. And so the action that comes with the Fourth Noble Truth of suffering is to explore it and understand it fully as possible. This leads directly to the Second Noble Truth, the origin of suffering. When we understand something more fully, we come to that origin. And the task, the job with the origin of suffering is to somehow find that way to let it go, let go of that cause, get through that cause. And this leads then to the third one, the end of suffering, and the cessation, and to then reflect on that, how we got there, where we are now. And then the fourth one, the path, the Eightfold Path. But this doesn't have to be just a one step, oh, do the Four Noble Truths once, awakened, done. That's usually not how it goes. And I'll just finish up this section saying, because most of this can be much more of a moment-to-moment practice rather than a one-time thing. So especially going through these processes, these experiences of something like ambiguous loss, when emotions and everything can be such a roller coaster, going back and forth through different things. Going through this process of the Four Noble Truths, seeing what, first becoming aware of what is that point of suffering, and working through it, seeing the cause, and letting that go, that helps increase the awareness in general to go back to the path and to do it in a deeper way. So it can create a positive feedback loop that can really help through many of these situations. in this case and in many others in life. So thank you very much again, and best wishes, and let it go to the next.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson Yin Shun. 我们接下来要介绍的是吉胜法师。他讲的题目
Welcoming Venerable Ji Shen. And in fact, Venerable Ji Shen is somehow related to the first presentation. And Venerable Ji Shen, he used to be a neurologist. And after completing his training as a neurologist, he decided to become a monk. And he served as a dean at Yuanguang Buddhist College for more than 20 years. And Yuanguang Buddhist College is a very important Buddhist academic institution. Today, Master Venerable Ji Shen will speak to us about a wish to understand the true meaning of the Heart Sutra. Thank you to the moderator and also venerables, venerables and distinguished guests. Thank you for your participation. And I did not prepare any slides for this presentation. I will slow down. I hope that you can understand what I mean to get across to you. And I will leave for you, I leave the details in the program booklet. And so should you be interested in the essay, I would like to refer you to the conference proceedings. I will first tell you why I decided to become a monk. I was really lucky to have encountered a great teacher. When I was still a doctor, I came to realize that now I am a specialist in the hospital. And in fact, I was the only one trained by the hospital at that time. Only one doctor got to be trained as a specialist every year. And I asked the teacher whether it's possible to be a surgeon and practice Buddhism at the same time. And my teacher told me, "Are you going to die eventually one day?" And I answered, "Yes, of course." As a doctor, I realized even if, it takes a lot of chemicals to preserve a dead body. Even a dead body to preserve a dead body like a mummy would take a lot of effort. So even our bodies will go rotten one day. And so Venerable Huineng, he was a very famous Zen master in the 7th century. And so our bodies, no matter who you are, we die eventually. So basically, my teacher told me, you as a doctor, you are not rescuing people's lives. If you really want to rescue lives, you have to extend their life of wisdom. So it got me to thinking, yeah, maybe if I do care about sentient beings' lives, I should correct my own understanding. I had a misconception. And this misconception was depicted in the sutra as the moon obscured by clouds. I'm sure you have heard of it. So the clouds are there, and the moon is hanging in the sky, but the moon might be obscured by the floating clouds. And so we have such a misconception. We thought that the moon is moving, but in fact, no. And also, if you have been sitting in a train or in a boat, sometimes you think that other boats or other trains are moving, but in fact, it's your train that is moving. You have the misconception, you have that misperception. And so my teacher really got me to thinking, I probably should start practicing medicine any longer. I felt as if I was trapped in the hospital. And how could I get myself out? How could I develop a correct understanding? So I told myself I had to get out of this. I have to leave the hospital. And people, my family, didn't try to talk me out of it. And even my colleague, even my senior colleagues in the hospital, they did not try to talk me out of it. Well, they didn't stop me because I didn't tell them. I anticipated that they would do everything to stop me. And so I took really long leave from the hospital. And I told them I was planning for overseas journeys. But in fact, at that time, when I took leave, I was getting ready for monkhood. And this morning, we heard from one of the doctors attending this conference. And the doctor said that physicians or surgeons should have hands-on experience instead of just focusing on knowledge, theories. However, we have to ask ourselves, if we are to give medicine to cure the ill, we have to ask ourselves whether the medicine is potent. And we need to understand that other than physical illnesses, humans also develop mental illnesses, and Buddha Dharma could be the medicine that cure our mental illnesses. So when we talk about humanistic Buddhism sounds like something worldly. However, you have to understand the underlying principles of Buddha's teachings. Without true understanding of the underlying principles of Buddha teachings, you will not be able to practice engaged Buddhism. You have to develop extra mundane aspirations before you can practice engaged Buddhism. Otherwise, as pointed out by Professor Do, Venerable Yin Shun mentioned that we should prevent trivialization of Buddhism. So we have to develop real bodhicitta, real aspiration for enlightenment. According to Tibetan Buddhism, it is very clear. Tibetan Buddhism makes it very clear. I actually try to find the answer in Buddhism. So I try to understand what the Buddha really wants to teach us. So I will use Heart Sutra as an example. And since many of you in the audience learn the Heart Sutra very well, so I think this will be a very good case study here. We'll get to learn what the Buddha has to offer by having a closer look at the Heart Sutra.
Actually, when we talked about Heart Sutra, and also it's related to the Buddha, and in Buddha's Sutra, actually, we can talk about two parts. And the first one is the truth part. And then the second part will be the cultivation of Buddha characters. And also, it is the real truth of it. And this is a good combination. This morning, we have Professor Liu here talked about different theories. And also these two treatises is also a very good combination there this morning. And also our master here, Venerable Master, also talked about this. Sometimes the monks, we really need to improve ourselves as well, you know. We need to be faithful to our heart. Why did I say that? When we talked about these, actually, it is the different theories in the Buddhism. I myself, I talked about the theories for more than a decade. Even though this related to Heart Sutra. When I entered the Buddhism, I couldn't find the answer. There was one time, maybe after 4 or 5 years, I went to a Buddhist organization, and also we talked about, oh, that's the answer. I finally found the answer. And this theory of clear realization, it's really difficult from to the Han people. It's from Tibet. And I realized that my job is to talk about clear realization to the Han people. And then we know that when I saw the title of this morning, I knew that it is what I would like to do. This is Pramanavada, and here, this is a treatise of valid cognition. And also, when we talked about these, this is, we have 3 no actions, like emptiness. And here, it's very important issue here. Therefore, these treatises, or I could say, this writing was humbly described as only a theory, but actually it involved many other topics. And also, this is the Avalokitesava of the Heart Sutra. Therefore, these together, as I mentioned previously, this is Avalokitesava of the Heart Sutra. And which Buddha talked about this? I say it's not particularly which one, who, but actually it's all of them. Then if you cultivate yourself, it will be like that. So again, when we are talking about this, actually, many people in the past have been using this method to cultivate themselves. And, you know, it's just different names. And then there are many different names, but the meanings are the same. If you don't have a clear understanding of them, then you will not able to know the true meaning of it. So that is why I say actually this is a combination of the two. That's a great pair. That means you have to use these two sutras in order to know what's that. And then when we are talking about this, you know, when we say the truth, that is the wisdom. So we have to find the wisdom. And then we also would like to save people in suffering. Buddha said it well, that the Buddhist gate is very high. It's not easy to enter. But I say it's not me setting that gate. It's there already. Before I was born. So when we are talking about these, we talked about this great decision or great awakening. So we need to, it's not about creating your own self. And actually with me or without me, the universe is like that with this big truth. So this is a very important sense of direction. So we need to have that sense of direction. When you have that direction, then you will be able to put that into practice. So we would like to pursue wisdom, and that is part of the Humanistic Buddhism. So combining these two again, a great pair again. It's just like sometimes we hear people say that if you would like to know Zen practicing, then you have to feel at any time. Even when you are eating, you have to have a feeling about the food. And the order of the food that you would like to take in, and then when you are cooking, which order you will follow putting into the ingredients. You have to have a feeling. And people said, if I don't have the feeling, what should I do? And then you have to be mindful. If you are not mindful, then that will not be the best methods for your Zen practicing. And again, that's mindfulness. So again, that's a good pair with Humanistic Buddhism. That's the Buddhism or Buddha of wisdom. So this is a self-inherent Buddha nature. And again, when I started to read Diamond Sutra, I didn't understand what is it about. And once I have this pair, then I will know that I need to be mindful, and I would need to have self-inherent Buddha nature. What does that represent? And then what does that mean? That means don't create karma. You know, I only talked about key points, but still it took a lot of time. Therefore, please understand the contents of Heart Sutra. So talked about these first, just like Venerable Zhao Hui said. You have to talk about the different objects of forms. So that means we have to talk about form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Then why we have 4 types of them? And also, again, that's your bodily form. And we have 3 meanings. So we have the 3 meanings of the form. Heart Sutra is talking about Ru Lai, and then it actually is talking about Tathagata essence or about Tathagata essence. So when you are talking about these, then you will have the sense of direction. From the aggregate into the individual. So that's from the mindfulness. And when you have that feeling, how you have the mindfulness, you will get the truth. And next, other things about these emptiness, actually, it's all about emptiness of all forms. And again, it's the cultivation. Why? Why we need to cultivate ourselves? When we're talking about Buddha, when we say we have the humanistic Buddhism, we also need to know you have to have a self-awareness and you need to have awareness on others. Otherwise, it's not the true humanistic Buddhism. Therefore, humanistic Buddhism, it's very important that you can have your self-awareness and awareness on others. Otherwise, it will be other definitions. That's very deep. If you cannot go that deep, just like what I said, then it's not a salvation of the sufferings. And also,
at the end of the Heart Sutra, it says that all Buddhas rely on practice of prajnaparamita to attain Buddhahood, to become enlightened. This part is about practice. And at the end of the Heart Sutra is a mantra. And so basically, this is also about practice. And when you practice, you will have the result. So the Heart Sutra, the entirety of the Heart Sutra is a combination of true understanding and diligent practice. Thank you for listening. This is my presentation. Thank you, Venerable, for your informative, very profound presentation. And this might sound a bit difficult and challenging for us. However, Venerable did his best to elucidate the profound meanings in the Heart Sutra. We still have a few minutes left for this session. And so now the floor is open to the audience. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to raise the questions for the two venerables on stage.
that ambiguity itself is a reality of the life of the situation. And so it's important to, at least as much as possible, essentially come to a with that ambiguity. So the ambiguity itself doesn't have to be bad or negative. But the more we can come to being okay in a state of unclarity, that can be what helps. And in almost any situation, I think essentially like these teachings indicate, our world is constantly changing. Our world is in a constant state of flux with so much uncertainty. We never know exactly what's going to happen. But to some degree, it's just, that's okay. And ultimately, the clear mind in this sense can still exist in that state of the ambiguous nature of reality. But of course, even for those of us maybe in a normal state, it can be a challenge. So the challenge is especially working with somebody going through a state like that in how to find those little steps, at least, to get through to at least some clearer state of mind, some clearer state of being able to handle and live in the state of unclarity. It sounds a little paradoxical, but living clearly with the mind, with the heart, essentially is important because the surrounding does not have that stability. So even if the surrounding, the situation doesn't have the stability, we want to find that internal clarity. Of course, situations can be far more complex than that, but that's a basic way to go.
Thank you. 大家还有没有其他的问题？来，赵院长。
Do we have any other questions coming from the audience? Venerable Jishen, I was surprised to learn that you are a neurologist. You are a neurology surgeon. Listening to your presentation, I learned that you said you have to be very clear about what you do. Now, assume if you were still a neurologist, how would you deal with the relationship between a doctor and patients? And if you are to perform a brain surgery, how would you psych yourself up for the upcoming surgery? I think that's a good question. If I were a surgeon, I would not become a monk. To be honest, if I hadn't become a monk, I would never have found the answer. As pointed out by Venerable Chixin, no ambiguity is allowed in the real truth. For those who have identified the real truth, it doesn't matter whether they are a monk or not. You don't necessarily have to enter monkhood to learn the real truth. You know, if I had learned the real truth, I would never had to become a monk. I became a monk because I wanted to seek the real truth. It is said by some people, practice is not about becoming a Buddha. As long as you realize the truth, you will become Buddha. Those who have found the truth become enlightened. As I said, this is the path to enlightenment. This is not the path for the hearers or the path for self-realizers. You have to give up self-grasping. Without embarking on the path to enlightenment, you would never become a Buddha. You have to give up the mental attitude, the attitude of self-cherishing. And how can you achieve that? You have to practice prajna paramita, the six perfections. You have to be altruistic. Why do you have to be altruistic? Because the ultimate purpose of attaining Buddhahood is to self-sentient beings, to help sentient beings. For those who still have conceptual thinking, your abilities will be limited. I chose to become a monk because I realized I still have the conceptual thinking, even though it was a positive conceptual thinking. So I don't think ambiguity, when it comes to making decisions, we should be very clear. It should be clear cut. Even the Buddha had his enemies. Who was his enemy? His cousin, his near cousin. However, the Buddha didn't think of him as a real enemy because he didn't want to create new karma for samsara, for cyclic existence. So the enlightened beings would not create karmic seeds for samsara, for cyclic existence. So you have to begin by seeking the truth. You have to give up on conceptual thinking. Thank you. That's my answer. Thank you, Venerable. We would like to thank two Venerables for their informative, remarkable presentations. At the end of this session, please put your hands together to thank our two presenters for their informative presentations. We really appreciate these two presentations delivered by two Venerables, and we also we are thankful to the moderator. Now, Venerable De Chan will come forward to the stage and present the tokens of gratitude to the two presenters. So the two presenters, please remain on stage. We are truly thankful to the presenters and the moderator. We've had a quite eventful session, and please look at the camera where the TV panel, the TV display is. So once again, thank you to the presenters. I will now take another tea break. The refreshments are served on the hallway, and this tea break is a bit short. It's only 10 minutes. And please do not forget to return your interpreting device at the end of this session. And you can pick it up again tomorrow when you sign in. And the next session will begin at 4:05. When you hear the music, different tunes played, please return to your seats as soon as you can. Thank you for cooperation.
心怀感恩，珍惜拥有，让我们的世界因真善而完美。虔诚慈悲，无私奉献。让平安的生命一起生辉煌，全心谦卑，不见光光光光。因缘具足，谦心法，自己为我，让人光照。真善的万年，虔诚慈悲，慈悲慈悲。爱的相依，一起生辉。
心花
城市荒凉，落叶飘，世界传放，生命是河，缓缓地流向远方，潮来潮往。盼望飞翔，在蓝天上，风起云散，人生悠长。情景是河，缓缓地流向远方，祈愿平安。
第一场圆桌论坛。那我们非常荣幸的邀请到慈济大学护理学系的张淑娟教授来主持本场的圆桌论坛。We are honored to have Professor Shu Juan Zhang to chair this session.
敬爱的上人，还有金舍师父们，召集人、召会法师
Dear Master and all the masters here in Master Cao Hui, and all the Dharma masters and guests here. And we also have the superintendents who have arrived already.
各位贵宾，大家
Everyone, I guess it's nearly evening now, but good afternoon. And I'm very grateful to be able to be here today.
佛教怎么样运用在护理的这个部分来跟大家分享。
So I'd like to talk about how Buddhism is applied to nursing. So we've invited 4 nurses who are extremely capable to share with everyone today. So I'd like to explain and introduce our nurses.
健康跟疾病是一个连续的连续的状态，从健康到
So in terms of health to from healthcare and the spiritual side as well. So physical and spiritual health is also a linear line where we have to take care of all of them. And the nurses are always there throughout the entire process of the patient care. So from birth to growing up, and then aging and illness and death. So all of this is encompassed by our work as nurses. So we interact with different expertise and medical personnel. So you can see all the circles here. It starts from encouraging health and also long-term chronic illness and acute illnesses, and long-term care and elderly care. So these are all nurses are involved in all these aspects. We also have specialized nursing as well. And from the hospital to the community, we have nurses who look after people in caregiving and long-term care as well. So the nursing work is very broad. So at Tzu Chi, we began since 1986. And Tzu Chi's hospital started throughout. So we have Dalian, Guanshan, Yuli, Taipei, Taichung, Douliu, and Sanyi. And we also have healthcare changes and also the entire medical environment and the changes throughout the years. These have affected the way we work as well. So there are four main considerations in terms of nursing. So the main is the people. So it includes the patients and their family and the environment. So next is an environment. That involves their community, their family, and society. And the different changes in society will also affect how we care for people. So we see that with many countries around the world, there are conflicts or also climate change issues that are also affecting how we provide care. And of course, as nurses, we need to look after their health. So people's health is very important. We need to think about how we can make the most of our work and to maintain health for everyone. So if we make use of Buddhism in nursing, it is something that is very important in our current day situation. So health is very important. That is our physical body. And then the environment is the greater universe where we need to look after as well. And as the nurses, we see it as the Dharma. So we need to maintain that balance between health and also the society. So we need to walk into the community and interact with the people as well. So with all the work that we have to do as nurses, Master tells us that good nurses need to be the bodhisattvas for the patients and the people who are ill. So how do we serve as the bodhisattva for them? So Dharma Master Yin Shun mentioned the 6 parameters. And also the
来走入人群，来利益众生。到底我们护理要怎么样去把它应用在我们的临床上面呢？我们从生手到熟手，我们从学生时代一直终一生，我们都一直在学习成长。
We have been
那这
learning
学
till
习
the
成
end
长
of
过
our
程当
education.
中，
So
实
what
际会
is
就是
the
要发
learning
展到
process?
人文素养。
So this includes humanity,
这个中间
culture.
怎么样去
So
就
in
是
between,
去培育？好，
how
那我
can
们今
we
天有请到我们
upgrade
的
ourselves?
位讲
And
师
today is an
这位
honor
是我
for
们
us to
慈济大
invite
学
a few
欧
speakers.
阳安琪老
And
师
now I'd
哈，
like to
他
introduce
会
to
讲
you Suji
有关于他
University
怎么样去
Nursing
带学生，然后
lecturer,
接下来学
Miss
这
Gu
个
Yang Anqi.
护理师毕业了以后就进去到医院当护理师啊。
So
那我
now
们
she
的
graduated
就
from
是陈美
Suji
惠督导
Nursing
他
University,
就会
and
来
she
讲
has
我
been
们
joining
就是
us
台
in
北市
this
院陈美惠督导，
career. So
他就会来
I'd like
讲
to introduce to
怎么
you
样去带领他是怎么样
Director
用佛法
Chen
来带
Mei
领
Hui.
哈。
So
然
how
后
can
接
she
着就
use
是
the
我们的就
four
是
meanings
这
of
个台中
embracing
慈济
in her work?
玉如主
Then
任
the
李
last
玉如
speaker
主
will
任，
be
他也是肠道的主任，所以他今天会
nursing
讲我
officer
们的心灵照护。
of
那我
Taichung
们
Nursing
的
Home Care
花莲
Services.
慈院的王永
Then
祥
last but not
副主
least,
任他就
our
是会
Vice
来分享
Director from
在花莲慈
Hualian
院的
City
一些
Hospital.
就是遇到的一些灾难呐哈，大家
So
都
she
知
will
道嘛，
share
这
with
个很多
us
灾难
a
哈，
few couple of
然
case
后
studies that she
我
has
们是
met
怎么样来
and
当
how she
这样子
overcome all this
协
process
助病人哈跟家属
and helping
怎
the
么样去
patients
互
and
助。
their families.
那我们
So she'll
先
share with us
请
her process
欧
and
阳
her
老师。
thoughts. So now,
好，
I'd
大
like to
家好，我
introduce to you
是慈济大学护理
Miss
学系的欧
Inja
阳安
Ouyang.
琪。那今天非常开心呢，就
So
是来
today
到
is
这
my
边跟
honor
大
to
家
be
分享
here
一下
and to
从
share
学到觉
what's
千
my
人
process
见道。
of
那其
learning
实
to
呢，在
awakening.
109年的时候呢，慈济大
So
学人文
during
处呢就
the
非常的用心，他希望我们
2020,
能够组队
we
来
have
参加校内的评述
gathered
会。然后那
classes
时候我
of
就记得我第一个就举手报名，
of
就说我要
nursing
报名。然后那时候我就说，我就
nursing
找了非常多
nurses,
处室的同仁，
and
然后
then
跟
we
我一
learn
起
during
参
the
加
class.
礼拜二晚上的
So
线
it's a
上
study
读书
class
会。
that is
那我觉
every
得这个
Tuesday
参加线
evening.
上读书会非常
So
的
in
好，因
this
为参加
online
读书会的
study
话呢，基本
class,
上可以让我就是得到非常
it can
多
actually help
很
me
棒的、很
to open
最
my
好的资料，
horizons
来教导护理师的
and
学生，然后也
using
可
these
以呢，
essentials
就
of
是
Dharma to
那时
help
候还不
our
知道
nursing
如何把
students.
佛法运用在护理
So
教
this
学
is a
当中，
very
所以
important
那个时
process
候
of
呢，也
me
借由
to
大家的一
learn
些意见，然后
practicing
呢，给我很
Buddhism
多的
and
想
nursing.
法这样子。
And it
那我
actually
们的
helps
评
me
述
to
会
build
呢，有
up
一个
my
非常棒
horizons
的
and it's very an
宗
eye-opening
旨要跟
session
大家
for
分
me.
享一下。我们就希望我们的品书会的所有的人呢，
So
不
during
要
our
成
study
为障
class,
碍别人修行
we
的
always
人。
tell
哦，所以因为我
our
们每个人都很
friends
多那
that
种小
we do
习
not
气嘛，对
become
不对？
a
那如果我们
hindrance
很
to
多
the
小习气
others,
的话呢，我们
but
就
a
很容易
support
会造
to the
成
other
别人
people.
的就障碍他们的修行这样子。
So
所以呢，在
hindrance
这
is
段
not
期间
only to
当中呢，
apply
我
to
们要
work,
更
but
精
as well
进
as
筹码才可以。
Buddhist
那我们就
cultivation.
是在品书会里面呢，就是
So
读
during the
的
study
是
class,
净思法学妙莲华的
we study the
法嘛，然后
Lotus
也吸
Sutra,
取上人的一些法。 那
which
接
is
下来呢，我就要跟
taught
大家
by
分享
Dharma
一
Master
下呢，
Yin Shun.
就是我
So now
在
I'd like to
教
share
学
with
当
you
中呢如何来
during
运
my
用。
teaching
那跟大家
session,
分享一
how
下，我
can I
们慈济
apply
呢在教学当中呢，
the path of
不是只有单单的就
awakening
是把
during
课本
the
上面的知识传
lectures.
达给我们学生
So
而
it
已，
is
我们更
important
需
that
要呢
we
教
bring
导
the
学
wisdom
生
of the
善良
books
跟爱。那还有就
that
是
we
如何
actually
爱
turn it
护
into
众
love
生
and
啊，爱护
gratitude
大
to our
地。更
students,
重要的是，我
teaching
们希
them
望说我们可以
respect.
把生活
And of course, bring our daily life practices into a process of learning. But how can we incorporate the learning of life into our nursing lectures? So this is a challenge for both teachers and students. So when our nursing students graduate, they come with a mission, which is to protect the health system and to safeguard the patient's life. So this is a very straightforward goal, which applies to nursing, and this is like a process of learning throughout our nursing career. How can we reduce the physical illness pain from our patients. So this is very important once again to highlight the importance of humanistic culture. So from learning to awakening, we need to teach our students hand in hand to tell them the importance of learning. So during the nursing students internship, especially year 2 and year 3 students, we need to teach them hand in hand by the bedside care. So during this process, we actually influence them. Oh, how this is the career of nursing shapes, and this is a good choice of choosing nursing career. So understanding the theory and understanding the learning is both come hand in hand because this actually lead us to awakening. And they have a very clear and precise pathway and understanding the importance of practices. So during my years of being a nursing lecturer, I have been helping my students with tender loving care. So nursing education is a way that how we can help the students to turn their career into a professionalism, and especially helping the students from the
成住坏空，生老病死是人生必经的路嘛。而护理呢，它其实是体现人生意义的一条道路，一个职业。所以我们也希望说，从以前到现在，1年级到4年级都可以牵着他们一起走这条路。那护理师大家都会说，护理师是一个千手千眼的观世音菩萨。那我常常就会跟学生分享啊，我们医院不是有那个叫人铃吗？叫人铃就是帮助协助病患嘛，或是急救的时候用到嘛。这个不就是那个
So during the phase of emergency nursing care, it is also the reflex of the goddess of nursing, helping the sentient beings. And we always need to reinforce that nursing care is essential and important. So if we need to learn the understanding the disease process, first of all, we need to pay respect to the patient, because without them showing us the disease process, we will not be able to learn during our nursing care. So how can we use the compassion spirit to serve our patient? So this is the value of nursing, by helping people with compassion. And I have been reinforced to my nursing students. It is a rare opportunity that we step into the patient's life to help them during the time of whereby they felt very helpless and fragile. And nursing care is like a process of reading a book that filled with all sorts of assignments and challenges. And nurses are always the one that giving the patient most of their time to talk to them, to understand their needs. So our nursing students need to cherish the process of treating the patient. So during the in the hospital, it is always important and reminded that we need to give a smile to our patient. So we need to be a role model to our students, just like our aboard Dharma Masters. They always reinforce to me that, and they share that there are many people that we need to save people's life, but how can we nurture a nurse that's full of loving care, with loving kindness? How can we plant this loving kindness seed on these nursing students' heart? So I may not able to spread the seeds of kindness to every nursing student, but I'll try my best especially during my teaching career. So the time that we share with that we have with our patients, we are always being respected as the nightingale. So I must be able to realize that how grateful and how appreciative I am, because being able to be a healthy person, to help a person who is sick, this is an honor because it is about nursing service, especially patients in ICU. So I'd like to share with you a case study of what I have encountered. So we have a silent mentor who are from our city volunteers and from the public. So their story tells us about the life of impermanence and life of cause and condition. So how can we use what we learn and apply during our bedside care? So during the 2024 April the 3rd, there's an earthquake that hit Hualien, and the students are so nervous. But at the same time, they need to be brave to help our people in the Hualien province. So I have invited a few students who asked them whether would they be able to help a learning hand and being volunteers with me to care for those affected people by the earthquake. Although the students are afraid at the beginning because they are afraid that they do not know how to respond to the affected people by the earthquake. What if they cry and what if they misses their home? So from my point of view is that I am very grateful to my students because they are standing on they are standing and understanding from people's shoes and helping the affected people to overcome the difficult times. So during this process, there's one of the affected family, one of their child reflected. The child said, "My house is being damaged and collapsed." So I'd like to welcome the nursing student who they call Auntie to their new home, which you see from this picture. So some of the affected people told me that they did not bring anything when the house collapsed. So I realized that how precious life it is. So when we are caring and serving our patients, we need to stand in their shoes to understand their point, to understand where they are coming from. So this is the important process and essential notes that we need to take care when during our nursing classes. Thank you.
亲爱的法师，还有各位贵宾，大家下午好哈，我是美惠。那接下来就是我想要分享我在慈济的医疗经验里面所学到慈社的在运用在上面，我的所有的每一份爱，把这份爱给传下去。那这是在Buddha's teachings.
So I would like to share how I put this into practice. Master teaches that the medical mission that we should be medical service that puts people at peace, and our team should be able to do this. And this is what I hear less of in other medical settings. In other hospitals usually emphasize on their professionalism and their modernism. And in Tzu Chi, our founder reminds us that we need to have medical service with love. I think that in Tzu Chi's medical mission, we also have a group of volunteers who come to care for our medical staff at least once a month. And in the beginning, we were we're not used to this because this is very different from our experience in other hospitals. But over time, we feel the love that is given to each of us. And how long does it take? Well, it took me 8 years to try to be transformed.
The
volunteers, when I first came here, I think these volunteers come here to supervise us, and so I was quite resistant. After 8 years, I was finally transformed. And why is that? That's because I had encountered a life questions in life that I couldn't answer. I thought that my professionalism could change the lives of our patients, but from what even with all I have learned, when I worked in the palliative care ward, all of our patients left our ward dead. So there's nothing that I learned that could help them extend their lives or keep them alive. So I feel that what I could do is pass the love that I have to others. And this is the love that I felt from our volunteers. And I found that I can also use the same method to lead my students in their interaction with their parents. I also see that my more senior colleagues also lead us in this same way with love. And during this process, we also have, of course, doctors who work with us. We would give them surprises on Doctor's Day. And we would shower them with our praises because we often have conflicts with them in our daily work. But on this day, we want to give them our praises, our comments, and we put them into little bottles to have the doctors open, and we see that they're very happy to receive our compliments. And our doctors wrote on their Facebook saying that he had been working in the medical field for close to 20 years, and this is the first time that he felt touched by his colleagues. So I was really amazed that we're able to create this type of environment at work, and also see that our younger colleagues also pass along this love to others. When she was taking care of an elderly lady who was being discharged from the hospital, but she lived alone, and she asked me, what will happen to this grandma? She lives alone. I told her, oh, we can go visit her. This is a map, and you can see the green areas are without buildings. So Tzu Chi Hospital in Taipei, of course, is in the urban area, but this elderly lady lived in the mountains. And when we brought our younger colleagues, the younger nurses, into the mountains to visit this grandma, then these younger colleagues were very surprised to see that there are actually people living outside of Taipei in the mountains who still need our care. And we see this younger colleague recorded the life of the grandma and posted it in our office at the hospital. And she made this video for the grandma when we visited her. And she made 2 copies of the video, or of the photo anthology, one for the grandma and one for herself. So even after our visit that time, our younger nurse colleague kept visiting this grandma by herself, and finally the grandma passed away last year. And through activities like this, younger nurses participate, and they now even ask for the opportunity. They ask that we go on these trips to visit these elderly people who are living alone. And during COVID, I also saw the love that our colleagues have, but being especially apparent during the time of COVID. During COVID, we needed to establish special wards for taking care of COVID patients. And with the patients that they came in, like for example, this one was a homeless person. So she is used to sleeping on the floor. So she was not comfortable sleeping on the hospital bed. She moved herself to the floor. So we So we complied with her habits and we took care of her on the floor. And these, of course, COVID was very contagious. But we stayed with the patients in the hospital ward for fear that they would fall off the bed. And we wanted to take care of them. So we have, with these more serious cases, we have two of our co-workers staying beside the hospital bed. And when the patients passed away, of course, we send them away. But we photograph this moment and we give the photograph to the family members, and the family members are very grateful for this, to see their family member the one last time. And like this patient kept hitting our colleague. And I asked her, I asked my colleague, why did you stay there when she kept hitting you? And she told me that I needed to stay there so she wouldn't get off the bed and hurt herself, as you see in the other video. So we are very grateful to our team that took care of the medical devices, assistive devices, and they gave us these beds with inflatable frames. And we tried the beds ourselves, make sure they're comfortable before giving these beds to the patients. So this also prevented the patient from rolling over. So patients with dementia, even though they have lost much of their intelligence, it does not mean that they have lost their physical ability. So for example, this patient who had dementia still walked around, even made her way out of the ward, and of course this was dangerous. And so she needed to have someone look at her, otherwise she would run away. So we put a mannequin inside white overalls. So we put this mannequin with white overalls in her ward. So this grandma thinks that there's always someone walking her, and she stayed in the room. But when she was getting charged, when she was on the day when she was being discharged, she told us that the mannequin was on the air, why don't we inflate it a little more? So in fact, she knew it was a fake person all along. But through all of these our attempts at protecting our patients, I believe this is the care that Buddha wants us to show to each other, and this kindness and love that we share with each other. And I think this is one way of putting the Buddha's teachings into practice. Of course, in taking care of our spirit, we need to be positive, be understanding, and fill ourselves with love. Thank you. Dear masters, honored guests, our superintendents, hello everyone. Next, I'm Yuru from Tzu Taichung Hospital. We have patients who have lost their intelligence, lost their mental capacity, lost their physical capacity. Even patients, of course, who pass away, which we will see in videos that are coming up. We accompany the patients and their families in their last stages in life. In looking after these seniors, there are different cases than the more acute cases that come into the hospital. We currently have 380 patients like this. You can imagine that 380 seniors, well, actually not all of them are seniors, but it is life is impermanent. We have patients of all ages who have sustained injuries or being inflicted with some type of disease, and this has affected their families gravely. And these patients come in with all different sorts of emotional distress. And with a professional care, this is something that we can help with. If they have trouble eating, drinking, that's something we can help with. But their suffering is not something that we can feel very deeply ourselves. For example, this gentleman we see here in the photo used to be quite a chauvinist, but being in this caring environment, we also saw him change. We see that some of our patients come visit our little altar with a Buddha statue. And this is their place for sharing their inner thoughts with the Buddha. And there are patients who come to pay respect to the Buddha. They even bring offerings of food. But we tell them that this is not necessary because these offerings of food ultimately to be eaten are eaten by our colleagues. So we've been gaining weight, and also we've asked the patients not to do these physical offerings anymore. On the photo on the right, these are two environmental protection volunteers who do recycling in their communities. And they also take this opportunity as they are in the hospital to get closer to the Buddha. And we also have a once per month study session and I think in these settings, what the seniors need are not care that it's not that we take care of every aspect of their needs, but that but that we empower them to look after their own lives. And we also listen to what they want to say to us so that their inner voices can come out. So with the help of our social workers, we use art therapy so the seniors can draw what they want. For example, this lady on the right, she drew a cat. So we asked them about why you want to draw this cat. And I also remember that in another case, he drew a picture of his home. I asked him, okay, why would you want to draw this home and who's in there? It turned out that he had left his home many years ago. He told me that this was the home that he came from, and they had a dog and his father is still there. So we can see that he still had a connection with his home, but because of unknown reasons that kept him from going back. Even if these patients cannot go home, we find ways for family members to come and participate in the care of their loved ones. So here on the left, we see the father-in-law and the daughter-in-law. And this is a rare occasion for them to express their care and consideration for each other. And they took this opportunity to communicate and to share their feelings with each other. As we continue, we see some of these patients recover better mentally as well as spiritually. Then we bring them to our recycling stations. But the way that we talk to them about this is we say, hey, grandma, let's go take a walk outside. And they're very happy to do so. At least they can leave the hospital. And I bring them to the recycling station. The recycling stations are full of love with volunteers who are very warm, and they invite our patients in for tea, and then the patients also get involved with sorting the recyclables. So this is very powerful as the patients then become they get more social engagement.
美惠督导说的，它也是实质的。
他刚开始来的时候，他其实连他的房间他都找不到，常常他是 A 床，他去睡别人的 B 床，然后明明他是男生，他也常常去躺在女生的住房，然后我们常常就是要去找他这样子哈。但你看他在做环保的时候，他心里是多么的宁静哈。那透过这样子，像我们有一个100岁的奶奶，她其实也是可以在这当中很灵活。那这当中其实不只有就是好像活动，其实它里面还有很多的照顾在里面哈，就是让他们的生活就是维持原本可以有的功能哈。那他们其实
they are able to maintain their capability and continue to grow in confidence with their capabilities as well. And we can see that grandmas here are also very busy as well in their work. And we also tell them that, oh, you used to make plum soup as well. So and then she would share us where to purchase the plums and where to purchase all the ingredients for the soup. And we would make all these soups and then we share with them that the next day we are doing a donation drive and we'll be selling these soup so that we can help more people who are in suffering. So they will be able to contribute as well bit by bit. And in the wards, you can see that they are changing their attitude as well. So the elderly man with white hair, he actually has cancer as well, later stage cancer, and yet he is now giving of himself and being happy with the ability to help others. And as we are looking over the elderly, the place that we visit the most is the crematorium as well. And we don't want the elderly to feel fear as well when they're going to the crematoriums and to the funeral homes. And so when someone passes away, they will also go and some of the patients will even go with us to the funerals as well to participate and send off their friends. So throughout this support and care, we can see that all the staff and team members are also there. And we teach them that they really must be grateful to all the elderly because the elderly people are the ones that are teaching us and guiding us to learn more about life. So you can see how sincere they are to say goodbye to the elderly. And this is also very meaningful in our lives as well. And we can see earlier here, this patient that I mentioned before. When he first came, he was not very happy and he felt illness, but when he was leaving, he was filled with smiles. And he was also very grateful for all the care that he had received. So I feel that in our lifetime, there are many times where it is actually a way to cultivate. And when we changed our mindset, our emotions and the way we feel will change completely. And can see here before he was leaving, he was able to pass away. He was able to take a photo with his wife. And now he has a very good relationship with his wife as well. And if he had not come to Tzu Chi and being cared for by our nurses, I don't know what he would be like today. So we all give our most sincere care when we are looking after the patients like they are Buddhas. So that is my sharing for today. Dear Master, Masters of the Abode, and all the Dharma Masters here, and all guests, I am from Hualien Tzu Chi Hospital. So I'd like to share with everyone how we put Buddhist teachings into practice. When we were invited to come and speak, I thought of over 20 years ago, I had the opportunity to look after Dharma Master Yin Shun. And I feel that the affinities really are quite incredible. So today I'd like to share with everyone how we make the most of the Jingsi Dharma lineage and also the nursing, our nursing motto to look after our patients here. So as a good nurse, we are like bodhisattvas. So, and as nurses, we are also referred to as the angels in white. So whenever there is suffering and when we see those in need, we will be there right at the front lines. So Master teaches us to look after the health and lives of all patients with love. And through the work that we do, we will come across many difficulties and challenges. And what do we do with that? We make use of Tzu Chi's 4 ingredients spiritual soup: contentment, gratitude, understanding, and forgiveness. And Tzu Chi's 4 ingredient operational soup: unity, harmony, mutual love, and concerted effort. And through these ways, we are able to put into practice the teachings of Master Zen Yin, so that we are there to respect all life and to have patient-centered care. So through some stories, I will share what we do during disasters such as COVID-19 and the earthquake on April 3rd. So here we look at, or we can see the photos from the recent earthquake in April. So the gentleman that's being circled, he is a nurse, and he was able to go straight to the disaster area to provide aid. So he works in the emergency room, and during his off hours, he will look after, he will take lessons and learn about how to conduct disaster relief. So whenever there is a disaster, they are able to go there right away. What's different from them to other professionals is that apart from their emergency care, they also have the ability to give nursing care as well, to look after the people who are affected and injured. So the earthquake occurred at 7:58 that day. That was just when we were about to change over our shifts. So many people had just finished a long evening of work as well. But when they heard that there were people injured, they quickly lined up and arrived at the emergency room after a long shift overnight. So every one of them has that sense of responsibility. And that even when there are disasters, we know that we need to step up and show up wherever there's a need. And also our management and everyone was already there as soon as possible. And we started to distribute and allocate the different personnel to different aspects of the work that we needed to do. So many of the male volunteer nurses also volunteered and went to the disaster area. So that is on the top left corner. And in the surgical rooms, we also had everyone working as well. There were many people who were sent to the hospital who needed aid. So at this time, our nurses thought of that there would be children as well. And caring for children is quite different because children would be more afraid and scared. So she quickly ran into our pediatric area to get some storybooks so that in a situation like this, if she could read stories to the children, they would help calm their hearts. And indeed, there were children who were sent over who needed care. So through reading storybooks, she was able to give comfort and calm the children down. And for all the patients who are receiving medical care, we have nurses who are looking after them and giving them love to ensure that there is somebody there constantly helping to calm them down and lower their fears. And after the disasters, there are many people who went to the scene of the disaster. And for those who go there, there will be some form of PTSD as well. And we also have our psychologists, psychiatrists who have also been giving them counseling and to helping the people who were helping the disaster affectees to help ensure that they are also emotionally taken care of. So for all the volunteers or frontline workers, they were also looking after them as well. Here, can everyone see what this is? This is a bowl of noodles. So we
有一天呢，他去查房的时候，他就发现有一个阿姨，他就心里非常的不安哦，他就觉得他隔天要手术了哦，但是
So
他又觉得
after the other disaster on April 2nd, which was the Hualien train derailment in 2021. We are also giving aid to them, and our nurses noticed that this lady was very worried, but she couldn't express herself. So in Taiwan, we often talk about eating mianxian noodles to help calm the nerves. So one of our volunteers, our team of volunteers who are very good at making these noodles. So we called them and asked if they could help with making the mianxian noodles for them because one of the patients was very worried and stressed. So our sisters quickly brought these mianxian noodles over. And when this lady saw this bowl of noodles, she was quite shocked and surprised that we were able to provide what she needed. Even though she was not able to, she did not eat it, but she felt calm and she knew that she would be able to get surgery tomorrow without worries. And also on during the earthquake after the earthquake in Hualien, we also had tourists who were here. She was very worried and could not fall asleep. So our Dharma masters from the Jingsi abode went there to visit and saw that she had a prayer bead on her wrist, which is from Dharma Master Yin. So our volunteers had this and she thought she would be able to give her some comfort and care. So our Dharma Master gave this prayer bead to her and also gave her a book with Jingsi aphorisms in English so that she would be able to read it. And after she read the book, she was able to calm down and feel a lot better. And after the disaster, all her luggage and everything was damaged. So our nurses were very mindful and they were able to find a secondhand suitcase for her so that she would be able to hold her things and get all of her things in order. So both physically and emotionally, we were able to give them the care that they needed. And here we see another story. This was from the train derailment accident in Hualien. So there was this little girl who was injured. As we were getting all the information from her, we saw that these little children, after getting such injury and experiencing such a major disaster, we were sure that she'd be very scared. So when we were speaking to her grandmother, we asked the grandmother, what does she like the most? And the grandmother says, so she liked this particular cartoon character. So our nurse went to purchase a doll with this cartoon character so that when this little girl saw this and see something that she liked, she would be able to be less scared. And when she moved into the patient's ward, our nurses also helped look after her. And at the bottom here, we were doing Tai Chi and leading them. So Master teaches us that we need to make use of our life to lead other lives and care for them. We wanted to ensure that she could feel that we were there for her and everyone was there to support her. And after our care, she was able to get discharged. And she shared with us why her father had brought her here to Hualien, and this is to go to the SeaWorld and to have fun here in Hualien. But because of this disaster, she was not able to go. So our nurses brought her there so that she could complete her trip. And when she returned, she said she wanted to become a nurse when she grew up because of all the care that she received from the nurses. So now she has become a person who is also caring and loving and will give to others as well.
最后的我想跟大家分享几个故事啊，就是我们在这本遇见的书里面所提到的哦，就是护理它其实是一个从出生到往生哦，都会有护理的照顾哦。那这个小朋友呢，其实他是辽国的人哦，他来到我们医院的时候呢，因为语言不通，所以呢，我们的护理师呢就透过画图的方式跟部落的 translation 去跟他做一个沟通，希望能够让他在远离家乡这样的一个照顾过程呢，能够不要太害怕，然后能够顺利的
and to finish and accomplish the treatment. So this is one of the young patients that we encounter. And during the process of caring, so our director of nurses saw the patient in Starbucks. And the patient has an idea of drinking a coffee at Starbucks. So we said, if you were to rehabilitate, we will try and bring you there. So rehabilitation and reward is very important. So as you can see in Tzu Chi career, Dharma Master Yin gave us a very good direction. So it is good that we can help the other people rather than being helped by other people. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. So very thankful to our four speakers today. So how do they, being a nurses, apply loving care and kindness, loving kindness in their career? So does this apply to all our city hospitals? Yes, it is. It's about compassion and wisdom. So someone asked me that why is there no representative from Daling City Hospital? So I'd like to introduce to you another medical colleague of mine from Daling Hospital, but unfortunately they were not able to speak today because they have an audit in the hospital. But nevertheless, in our Tzu Chi nursing career, we always apply the teachings of Dharma Master Yin. And most and for all, what's our slogan? What are the slogans of nurses in Tzu Chi? So Bodhisattva heart, Bodhisattva appear. So we are here to serve all the patient. So this is our slogan and mission in our life. So as we can see, during the students' time, it is important and critical that we teach them how to be a person that with loving kindness. So from Mei Hui presentation, so you have understand that you need wisdom. We need wisdom to deal with different problems, especially during the big site care. There are many challenges and things that have just happened. How can we walk into their life to understand their needs? This is essential as well. And being Tzu Chi nurses, we are proud to present our presentation today. So shall there be any questions? Please feel free to come and ask us. Thank you.
副执行长，
这个很感动，非常感动。这个
this is Deputy CEO Dr. He from Tzu Chi Foundation. So I would like to ask, so when you are dealing with challenges and ups and downs, so how do you apply the Buddhism in your career and facing difficulties, especially practitioner and patient's relationship challenges, I must say? How do you find your power through Buddhism? So I'd like to refer to this question. So during my nursing career education, the students, so those students are actually novice in nursing. So there are many changes and there are many situations just happen. So I felt very comfortable that every Tuesday I have this online learning class where sometimes we just share our what happening that's across in our daily nursing services. And of course, when we face our emotions, we need to exercise, we need to let go of our fears and fights. But through the teachings of our Dharma Master, I have learned how to calm myself down. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, my name is Mei Hui. So one of my practices to use Buddhism to apply in my nursing career is to listen to the morning sharing sessions from our Dharma Masters in Jin Si Bo. So through the teachings and their sharings from our Dharma Masters, I can find some, I can actually straighten my thoughts. And of course, listening to Dharma Master Chen Yin's teaching through her words, it is like a waves of calm and tranquility. So we can use tranquility versus our anxiousness. And this is how we bring down and let go of our emotions. And of course, during the morning session, we have different people from hospitals and city missionaries. But most important is that how can we find a way to resolve our problems through Dharma Master's sharing? And slowly, I will try and straighten my thoughts, and this is how I find a solution. So as for myself, when I just came to Tzu Ji, oh, this is not how I am. It's actually through time that how I become what am I right now, and especially that I learned from our Tzu Ji volunteers, their spirits, their actions actually touches me, and of course, morning sessions, assembly, and of course, sharings from our volunteers. These are the ways that how I find solutions and how I myself as a manager, I need to be a role model and serve people before myself. So this is my learning process. Although I do make some complaints sometimes, but this is a process. But nevertheless, we always tell ourselves to be a professional nurse, and therefore we need to be mindful of what we say. So hello everyone. My experience of being a nurse in City Hospital is through Jin Si aphorisms. These are the simple and teachings from Dharma Master Chen Yin. So through these aphorisms, I will use the wisdom of from Dharma Master Chen Yin and apply during my daily work. Like for example, you shouldn't be crazy with and insane just because of other people complaints. So therefore, we must learn how to act smart, of course, in a very careful way. But if we have to compare ourselves with other people, I must say that I'm a very fortunate person. So therefore, when I felt very down, when I feel very angry, frustrated, I always tell myself, if I were to compare myself with my other colleagues, how fortunately I am. And of course, we must always remember to be a role model to shape our nurses. Thank you. So these are the reflections from our speakers. But as for myself, I have my own reflections too. During my early 90s, in my nursing career, I always attend and learned Jin Si aphorisms during the morning assembly. So through these sharings and learning, we can always find some reflections and examples from other medical personnel. So right now, from morning assembly, it becomes an online study class. So sometimes during the online study classes, we will always share our experience with other nurses too. So this is how we learn. Hi everyone, I have a question to ask. So,
好，不好意思啊，不知道什么原因。好，我主要是要问
my main question is to Mei Hui. one of our director of nurses. So you have actually mentioned a word. Sometimes you fight with the doctors. So why do you like argue with the doctors? So we always see from the drama that of course doctors are the domain people in the medical professional, but nurses are female domains. So do you feel like hierarchy between the male and female? I know that our nurses has been upgrading ourselves in this professionalism and professional her. She always say that ladies first, and I felt so happy. So as you have mentioned that you do argue with doctors, this actually make me so interested with your experience. Is it because of like different views from different perspectives? So that's why you argue. So, but last but not least, other than arguments, but how can we resolve these problems with the doctors? Yeah, this is a very sensitive question, you know, arguing with the doctors. Maybe if today, if we are not in city hospitals, but based from our professionalisms, we can be very, very direct. Like for example, during this process of learning as a nursing students, and we compare ourselves with medical students, these are two different professionalisms and different schools of thoughts. So therefore, we have different perspectives and ideas from our own point. So if the doctors are just being too insist their point of view, so we just need to talk to them. But fortunately, I'm in city hospital because our city doctors has a very generosity heart. But of course, arguments always comes from different views, but it's the best for our patient. And of course, I must say, city medical doctors, other than being generous, they have these so we have different specialists in our medical professionalism. So when there's argumentative points, we just need to sit down and we need to sort it out. But nevertheless, I must say I have a very good engagement with my doctors in my career. Thank you so much.
督导的回应哈，那不知道还有没有什么
Thank you, Sister
要提出来的，或是给我们回
Is
馈
there
的？
anything else anyone wants to ask or comment on?
还没啊，不是到15分
We're
吗？
not out of
到了
time
到了
yet.
好 ，OK 好。那
we're about
因为
out of
时间的
time.
关系，那我们今天就分享到这里
So
哈，谢谢大
this
家。
concludes the end of our sharing. Thank you,
感恩
everyone.
副执行跟这个
So thank
高
you
会
to
法
our
师的提
Deputy
问哈。
CEO and Venerable Zhaohui for your
这
questions.
真是非常欢乐。但是其实完全体现了如何
This
把
is
佛法
a
利用在
very
道场。我会请
happy session, and it also
那我们有请
showcases
那个
how
净思
Buddhism
社
is
的
applied
代
in
表
the
师傅
hospital.
来
We like to ask
替我们
for
的
our
正言上人
representative
来发表
from
简约
the
来，请你们
Jingsi
往前
Abode
站，
to
到这个
present gifts
table 的
to
那个
our
桌子的前面。
speakers, to our panelists.
那我们看向他举手的那位摄影师，请看向他。
Please look toward the photographer.
我们也感恩颁发结缘品的德传法师，那一起拍个照，大家。
Also thank Master Dechuan for presenting the gifts.
好，感恩，再次感恩。那接下来是
Thank
我
you,
们的第
everyone.
2场的圆桌论坛，中间没有
Our
茶
next
具，因为
session
精彩要接续下
will
来。
start right away
那让我
without a
们欢
break in
迎
between.
医疗
Let
财
us
团的
welcome
林俊龙执行长来主持今天的第2场
CEO
论坛。
Jinong Lin to be the
那我们院长
moderator
的
for our second panel
医师们
discussion. He is the
院长们
CEO of
都
Tzuji's Medical
请
Mission. So welcome the superintendents from Tzu hospitals.
林金荣院长、赵有成院长、主任、院长、
赵有成。
陈师傅、大卫法师和副执行长以及在座的各位贵宾，大家下午好。
Venerable Chapai and honored guests, good afternoon.
就如我今天早上
As I mentioned earlier this morning in the opening ceremony,
医疗置业的知识
our medical mission is very practical.
卷起袖子来做工的啦。
We roll up our sleeves and do the work.
这50几年来
In the past 50-some years,
58年前
Master 58 years ago established the Tzu Foundation.
上的一直为佛教、为众生嘛。
She started with charity, working for Buddhism and for living beings. That's how we started. She saw that in the Hualien area, there were a lot of people living in poverty and needed assistance. So we started with charity. And Master Cheng Yen very quickly found out that behind poverty often lied illness. And the compounding effects of poverty and illness are one of the worst sufferings in our world. So she started free clinics in Hualien on Renai Street. That was the beginning of our medical mission. Before then, she cared for people living in poverty and often encountered sick people who needed to be transported to Taipei because of a lack of medical resources in Hualien. So whether the patients either went to Taipei or went south to Kaohsiung. It took a long time, and of course, it often delayed the treatment for the patients, and many people did not survive the trip, or they became paralyzed because they could not get timely treatment. Now we have 8 hospitals in Taiwan, from the east side of Taiwan, from Hualien to the south, to Yuli, to Guanshan, and then to Dalian, Taipei, to Taichung, and then also Douliu and Sanyi. Currently, we have 8 hospitals. Master gave us the ideal that can be summarized as to protect life, protect health, and protect love. In medical treatment, of course, professionalism is the basic, and every day new methods, new medicine, new equipment comes out. So, without question, we need to achieve a certain level there. But more importantly, treating patients and their family, the attitude and the humanistic care that we bring, that the care that we bring to the patients is more important. So this is how we do it. If there's something that the patient needs, then we will try our best to fulfill it. Give the patients happiness and leave the problems and challenges and responsibility to us, to our medical staff. So our 8 hospitals in Taiwan are operating with this ideal, with these principles. And today we are very grateful to have the superintendents from our 4 larger hospitals, from Hualien, Dalian, Taipei, and Taichung. We will share in turn with you the east coast of Taiwan, the south side of Taiwan, north side of Taiwan, the east side of Taiwan. What unique challenges they face because of their local environments. They face different types of patients, different types of challenges, and how we respond and send our care. Another very important thing is, in the past several decades, with Master's ideal and principles, we are able to be involved, to commit ourselves, and to feel that it is more fortunate to give than to receive. And we stay on our positions without turning away, without turning back. That it is more fortunate to give than to receive. This is something we feel in our daily jobs, and this is what allows us to keep going. People talk a lot about sustainability now, and to be sustainable here is we are sustainable because of these principles, of how touched we are in our daily work. So first, I'd like to invite Superintendent Lin Zhimeng from Hualien.
敬爱的上人，所有的法师、精舍师父
，Dharma Masters, our CEO, and our executives and honored guests. Hello, everyone.
东方国土净琉璃东方所以花莲慈济医院
east side of the Buddha land, which is pure as lattice. Here we're in Hualien, we're also on the east side of Taiwan, and we have many patients say that heavenly beings or bodhisattvas tell me to come to the east, and that's they end up at Hualien City Hospital. Now, Master wants us to combine Western medicine and Eastern medicine, Chinese medicine. So many patients come to our hospital for this very special combination of Western medicine and Chinese medicine. This is where we also fulfill the vows of the medicine Buddha. Actually, Master also came to the east side of Taiwan with the initial motivation of taking care of this remote piece of land and the people here. So I would like to share with you some stories from our hospital. There are so many stories from the hospital. Some of them were shared by our nurses. So I will share with the more principal aspects of how we operate the hospital. I would like to start by sharing the first vow of the medicine Buddha, which is the equality of all beings. Now, in the eastern part of Taiwan, which is more remote and hard to access, the level of medical care available here cannot be compared to the west side of Taiwan. And when I first came to Hualien, the average life expectancy here was 5 to 8 years lower than people on the west side. And a lot of people lived in poverty. People were not healthy here. And Master told a lot of stories as well, too many to tell today. But one of the vows of our hospital is the medicine Buddha's first vow, that is the equality of all beings. So we started operating in 1986 as Tzu Chi's first hospital. And from the initial vow to build a hospital to actually completing it, It took many years. So we see the photo on the left when we first started, and on the right side is the scale that we currently have. We have now 3,500 medical staff. Our government estimates that for a hospital to sustain a hospital this size requires a population of about 2 million. But in Hualien, the greater Hualien area, we only have 550,000. So it's difficult to sustain a hospital of this scale. And another thing that makes this difficult is Hualien is actually quite a large swath of land, but it's not very populated. Master Chen Yin, I get to meet Master Chen Yin twice a week. And I listened to her teachings. She told us that when she first came to Hualien, it took 80 hours to travel from the west side of Taiwan to the east. So in 1986, when the hospital started running, that 8 hours had been shrunken to 4 hours, but that was still not fast enough. If someone had acute disease, especially affecting the brain or the heart, of course, the function of a hospital is to save lives. We can see this young lady here who was one of the first serious cases that our hospital took on. The 5 days after its opening, she was injured in a car accident. She was in a coma. So we did brain surgery on her. We did the brain surgery on her twice and brought her back to life. So this was. So we got a reputation, this reputation spread in this area. And we also then took on cases involving cardiovascular diseases. And now we are able to save a lot of lives in Hualien County. This is one of the recent cases where one of our high school teachers here who was saved with ECMO, with an ECMO machine. So afterwards, after he was discharged from the hospital, he was able to continue his career as a PE teacher. So we definitely need to have our skills need to be at the top level. Master also expects us to learn from the Sutra of Infinite Meanings, which includes a chapter on the 10 virtues. And it says that while we're still mundane beings, we make a great vow to cultivate goodness. And as we see sentient beings with diseases that we can treat with the medicine of Dharma, then we can do so. In the very early days, we had doctors supporting Tzu Chi Hospital from other hospitals. And of course, we eventually built our own medical college. And we also train our own doctors, train our own nurses and medical technicians. We train a lot of them, especially indigenous. We have 30% of our workforce is from the indigenous community, and they stay here to take care of people, to take care of their community members as well. We also do medical outreach northward to Yilan, to their clinics there, to hospitals that need support there. The hospitals there in Yilan call us saying that they need support. I told them, "Oh, you're very close to hospitals in Taipei." They told us, but doctors don't want to travel to Yilan, so we travel upwards instead. So Hualien supports Yilan. We also support the community health clinics that are run in the more remote areas. we get a lot of requests from communities on the eastern part of Taiwan. So we take care of basically the entire eastern side of Taiwan with our hospital. We can see that on the chart on the left, the red line is the percentage of people who need to seek medical treatment outside of Hualien, and the blue line is people coming to Hualien to seek medical treatment. And so more and more people are coming to Hualien to be treated. So this is a sign that in addition to doing a good job professionally, we also help our patients feel cared.
台湾健保世界第一，有没有偏乡的问题？有啊，那是不是只有台湾才有？不是，美国、欧洲、日本都有。哦，那中央也知道把偏乡的这个橱窗再擦亮。
So we know that we want to make provide better service for the rural areas.
用3到5倍的速度再追回。
So with 3 to 5 times of speed to grow and to do better.
变3年多哈，所以都是10几家医院一起努力来的哈。
So we have been able to lower the increase the life expectancy of those who are living in these rural areas of Taiwan. And we would like to see we would like everyone from all over the world, whether the US, Japan, everyone to be able to come here and learn from us as well, and to see how we provide medical care in rural areas. So whenever there are disasters like earthquakes, typhoons, and mudslides, landslides, we come across many difficulties here. And what do we do to care for the people who are living in very rural areas that are hard to reach? And without medical care, what do? We walk to there. So for those who are capable, we go bring the aid to them rather than wait for them to come to us. So this is how we have a relay of love to provide healthcare to those in the most remote areas of Taiwan. So when we look at the Lotus Sutra here, everyone here is our future Buddhas, and therefore we have to give unlimited care, and we should treat them all as Buddhas. So we do as Master Yin teaches us, and we work tirelessly, just like our Dharma masters at the Jingsi abode, who never rest every day. So now we also have our Jingsi products as well, like our Jingsi herbal tea, which is to help protect the health of the people. And apart from our patients and their families, we also have to look after our staff and all the people who are working in our hospital. So we have a shortage of medical staff from all aspects of the hospital. And now we also have more senior doctors and medical personnel who are more advanced in their age, but we are continue to provide care and continue to keep working. And we also have our director here who has retired and came back again and continue to work as well and provide lessons and care and teach our younger generation as well. So on the right, it's me. I'm also I'm also 70 now, so I also came back out of retirement. So a few years ago, Master Yin asked me to come back again. So at the time I said, I was outside for 3 years and I'd like to learn some skills and then come back again. So after 8 years, I returned back to Tzu Chi Hospital. So we have our more senior and doctors who have come back. And I'm also a neurologist, and we have 12 doctors. And every year we are also training more doctors, specialists as well. So we have the capability to train many young doctors now. And Master teaches us that as long as there is an illness, there is a way to give treatment and find treatment for the patients. So this is a patient from Hong Kong. So he has muscular atrophy, and he has been wearing a gas mask for 5 years now. So with muscular atrophy, he actually has SMA, which is a illness for children. So this is very costly to treat. And he is aware that there is no direct treatment for him at the moment. But he learned from his friends that at Tzu Chi Hospital, we can provide care through Western and Chinese medicine. And we also use DNA to provide aid and care for his treatment. So we look at all the different aspects of medical care to see how we can improve his muscular atrophy and provide more strength in his muscles. And indeed, we were able to achieve this. And after 2 weeks, he was able to raise his arms. And after a month, he was able to get down from the bed and walk to the bathroom himself. So this has provided a little bit of hope for him. So with all different types of medical care here, the most important thing is to look after or provide ginseng for him. And he was able to increase his muscular muscles. So as great healers, we hope that at this hospital, we can combine Western and Chinese medicine and continue to combine these strengths together to provide the medical care that is needed to treat these patients. And we also look at all the herbs and possibilities to provide greater medical care and medicine to provide medical aid to cancer patients and all Parkinson's, dementia, Alzheimer's. So this is a combination of the West and the East to bring the medical care that is needed. So from 1986, when we started with 114 staff, now we have over 3,000 staff. We hope that for all those who are in need, they can come here and we were able to provide them with medical care and also spiritual care, and to continue to safeguard life, health with love. Thank you. Thank you so much, Superintendent Lin. Next, we have Darling Tzu Chi Hospital. He is the ER director. Thank you, Superintendent. And dear Dharma Masters and all attendees, good afternoon. I don't have a PPT prepared, so I was told that there was no need for a PowerPoint presentation, but then I learned. And I forgot, I didn't wear the doctor's robe as well, but I think it's a good thing. I hope that you will remember my speech the most because of all these mistakes. So this is my first time to attend a non-medical conference. So it is extremely interesting as well. So we arrived a little earlier to listen, and we're sitting at the back to hear all the presentations. I feel like it's almost like two different worlds. So I know in our medical conferences, many people will say everything is medical, and some other people who are not medical personnel will feel out of place as well. But as I was listening, I could understand some of the information that was being shared. And something that I was very touched by was Dharma Master Yin. He used to be a doctor, and he is a monastic. So he said that if I am still a neurologist, I would not be I would not choose to become a monastic, but for these different situations, so we can see from different situations will lead us to different decisions and different ideals. Master Yin Shun was actually working at a city hospital. I wonder if he would choose the Dharma path. Maybe he would still be a very good neurologist. So working at City Hospital, there is something that's very positive. It allows us to So it allows us, working at a city hospital allows us to fulfill our wish to care for people with love and with this spiritual fulfillment at the same time, apart from just looking after the patients. And earlier we mentioned the medical personnel, nurses fighting with the doctors. So this isn't really fighting, I would say. I would say maybe just raising our voices a little to remind one another. It is because we are all working towards the benefit of the patient. So we're reminding one another of what our goal is. So even at home, we would have parents who argue with one another. Why are they doing this? Because they're working towards a better home. Should they say apologize to one another because of this? It's not about definitely finding a solution, but also just working towards the goodness overall for the family or for the patient. So I'd like to share my own experience with everyone. So whether in Tzu Chi or within the Buddhist community, so as we work together in the medical system here, we know that as medical personnel, as soon as we arrive within the hospital of Tzu Chi Hospital, you'll see a cornerstone that says safeguarding lives and health with love. So this is a constant reminder for all our medical personnel. Why am I here? Why am I here working at this hospital? And what is my purpose here? So as we enter into this Buddhist hospital, we often ask ourselves, why are you here? Why have you chosen to be a doctor? Why have you arrived at Tzu Chi Hospital? What is your purpose here? That's what we ask the people who come here. Some people will come here and say, oh, I'm a doctor, I'm here to make money and to look after the patients. So they will be quite playful here and cheeky about this. But we constantly remind our staff that it is so important here that we are here to provide care. And it is because of these great affinities that have allowed us to come here. And from the different affinities in society, we have the ability and to become a doctor. And as a doctor, what is our main purpose and mission in life? And how can we make the most of our lives? And that is why we always bring it back to safeguarding lives and health with love. As I work in the ER, in ER, everything is very urgent. So it's when we look after people's health and lives, only then can we have love and care for others. Only when we are healthy and alive, basically. So as our expertise, looking after saving lives is not as difficult for us because we are trained. But safeguarding health, how do we do this? We have the healthcare system, and how much can we provide to care for our patients in terms of their health? But safeguarding love is difficult. Without the spiritual backing of religion, without a true understanding of this, it is very difficult to safeguard love and to provide love to people. So at Tzu Chi Hospital, it is
very easy for us to do this because we have this constant spiritual support. I asked my classmates as well, how do you look after people with care emotionally and spiritually? And many of my classmates find it very difficult they find it quite intangible. But at Tzu Chi Hospital, when people ask us this, we may also have a difficult time explaining this, but we are able to put it into practice. So unconsciously, we are already putting this into practice and caring for people with love. So as an ER doctor, we are constantly safeguarding lives, health, and love. So one time I was on international disaster relief, and we were looking after the people there who were ill and trying to ensure that they had a place to look after, a stable place to live. Master said that's not good enough. We should look at all aspects of care. This allowed me to realize that in looking after people's lives, health, and love, all three must be done at the same time. There is no order and there is no prioritization. We need to look after, safeguard their lives and their health and love all at the same time.
So if I have a healthy stamina, then I can safeguard people's lives. So no matter what I do, the concept of love and loving kindness is so powerful and essential. And therefore, safeguarding love, safeguarding health, and safeguarding people's life, it's not just about saying, it's not a slogan, but it's about how do you incorporate these principles in your career. So in our case study presentation, it's not just about studies. You need to ask yourself, why? Why are there deaths? Why are there relapse of the disease? So when we are discussing about medical services, what can we add on in addition to help the case studies for a better outcome and approach? But for example, emergency care, we must do things appropriately, manually order, prioritizing. We see from the outside view that this is a good outcome. And this is what we approach in our medical professionalism. And just like what our CEO Junlong Lin has mentioned, so when you receive upset, I would like to use Dharma Master Yin wisdom of words, which is we do it from the bottom from our heart, and we receive with happiness. So how can we receive with happiness? And why do we need to serve with happiness? Like in this central province of Taiwan, which is named Jiayi, and we see ourselves and compare with the eastern province of Taiwan. So what's the difference? Mainly because of traffic distance. So and therefore, we have difficulties in recruiting medical professionals, and these apply to the rural area of where Daling Tzu Chi Hospital is. So how can we make our medical professions and staff to work happily? This is a very, very challenging question. For example, Superintendent Jen, he comes to our hospital all the way from Taichung, which is the central part of Taiwan. And of course, it's about affinity, and it's about a good cause and condition, and therefore it lead to a positive expectation. So safeguard health, safeguard life, and safeguard love. This is the different thoughts, being a professional doctor and the doctor with compassion. So we need to think about how can we sustain our medical professions with compassion and love. And of course, we have our colleagues, not just in the hospitals, but they can be in the research studies or community healthcare and etc. Does this professionalism affect our country's progress? Yes, because it is important that we need to upgrade our professional skills, especially me myself in emergency medical care. So from community and to a bigger population, we need to think from a higher level and a higher aspects for the needs of the patient. So if we can continue safeguard people's life, love, and healthcare, one of our nursing speakers in the previous presentation has mentioned about learning to awakening. So awakening is not just about enlightenment, it's about awareness. So my son also talked to me about what is learn and awakening. He always say that your learning, your teaching is a little bit boring and make me feel so sleepy. So how can we create this learning interest from our doctors? We need to understand what is the understanding and the core values of awakening, because you need to shake it up, and then to realize that it has to be a spiritual kindness cycle. So every time when I enter into the hospital's main door, I will see the plate which actually wrote safeguard people's life, love, and health. So, and I would tell the Buddha in front of me, I did it. I have safeguard everything, including my patient's health, love, and healthcare. So it is important that we need to spread these core values and principles to our colleagues around us, and it will actually create a better environment in our professional careers and among our colleagues. As I have mentioned earlier, how fortunate I am because I have this affinity and I come into the hospital. I learned to be a doctor that providing holistic care. So we always say that do the good deeds and in return you will be in the heaven. But of course, this is the Buddhist way of cultivation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Li Yigong, for your sharing. So, standing from a generous man's level, we integrate the core elements of charity from Dharma Master perspective. So, having ourselves to immerse in this loving kindness environment is totally different if we were to compare ourselves with other hospitals. So now I would like to introduce to you Superintendent Chao. So he will actually talk to us about applying Buddhism when facing life, death, and the cycle of life. Dear Dharma Masters and respective guests, I'm so honored to be here today to share with you my presentation. Before I came to Buddhist City Hospital, and if people were to ask me what is my religion, I will always say that I'm a Catholic. But in fact, that's because my mother, during her younger days, when she was the age of 17, she delivered me into this world. And of course, we have like confusions about religions, but nevertheless, my mom brought me to the Catholic Church and I became a Catholic. So during my kindergarten times, I live in Taoyuan, a rural area. There is a Italian reverend priest, and he will always come with these necessities like milk powder to our family and provide to the people who in need. And therefore, ever since, I was not being taught about what is the concepts of Catholics, but I always tell my friends that I'm a Catholic. So faith and religion is very important as a part of our life until I met Dharma Master Yin that she mentioned. What is religion? It's about teaching and education of our life. So therefore, it is my great pleasure that to announce to every one of you that I'm a Buddhist now. So ever since I'm in Tzu Chi Hospital and I realized that affinity is incredible. As the previous speaker has mentioned, Dharma Master Yin Shun has mentioned that if I'm still a doctor, will I still become a monk? But nevertheless, I feel that being a monk, being a practitioner, we are elevating our wisdom in our Buddhist cultivation. But of course, in Tzu Chi hospitals, there are many nurses, practitioners, and staff. I believe that they also attain a very higher level of wisdom in their life. And today, I would like to share my own personal experience because I'm a gastrointestinal doctor, and most of my time in the clinics and in the hospital wards, I have been facing old age, illness, and death. And me as a doctor, I have to eventually face it as well. And of course, I'm very grateful for this opportunity that I have seen many case studies and volunteers. They do have this chronic disease illness in their life. So I'm very interested that so how do they get in touch into Buddhist practicing, especially if they are a chronic patient themselves? I have so many questions in my mind that I couldn't reason it out today. But of course, some of the my patients watch TV and get to learn about Dharma Master Yin and Tzu Chi, and therefore they cherish their life and appreciate whatever they have. And thankful to Dharma Master Yin for her teachings to make us realize the truth of life of circle of life. So us as a doctor, we always know that we need to serve the patients before ourselves, regardless is operations or medical treatment. In Tzu Chi, I have encountered some IT management. One of our managers from the IT department just had a brain stroke and was announced as deaf. So his mother is about 78 years old, but his mother is also a Tzu Chi commissioner. So his mother and his wife announced that they would like to donate my IT managers to become a silent mentor. So we as a Buddhist practitioner, we always know the cause and condition, the relationship of cause and conditions. I'm really showing my respect to my IT managers, mother and their families for their generosity and contributing my IT managers corneals and tissues and bones that can become an organ donor. So how can we use Buddhism to face illness and sickness, especially during the patients, they feel very down at that time. So my IT manager during his last hours, there's about 300 of his colleagues came to the hospital to visit him. And he also teaches how to make coffee for those farmers. So these people that he encountered during his days and years, once they know that my IT manager is going to pass away and become an organ donor, they come very quickly to pay him the last respect. So during the 1st of August, there are many new practitioners came to Tzu Chi hospitals and sent him off. So before my IT manager entered to the operating theater, we pay our last respect to him. And we pray for him. So the operation to retrieve his organs starts at about 8 a.m. in the morning. And some of our representatives from our Tzu Chi hospitals do came and also pay their respect to my IT manager. So from this case that I have observed, there are doctors, practitioners who are not from Tzu Chi hospital. There are 4 of them. And seeing this case studies, this situation, they themselves, they also become a organ donor. So in our Buddhist Sutra,
他以前是抽烟喝酒赌博，但是因为慈济照顾他，他是我们的感恩父母，他得了食道癌，慈济也有帮忙这个医疗费，但是手术后若干时间又复发了，这是大年初一啊，他在我们的新年没有办法回家，他又聋又哑，但是他的心愿就是要把他唯一最好的眼角膜捐给别人。
And his wish was to donate all his cornea, which is the only good organ that's left in his body, to others. And when he very piously put his palm together, hoping to thank us in helping him donate his organ. Now, in this photo, the lady next to me comes from Paraguay. Her husband was Dr. Misa, who was a disciple of the master. Their whole family were doctors, except this Mrs. Misa, who was a pharmacologist. And she came back to Hualien to see masters. Deputy CEO asked about challenges faced by medical staff earlier, and so I would like to share. The first is one is the challenges that we face. That there was once when we're going under accreditation for the hospital, and we're running into difficulties. So that was I felt that was really challenging for me. A second one is how do we deal with underperforming staff or staff who weren't performing to expectations? Tzu Chi does not work like other hospitals where we just fire people. So how do we how do we uplift the performance of our colleagues? And we can see this volunteer screen, the patient. He is a volunteer who works to help repair and transport assistive devices. And in this process, he injured himself. And when he came to the hospital, he said that, oh, he has a lot of bad karma, and this injury is just him this is karma catching up to him. So I think that if all patients had an attitude like this, then they're just so easy to treat. Now, of course, here we see COVID, which affected the whole world. Here we see our medical staff who only received one shot of vaccinations, and then they went into the wards like this. They went into the wards, went into the hospital, thinking that if it's not them, then who'll be able to do this? So with the work that they do in the surgery rooms, they're delivering new babies, looking after different patients, like this patient who was being intubated. And this was very high risk, especially with in the times of COVID. So some of these patients are very heavy, and sometimes we needed to turn around flip the patients onto their stomachs. So to flip a very heavy patient without disturbing all the intubation with all the tubes that are connected to him. So we asked our male nurses to help with this, and also with patients who have lost some physical capacity. We try to do our best with all these challenging cases. So how does Buddha Dharma help with this? During that time, we tried our best. We felt like we were like in the Buddhist fables, the little bird who wet his wings to try to put out a forest fire. But because of our actions, we inspired other hospitals to try to do the same. And our Ministry of Welfare noticed this, and they awarded our hospital the highest prize. And so it's not just because of our work, but because of the work that other hospitals also put in, that we were able to help contain the COVID situation in Taiwan. So this is with Master's teaching of taking others' suffering as our own. Here we see this elderly volunteer who woke up at 3 a.m. to sweep the bridges. And with the earnings that she made, she donated them to help build the Tzu Chi Hospital in Taipei. And the other volunteer worked as a domestic helper to donate equivalent of $3 million to Tzu Chi Hospital to help build Tzu Chi Hospital. So these are volunteers who make use of their time, the time in their lives, and they transcend the limitations of life and death. As they face the unknown, they face it without fear, and they vow to come back here on their vow. So thank you for listening to my sharing, and I wish to give you my best wishes. Thank you, Superintendent Zhao. We see that Superintendent has put Buddha Dharma into his running of the hospital. Next, we'd like to invite from Taichung, Superintendent Jian Shaoxin, to share with us how the hospital there puts Buddha Dharma into practice. Please. Dear masters, dear seniors, executives, deputy executive CEO. Indeed, I'm very grateful to be here. And I noticed that everyone comes up here first to answer a few questions. So I want to also want to help answer why our medical staff, the nurses, have some quarrel with doctors. I want to report that Florence Nightingale was quite feisty as well. When she arrived at the field hospitals in the war, First World War, they saw the doctors were hurrying from patient to patient, and they were leaving the hospital very messy. And she thought that this would lead to infections, because cleanliness is very important. If they had dirty, messy wards, that wasn't good for the patient. So she fought the doctors and quarreled with the doctors. So this is the tradition that I guess our nurses also inherited from. However, Sister Mei Hui says that we don't have quarrels now. In actuality, we still have quarrels. And where do these quarrels come from? Because nurses tend to be on the weaker side, and they think that they cannot win the arguments with us. So they look for younger doctors to quarrel with. And younger doctors are unable to respond to the challenges from these nurses. But this happens at other hospitals, not at Tzu Chi Hospital. Now, we hear other hospitals in Tzu Chi. These hospitals are actually quite similar. So I want to approach this topic from a different angle. I want to okay, let's skip that slide. I'd like to share with you that perhaps a few superintendents didn't share with you, but in Tzu Chi's medical system, we feel very deeply. If you look at these balloons, this is from February of last year. And this is in southern Turkey. There was a large quake in the Turkey and Syria, around the Turkey and Syria border. You'll see there, where do these balloons come from? This was the site of a kindergarten. So there are many children there that died. So people tied balloons there so the children's spirits could be comforted. But with this process of grieving, can we help to comfort the spirits, the spirits of the children who left? And we see this reminds me of this photo from May 2008 in Sichuan after the earthquake. We were there very soon after the earthquake, and we brought our medical resources. This is the field in the school. We were so sad to see this. You can imagine that there are many children in elementary school were there, and their bodies were lying here. And we can also imagine the parents of the children knowing that the children were still burying under rubble in the school. This is when we visited Sichuan. There are many children who, because the earthquake struck at 2 p.m., many children were hurt in the earthquake when their schools collapsed. So what did Tzu Chi do there? So that these surviving children could walk out of this trauma. We provided hot food, but what did hot food have to do with these children? Well, we help other children grieve in this process, because these children we told them that these children had the responsibility to live their life on behalf of their classmates who did not survive the earthquake. Our CEO led us to Jordan, to the refugee camp.
So this is in winter in Jordan, and the temperature was around 0 degrees, and yet they were still wearing slippers. It was very heartbreaking to see this. So we decided to go there for a free clinic. Is it meaningful to do this, to go so far to provide medical care? But I'd like to share that even through medical care, we can provide a positive effect to the people there. So here, because of war, they were injured and also had emotional scars as well. And what's most touching is actually our dental clinic. So here we see many doctors and dentists going there from Taiwan. The medical equipment that we brought there was actually something that was we were able to go to remote areas and impoverished areas where people would not have the ability to receive this medical care. That was 10 plus years ago, but this is a recent photo. Now we have local doctors who are continuing this. Take a look. None of them are Asian or from Taiwan. None of them. All of them are local dentists. So you can see how love knows no boundaries. There may be a difference in our religious belief, but that love is actually the same. As long as we can share this compassionate love of Buddhism, we can also inspire those who are there. Everything that they do is just as good as us. They are all doing a great job. So you can see the mindfulness. It is all extremely touching to see. We have female dentists as well. And look at the eyes and the way she is looking at the child. This is how medical care can have an effect and influence. It is not just influencing or affecting those who are there to give and those who are receiving the aid, but this kind of effect, this international relief, can actually provide and inspire others as well to take on this role. And other than that, we can see in Tzu Chi, we also make outreaches, medical outreaches. This is in Taichung area, where we visited a 35-year-old patient. This young person had a heart attack, and then because of a lack of oxygen to the brain, this person lost mobility. So his father looks after, works night shifts, and his mother works in the morning. And when we arrived, we saw that there are bed sores, and it spent a lot of money and was very costly for them to provide this treatment for the bed sores. So we showed the parents how to look after their child so that it wouldn't be so costly. And they spent a lot of money buying medicine as well. And we showed them that this medicine wasn't actually necessary and how they could save money to provide the care that they need. So for people who cannot leave the hospital, we can go there to care for them. We were able to save them $10,000+ a month. So both the parents are retired, but they are taking shifts to look after this child. And the mother herself is also suffering with her legs as well. So we have also looked at ways to look after her and give her treatment. So in Taiwan and throughout the world, we can see patients coming to the hospital. And we see all the superintendents of the various hospitals. We can do a lot within the hospital, but we also want to bring this love and medical care outside of the hospital to reach out to people who can't come to us and to have an influence to people further out. So for one of our hospital anniversaries, what we do for an external hospital for their anniversary was to do an outreach. But that was only on their anniversary. But for Tzu Chi, we do this weekly on a daily basis. We go there and go to the places where nobody reaches. And as one of our superintendents mentioned earlier, every time we walk into the hospital, we see the plaque that says safeguard lives and health and love. And we also see the image of the Buddha looking after somebody who is sick. So it is a very different feeling when we walk into a Tzu Chi hospital that is different from other hospitals. And within all the different hospitals, there is a slight difference as well in the design and the structure of the hospital and how you enter. Not all of it is exactly the same, what's on the ground. And we see in Darling Hospital, there is a lotus flower. And then there is the body leaf in one of the other hospitals. And here at Taichung Tzu Chi Hospital, there's something that is very different. I'm the last speaker, so I have a chance to say that ours is the most special. So what is it that's different? So we see musical notes at the top, right at the top there. This is only something you can see at Taichung Tzu Chi Hospital. So what is this? So this is actually the Tzu Chi anthem that we're playing right now. And talks about providing aid to the suffering and the poor and those who are sick and ill. So as we are looking at the plaque that says safeguard lives, and so as the song mentions, we need to go to the streets, go into the community to provide aid. So here everybody experiences care. And we want to inspire compassion in everyone who enters the hospital and to bring it out and to influence even more people and to actually have this influence reach throughout the world.
I think this is one of the best part of being in Tzu Chi Hospital. During the morning, we have a morning assembly. I will call this spiritual assembly. Our nurses speakers has mentioned about this morning assembly earlier because this is a time whereby we can take a few steps back and calm ourselves down. So during the morning assembly, we always do reflections, whereas we compare ourselves to other hospitals. We are a hospital that filled with gratefulness, gratitude, and love. Thank you, Superintendent Jen, for his speech.
So I think everyone can feel his words and his reflections of at working in a Tzu hospital. So every morning, Dharma Master Yin deliver her speech through morning assembly. And we have like a total of 200 volunteers and medical professionals every day attending this morning assembly. We are marching towards our goals and our mission. We have volunteer doctors and nurses and medical professionals, which is called TIMA. So we see the people who are suffering, we cherish ourselves, and we need to turn our power of love. So it is very rare that to have this opportunity to meet the Buddha, to learn Buddhism, but now we are all in this Tzu lineage. You see how fortunate we are as a whole group because of time limitation. I'd like to ask from the floor for further guidance, and shall there be any questions, please feel free to ask us or to share with us. So I'd like to share a joke with everyone now. So in overseas, as a joke, this Catholic sister and nurses, are there any difference between the both of them? So Catholic nun and nurses, what are the difference? So the answer is the Catholic nuns, he is only responsible to one God. This is a fact. But nurses, they have to face a lot of God, which is referring to the doctors. There are so many of them like walking up and down in the ward every day and in operating theater. So just now we talk about like, oh, there's some arguments between the nurses and doctors. This is not easy to handle, especially our operating theater doctors. If you were to ask them, so who are the top three of the operating theater doctors? They know the first, they say me is always number one. So Superintendent Jen, he is a surgical doctor, and I myself is a general medicine. So we always say that surgeons knows nothing but does everything. So meaning that he as a surgeon, he do everything. But they always have a saying, when in doubt. So if you have any questions, clear it out, spit it out. But as a general medicine doctor, you knows everything but does nothing. You know, you know everything, but you don't do anything. Yes, so a pathologist does everything and do everything because he is doing post-mortem. So this is one of our jokes that usually we crack sometimes. So questions to the floor. Any questions for our doctors? Please. No? Please. I have two questions. So the model of Tzu medical system, can it be duplicated to other hospitals? But of course, knowing that Dharma Master Yin is the founder, but does this medical practices able to duplicate into other hospitals? If we were to pass over to the next generation, how are we going to do it? Well, it's a difficult question, I must say. We have lots of audit, and the auditor said, wow, Tzu hospitals and medical volunteers are so good. Can you send some volunteers to other hospitals? I always say sending over is not a problem, but making them to stay is difficult. Why? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take a look in this hall. Look at our Tzu Chi volunteers who are sitting in this hall right now. So every day morning, they speak from the bottom of their heart during our morning assembly. So being medical volunteers for Tzu Chi hospitals, they give more than they receive. So this reflects that it is always a fortunate it was always I'm being a fortunate person for being able to give instead of receiving help from and aids from other people. So Tzu Chi volunteers come to Tzu Chi hospitals are always in time, but not for other hospitals, because other hospitals they might just pick their work, but for Tzu Chi volunteers they do everything, selfless giving. So they give more than they receive. So this is the core values of Tzu Chi, and every day able to receive the teachings from Dharma Master Yin and able to share their experience. This is the wonder part of our medical system. But if you were to duplicate our medical system to other hospitals, in 2 weeks' time, they will give up. So it is difficult, we must understand in this situation. Very, very difficult. As for future, I think if we are talking about the spiritual spirit is sustainable and we can always pass over to the next generations. But of course, whatever that we do right now, we have to face the reality of time, because time changes every time. So we always remember the teachings of Dharma Master Yin. We must always remember the teacher's mission, and we always put ourselves we must always nurture a heart just like the Buddha. So you see, the few of us right here, we will always we have to retire, but the future generations will sustain our Tzu Chi medical model. Thank you, everyone. So every time when we go to an approach to the doctors, that's because we are always helpless. And in this medical white tower, we are very grateful that our speakers, our superintendents, you guys are from the upper level of these professionalisms. But we always know that our doctors, they are very optimistic, lovely. This is a tradition of Tzu Chi, and it is long-lasting and sustainable. Just like we have this disease that we might be infected, but we must always remember the power of love can be spread as well. So when our doctors faces challenges, facing arguments and facing medical lawsuit cases, but still, you guys are being optimistic. And thank you, superintendents and all the directors. Thank you so much. It's a lovely day. Thank you. Okay, time is almost up. Please allow me to share one more point. Doctors, being a doctor, one of the, how am I supposed to say? Okay, the doctors say that feels that they are always able to create something And this is just part of the nature of the doctor. But at most, we are here to help and relieve the disease, the sickness of the patient. Comfort, always. Cure. If a doctor feels that he is great, but we must remember it is the process of helping. But please remember, you as a doctor, you must reassure your patient. This is your top priority. If a doctor always feel that, well, he's number one, just like the God, this is bad. This is a very bad situation. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying with us until the very last minute. I'm very thankful that I have this opportunity to share with everyone. Thank you. May we have our speakers to hold on for a while. We are very and thankful to our speakers, and we'd like to invite our Jingsi Abode Dharma Masters to present a token of appreciation to our speaker. Please stand in front of at the stage, so we can see that our speakers, they come from the different areas of Taiwan. So after this speech, they will need to rush back to their hospital. So in this roundtable discussion, we can see that how they put Buddhism into practice and action, and applying it into our Tzu Chi hospital model. Incredible. So let us grab this opportunity, this moment. Let us take a photo with our speakers of the day. Thank you so much, everyone. May we invite our honorable guests on the stage as well? Okay, so we need to split into 2 lines. Let us look in front at the photographer. He's raising her hand right now. Thank you. It's a wonderful day. Thank you, everyone. I believe that we have we learned a lot today. So this is a dinner time, and we'd like to invite our Dharma Masters, our honorable guests for dinner tonight. So tomorrow we will start at about 9 a.m. So please be in here in this hall at about 8:30 a.m. Thank you, everyone. So we look forward to see you tomorrow. Thank you.